Which exhibit?
1458, Your Honor.
1458.
What's up? Good morning. Welcome. We're here live. Let's try to get myself situated.
All right.
And we're here, ready to go. I'm going to fix the volume.
Take a copy of it. Thank you. Anything else?
We have the thumb drive with
I got
the
my life together this morning.
With the knife pictures on it for me, 92 and 93. Great. Thank you. All right. I'll take any evidence you have. Perfect. All right.
So,
anything further?
Today's the continuation, by the way, of JD
All right. We're ready for the jury.
being cross-examined. The jury's about to walk in. Good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome. Appreciate you guys coming through. Please hit like, all that good stuff. Hope you slept good. Hope you have your caffeine, all that stuff, yada, yada. Rise and shine. What's up? Corey, Bree, Jem, Alberta, Migs, Penn, Dizzy, Lefty, Marie, Amanda, Sunny Days, Jen, Ariane. What's up? Yesterday was good, man. Yeah, Johnny did good when he was being cross-examined. Good morning. Oh, by the way, lunchtime today, we're going to be doing, there's going to be a press conference today with that New York guy that stabbed that woman like 60-something times. So it should be really interesting. I am going to be recording that so I can post it after.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
So we can watch that together. That should be interesting. They arrested somebody. They arrested a suspect. So.
Cross-examination.
Myself together.
Morning, Mr. Depp.
Morning, Mr. Rodenbaugh.
Yes, 2 days ago, when you first took the stand, you discussed your upbringing and some of the abuse that you suffered at the hands of your mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you testified how she abused you physically, right?
Yes, sir.
Throwing things at you, hitting you.
Yeah, there was quite various forms of physical abuse.
And she abused you verbally by insulting you and your siblings, right?
Yes, she did.
And you testified that sometimes that verbal abuse, that emotional abuse was worse than the beatings, right? Do you remember that?
As a child, it has more of an opportunity to plant itself in your head.
Sure.
Yes.
So you'd agree that abuse can take many forms. It can be physical, can be verbal, can be emotional, right?
Indeed.
And you testified that your dad wasn't abusive, but that you saw him punch walls when he was in an argument with your mother sometimes, right?
Excuse me. I witnessed my father, the only reaction that would be called a physical reaction from the abuse he was very stoically taking from my mother. I saw him maybe twice, 3 times, punch a wall. Once, as I said, once he punched the corner of the wall and I watched his hand, his hand basically shatter.
Right. Mr. Depp, your walls weren't the only thing that your father punched, were they? In fact, once he punched you in the face and knocked you down, didn't he?
Yes, when I was 15 years old, this was just before I'd dropped out of high school. One morning, yes, in my mind, I was done with school, so he had asked me to, I believe it was something, it was very, he asked me to take the dog for a walk or something, or take out the garbage, something menial, something strange, and I just said, no, and he gave me he just gave me a quick shot, pretty hefty, and yeah, it rattled my head. It rattled the cage, you know, and Tweety
Sure.
birds and stuff. Sure.
So the jury hadn't heard about that before. When he punched you in the face, it actually knocked you to the ground. And then when you got up, you were all too happy to take care of what he wanted you to take care of, right?
I was excited to take care of it at that
Right.
point.
And yesterday, I believe that you testified, why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? It doesn't work. You gave that testimony yesterday, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, you try to conduct yourself as a gentleman, right?
Yes, sir.
And you think that you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, right?
That was essentially, you know, when you have deep, deep roots in the South, in Kentucky and such, it's not just your parents, your father, your mother, it's your grandparents, it's your uncles, it's your aunts, it's this, it's that. Yes, raised to be a Southern gentleman, that is to say, when chivalry was still alive and allowed.
Right. And you think you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, correct?
I believe I do. I certainly have done my best all my life.
Paul Bettany's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right?
That's a strange question. Paul Bettany is a good friend. Yes.
You've done drugs with him.
Yes, I have.
Cocaine, right?
Cocaine, yes.
Alcohol,
Alcohol, yes.
pills, including Xanax and Adderall, right?
That I'm not so sure of.
Okay.
Where's he gone?
Yo, I got that clip. Where we at? 5 minutes? Yo, if you could clip that for me,
May we approach?
All right.
I just wanted to
Crisscross.
discuss one thing with you,
Crisscross and Lindsay.
Okay.
Ms. Myers.
Not Lindsay, Crisscross or I think Crisscross got it. She's been doing good with that. And then if DM that directly to me, Crisscross, so I don't lose it. He's like, where's he going? So where is he going with the Southern gentleman? Does anybody know? And he's asking about this friend. I got to share out the stream. I want to share it out in a second here to Facebook and Twitter. We got people over there watching too. Yo, again, I just want to say thank you guys so much for coming in and hanging out with me. There's a lot of people streaming this. I never thought I'd be covering this. It was kind of a whim, and it was working out. It's actually my first or our first trial on this channel fully. So expect that probably in the future we'll be covering some more stuff, depending on what it is, especially some stuff around murder and stuff like that. But this one's DV, and it actually is pretty interesting. And I've learned a lot about this guy. And this thing has had me definitely reflecting on my own life and things that I've been through. I was talking to Alvin this morning. We were talking about our own situations. So let me take a little snapshot. All right. Let's see what do they got planned for Johnny today, right? Johnny 5.
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the trial in the UK, correct?
Yes.
And you gave that testimony under oath, right?
Yes.
You gave quite a bit of testimony in that trial, right?
I wouldn't be able to judge that myself. It felt like a lot.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of it. If you can turn to page 45, please, in front of you. It's page 12 of the document. There's 4 transcript
I
pages.
see page
on it.
12 of the document, certainly.
Yes, sir.
Oops. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
And
12 of the document, you say?
yes, in the lower left corner, there's a page 45. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you see that on the bottom of that page, there's a discussion of Paul Bettany and the drugs that you did together. And there was a question. The question is, any sort of pills? And your answer is yes. There could have been Xanax, or if he needed, if he asked for Xanax or Adderall, whatever, I would of course give it to him. Question, so you would supply Paul Bettany with whatever medication or controlled drugs he asked for, is that right? Answer, if he was feeling anxious or if he was feeling unpleasant, I would give him what he asked for. Question, would you give him a Xanax? Answer, yes. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
And you shared, the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs or alcohol at that time, right?
The two of us were making a film together.
With respect, sir, that wasn't my question. My question was the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs and alcohol at that time. Yes or no?
At times.
Yes. And Ms. Heard was quite adamant that you didn't drink anymore and that you should stop using recreational drugs, right?
Oh, yes.
And she didn't like it when you were high on drugs or drunk on alcohol, right?
She didn't like it when it was her perception that I was high on drugs. Okay. Her perception is quite different than the truth.
And that's what we're after, is the truth. Let's turn to,
Yes,
can you pull up Exhibit 178, please, Michelle?
Is that defendant's 178 or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all right, I just want to make sure.
Oh, I see.
Her perception. I like that.
Mr. Depp,
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Can we approach, please?
Okay, sure.
All right. I like that. Her perception is quite different from the truth. I was like, oh! Okay. All right. We'll start the slow chat a little bit early today. I'll start with I don't want to do too much right now. I don't know. Let's try 3 seconds. Just a little something, little sprinkle. It's pizzazz. If you guys could hit like, I'd appreciate that. And by the way, for all the people that just joined, Dad said this morning, sent me an article about that New York person that stabbed this woman like 60 times. They caught a suspect. There's going to be a press conference this afternoon. So lunchtime, we're going to watch that press conference. I'm going to record that and I'll post it separately too. That's kind of a big story. And so there'll probably be new details. It might be kind of interesting to see what happens. I also noticed that this attorney, he said, with respect. And so today I feel like and I don't know yet, this is just the very beginning. It seems like he's being a lot more polite today. Like polite. Like maybe he's seen the reaction that people are getting when these people are attacking, maybe, even though, I don't know, I feel like they're still going to do it. But it said with respect. Like he's talking, and I feel like his tone is different from yesterday. You know, I feel like they got to be seeing people's reactions and stuff, even though maybe they're not supposed to, but they got to be seeing people's reactions. And so the snippy, gunning, whatever, or maybe it's the jury's perception of what's being done. Maybe they're realizing the public's not receiving this well. You know, I don't know. With respect. And he's trying to get him in. He's trying to pigeon him into a hole. I still trying to see what angle, because I didn't watch the previous trial that they had, or, you know, it wasn't televised, I guess, but there was transcripts and documents and everything. With respect. Thank you, Moon. I need to do that. I was
Mr. Depp, this is a text message exchange that you had with Paul Bettany on June 11th, 2013, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Your Honor, permission to move for admission of redacted defendants Exhibit 178 and permission to publish, please.
We based off of Your Honor's ruling.
All right.
That's fine.
178 with redactions.
Michelle, could you please blow up the first text at the top? In this text, Mr. Depp, you text Mr. Bettany, let's burn Amber, 3 exclamation points, right? You see that?
I do see that.
And at this time, June 11, 2013, Amber is your girlfriend or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct?
Girlfriend,
Yeah,
for sure.
And you didn't stop when you said, let's burn Amber. Because the next text down, you can move down and blow up the next text, please, Michelle. You say, let's drown her before we burn her. 3 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Yes, it's referring to the
and you
text
didn't-
prior to.
You didn't
from Mr.
stop when you
Bettany.
said, let's drown her before we burn her. After that, you made another comment, and I'd like to apologize to the court and to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to have to
please.
use today, but unfortunately,
What you going to say?
you're going to see a lot of documents with language like this. After you said, let's drown her before we burn her, Mr. Depp, you said, I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead. That's
Yes.
what you said that you would do after you burned her and after you drowned her. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife.
Yes, I did.
Can you pull up Exhibit 245, please? Your Honor, there's been no objection to this exhibit, and so I'd move for its admission and ask for permission to publish to the jury.
Give them a moment to.
There's no objection.
Damn.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the portions that have Mr. Depp's text messages.
That's true,
but at
Vic.
the bottom portion, there
So
is
true.
some from
I've
his
done that
daughter
myself.
that we would ask be redacted.
The last two.
And, Your Honor,
So true.
that's okay, but there was no objection to this
I
on the
understand, but-
exhibit list.
But they don't appear to be relevant, which,
That's fine. We're happy to redact those.
okay.
And the breathing stopped too, if you guys noticed.
245 in evidence with the redactions.
I don't want to jinx
Yes,
it.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr.
Like they're
Depp,
listening.
the top text message, we're going to focus on a couple of these, but the top text message is a text from you to Paul Bettany on May 30th, 2014, correct? Might need to scroll over, Michelle.
May 30th, 2014, yes.
And you recall that you testified yesterday about the flight that you took from Boston to Los Angeles on May 24th, 2014, right?
Yes.
You remember that? Okay.
Yes, I do.
And you testified yesterday that you didn't have any drinks before that flight, or maybe you had a glass of champagne or something. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I believe I said I had a glass of champagne on the plane.
Right. So in this text, if you could blow up, Michelle, please, that top text. On May 30th, 2014, you texted Mr. Bettany, just a little bit smaller.
Well, I've never seen nothing
You
about no
texted
rotting
Mr.
corpse.
Bettany, I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. No food for days. Powders. Half a bottle of whiskey. 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas. Pills. 2 bottles of champers on plane. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout. Screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. Read that again. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you said pills are fine, This was when you were just starting treatment with Dr. Kipper to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
This is when I was still on the roxicodone. It was before the detox on the island, yes.
Right, and you testified that when you were in Boston filming Black Mass, which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to combat that pill problem, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go 2 texts down, please, Michelle? And this is a text that you sent on June 8th, 2014. Just scroll over to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in this text, I won't read all of it, but you say this. I'm going to just read the first paragraph. My darling Patty Lee, I miss you and worship you, and there is nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were brief visits and fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself. Actually, almost walked to your place at about 3:30 a.m. the last time I was there, unable to stop tears. Did I read that right?
You did.
Michelle, can you please take that down and let's pull up
Bruh.
Exhibit 325, please. Mr. Depp, is this a text message exchange that you had with Ms. Heard on December 18th, 2014?
I see that.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
All right, any objection?
May I have a look at the...
Of course.
You can look at the
Your
bottom.
Honor, may we approach real quick?
Okay, sure.
All right. I mean, so far they're pulling up previous instances. The texting thing, listen, because somebody's like, what do you mean, iCkEdMeL? I know better. I know better than to threaten somebody. I wouldn't, in my head, I'm normally thinking, I don't have that in me anyway to be like that or be stupid like that. But I've said dumb things in arguments with people, especially, heated moments. I mean, with my ex, we both said things that we shouldn't have, bitch, all that kind of stuff too, which, I regret. But, I mean, I don't know about no effing a corpse and burning. Who was that message between? I wouldn't even say that to my friends, but because it's never. I mean, maybe he was loaded on drugs. I don't know. That the photo from yesterday. That's one. Mo First Amendment right words of friends irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, I know there's some people that talk like that, but did she die? No, that's true. She did it. She wasn't burning nothing like that. I mean, I could only imagine going through that hell, what somebody would say or whatever between friends. I just know I wouldn't be sending something like
Michelle,
that
if you could just scroll down
directly to the person.
So the court and Mr. Depp's counsel and Mr. Depp can see it all.
Oh, who's that? I don't even know who that is. Good morning, welcome, Alabama. Hope you have a good day. Amy, Ohio, what's up? Anne Marie, how you doing? Good morning. Fire up. Sicily, New York, SoCal, Renee Gal.
Sorry, Your Honor, we have no objection with to the unredacted version.
Okay, to this version that
Okay.
I'm seeing right now, correct? Just make sure.
Yes.
Okay, all right, 325. Hold on.
Excuse me, sorry, I just want to make clear, we haven't seen the other pages, but this page we have no
This
objection
is
to.
this the only page?
I believe this is the only page to the document, Your Honor, right?
325 is only one page?
Just one page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
No redactions, other than identifiers, but yes, you can do this one. Go ahead.
And Michelle, if you can blow up the large text at the top of the page. Pennington had decided.
What's going on here?
Mr. Depp, on December 18th, 2014, you sent this text to Ms. Heard, and I'm going to read it. And it says, "It's away. I've let it go. Went too far. We/I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with Shrank. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. Gotta lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were able to bring even just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams and darkest nightmares. I love you far too much for you and I to be these heinous, slinging insults like we do/did. It is not anything that I am particularly proud of to have participated in, and I regret giving it life. Because, motherfucker, how when we fight, little girl, how do we end up on the very edge of the precipice? And why? Wish I knew. Goddamn. And know that you are right. I am well aware that I should have been bigger than the moment, and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there. I adore you." Did I read that right?
You did.
You can take that down, Michelle. If you could please pull up Exhibit 153. And let's pull up the back first.
No. Is that me? Oh. Who don't call me? Who's on Facebook calling me? Oh. Are you
Your
trying to
Honor,
get my
we have
attention?
a redacted version of this, but we'll put up the fully unredacted right now.
All right, just give counsel a moment to review.
Of course.
Your Honor, this has phone numbers in it, so.
I know.
it might be-
Yeah, I know.
You
We-
just-
Understood.
Just so you can see it first.
Okay.
Okay, could I have the photo? You don't take pictures of what's on their screens? I'm not. Okay, I'm just making sure. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the top 3 text messages on this page. These are text messages that you sent on January 17th, 2013. See that?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the page.
Right. And the way these text messages are produced, sometimes there's big date skips and they're kind of jumbled in. So they're not all on the same chain.
No,
so
of course.
what I'm asking you about is just the top 3.
Certainly.
And those are texts that you wrote on January 17th, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to publish just those top 3 texts with identifiers and the others redacted, and move for admission of that redacted exhibit.
As long as it's not this version, that's fine. The version.
We'll put up on the screen what I propose to admit as an
Well, let me
exhibit.
see what you're going to put up on the screen
Okay.
first.
We have no objection to
All right,
this
no
version, Your
objection.
Honor.
All right, we'll leave it as redacted. Okay.
Thank you, Pam. I'm going to get the super chats on the next.
Michelle, can you blow up the text boxes, please? On January 17th, 2013, Mr. Depp, you texted the following. For the idiot cow, 3 exclamation points. Next text. Will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry. And apologies again to the court and the jury for this language.
Oh, please. These are the pussy team
And
over
then
here.
you close
talking
by
about-
saying, did that
Apologies.
worthless hooker arrive? Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
You can take that down, please.
Pussycat team over
We
here.
talked a little bit about the
Apologize.
term monster yesterday, correct?
Yes, I've heard that word quite a lot, yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday that you used that term to placate Amber, right? And I believe that you testified that it was the word that she clung to describe what was in her mind, not yours. I wrote down what you said. Do you remember giving that testimony?
The monster, more than anything, was Ms. Heard's way of referencing whether she perceived that I was on substances or taking substances. So the word monster became, it represented for her the consumption of alcohol or any other substances, whether it was actually happening or not, her perception. And so monster became her click word,
Right.
if you will.
But actually the term monster to describe yourself came from you.
Well, initially, Ms. Heard, I believe she started out with demons. She started out with, saying that I had demons. And then when monster was put into a conversation, which, again, I have a particular way of using words, vocabulary in my vernacular. So monster was something that which she stuck with, tried and true. I mean, she just stayed with that.
Right, but
you'd have to
it
accept
came from you. The term
unless
came
you
from
wanted
you.
to argue.
The term came from you, didn't it?
It's very probable. It's possible. It's probable that I might have used that word. Certainly.
Right, and in 2012, in fact, Elton John was one of your friends who was trying to help you get sober, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you sent him a message in 2012 where you thanked him for his help, and you said, quote, "I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact." Isn't
Yes.
that true?
Yes. Again, the monster referring to alcohol and substances.
Correct. And you didn't send that message to Miss Heard. You sent that to Elton John. I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. Correct?
Elton
Can you pull up Exhibit
was
408, please?
a dear friend who has been sober for 40 years, 30 years. So he was. We'd had discussions, and he wanted me to get clean, sober. So Elton actually sent a fellow called Charlie Dunnett, who worked with Elton for years and years. And
Mr.
helped
Depp,
Elton.
I appreciate that. My only question was just to confirm that you had sent that message to Elton John, nothing else. Thank you so
So
much.
I'll just stop talking.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to be
Certainly.
respectful of the
Not a
court's
problem,
time and
Mr.
the
Roddenberry.
jury's time.
Sorry?
I just said I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time, and I trust that you do too. So,
Well, I don't
could
feel
you-
that I'm wasting anyone's time, sir.
Could you pull up Exhibit 408, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the bottom text on this page. And can you confirm that this is a text message that you sent on April 9th, 2015, while you were married to Amber, to your sister. Do you see that?
The last.
The last text on the one on the bottom.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of 408 with all the identifiers redacted and everything except the last text redacted.
Just the last
Yes, Your Honor.
one text.
We object, Your Honor. If we could approach just very quickly.
Timestamp this 35. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe not. He's getting a little snippy. He just wants his answers and that's it. And Johnny's trying to fill in, I guess, the context. And yeah, those text messages are bad. That's what Vic was saying. Well, the monster thing I can understand. I back in the day, I used to I got the reference Dark Passenger from Dexter, the show, and he used to talk about his Dark Passenger. And at one time, I used that reference as well in one of my writings. I could only imagine if they were able to pull up all my texts one day, especially from years ago, or some of my writings. The Dark Passenger. I even used to have a black book that had all these like dark writings a very long time ago. And I eventually, I think one day I burned it because I was like, I wanted to get rid of all that negativity from the past and stuff. But I could only imagine if I had to go to trial and they got a hold of them, like, look at this, look at that. This evil, my monster, Dark Passenger. But he talked about the slapping her or something, which, you know,
And Mr. Depp,
as a reference.
to
But I don't
clarify,
think it
is
was.
sis in those texts,
Yeah.
is that your sister, or it could be Amber's sister too, right? One or the other.
Sis, I was referring to Whitney.
Whitney.
Bird.
Okay, so Amber's sister. Okay.
Yes, Amber's
Okay.
sister.
So he referenced, like, I don't, the way he did it, it's like he wasn't saying he was doing it, but it was like he wanted to slap her. I don't know. You know what I mean? But like all this stuff, you got to be really careful, I guess, with texting
Your Honor,
people.
with those redactions, I'd ask for permission or move to admit Exhibit 408.
No objection?
Yes.
Okay. All right, 408 with redactions as it.
I don't recall.
Mr. Depp, on April 9th, 2015,
Yes.
while you were married to Miss Heard, you texted someone named Sis, which may be her sister, you testified.
Yes.
You said, I'm all right. Though I never, ever want to lay eyes on that filthy whore, Amber A., most embarrassing. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you called Amber that filthy whore, she was your wife at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's pull up Exhibit 427, unredacted, please.
The woman that was cheating, right?
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention
Okay.
Is there another? Let's see. I'd like to direct your attention to the fourth text up from the bottom,
4 from the...
chat number 1616. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's a text message exchange between you and Jerry Judge on April 26th, 2015, just a couple of weeks after you referred to Amber as a filthy whore. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to and move for admission of this exhibit with the two text exchanges
Right.
in that chat between him and Jerry Judge.
All right, well, why don't you show me what it would look like redacted?
Okay.
Can we do that?
Okay, sure.
Is this the same
Those
woman
two,
bringing up all
Michelle?
those men into the penthouses that he's paying for? Yeah. I mean, he's not going to call her a whore or whatever. I mean, in anger or whatever. 2015, right?
He's having trouble with the sound.
I mean, I don't know.
The sound. Oh.
Or maybe should I say allegedly? Do I need to say allegedly?
All right. Any objections?
People, is he wrong?
No objection.
Is he
With
wrong?
redactions? 427 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How many videos of different men are going up that elevator in the penthouse?
If you can just blow the text up, Michelle, of both of those. Mr. Depp, on April 26th, 2015, Jerry Judge, and Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple years ago, right?
That's correct.
And he writes you and says, "Hi, boss. Just wanted to say if you and Amber need anything, just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the two of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The two of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right?
You did.
And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate. We've been perfect. All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever." All caps. "Love you, brother. JD." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 445, defendants?
Redact the attorney.
And in the text that we just saw, when
Allegedly,
you used the word
yes.
monster, that Miss Heard wasn't on that text message, was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention in this message to the second text down, which is a text from you to Dr. Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, on June 28th, 2015.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, 26, 28, 215, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of a redacted exhibit with that, simply that text. We're happy to redact the rest of it.
Is that text 139 or 137?
137, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
137.
True.
No
True,
objection
Terry.
with
All
the
right,
proper
if we could
redactions.
Get those redactions before we publish, or did you want to publish these?
We'll make the redactions right now and then
Okay.
publish that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 445 as redacted.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in evidence.
Thank you. And you sent this text on June 28th, 2015, and it said, you can blow up the text, Michelle, please. "Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me flummoxed and in the dark. Soon, soon, I must see you and just hang out. My deformed finger and I have no friends. By the way, Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked. We're goddamn best friends now. Amazing. Big love to you, my brother. JD." Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And Amber wasn't on that text when you told Dr. Kipper that you had locked your monster child away in a cage deep within, was she?
No.
Can we pull up Exhibit 435, please, unredacted? It's just the bottom text that I'm going to direct your attention to, Mr. Depp. This is a text that you sent to Stephen Deuters on May 14th, 2015, right?
The last one,
Yep.
May 14th.
And Stephen Deuters is your personal assistant, or was your personal assistant at the time you were with Ms. Heard, right?
Yes, he's now my partner. And
Okay. Now he's the president of the European branch of Infinitum Nihil, right?
I am too, yes, sir.
Okay. Move for admission of a redacted version of this document with just the bottom text, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, if you could just redact it just to the bottom text.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, 435 in evidence as redacted.
And on May 14th, 2015, you could blow up that text, Michelle, please. You texted Mr. Deuters, need to discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot a motherfucker. But don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And Miss Heard wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Let's pull up Exhibit 196, please. This is on page 2, please. Are we on page 2? Yeah. So it's, Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to line 24. You can see in that left-hand column there. And this is a text message from you to Stephen Deuters, your personal assistant at the time, on October 31st, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish or move for admission, Your Honor, of just this page of the exhibit with just that text.
With the phone numbers redacted, we have no
Okay.
objection.
course.
You could do those redactions, so it'd just be page 2 of Exhibit 196.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ever going to enter any other pages of this exhibit into evidence?
I'd like to reserve the right to
Then we'll call
to
this
do that.
196A.
Okay, thank you.
Just makes it easier for the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, 196A in evidence as redacted.
And in this text message from you to Mr. Deuters on October 31st, 2013, you write, "Thanks. She thinks that my Peruvian period has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." You see that?
Yes, I do, sir.
The Peruvian period is a reference to cocaine, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, you said yes it is?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Let's go to Exhibit 293, please.
He knows what he said. Excuse me, will you repeat yourself?
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom text, which is a text from you to an unknown number on October 4th, 2014. Do you see that?
The last one.
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of modified Exhibit 293 with just that redacted version. And we may use other parts of it, so I'd ask it to be 293A or 1.
Okay, we can make it A. Let's
Okay.
keep consistent.
All right.
293.
I forgot what you had said.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
293A, we'll get the redactions done. All right, 293, maybe. There we go.
If you guys could help me out with the likes too, I'd appreciate that.
Back to 293A in evidence
Thank you.
with redactions.
Oh.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text message on October 4th, 2014, you text someone, it's unclear who, you say, I am going to, quite gracefully, glide into a massage of my broken back and neck. I shall exit in 1 hour, a monster. Shall we each swallow an E each, parentheses, or perhaps it's MDMA, at around 8 p.m., and go to dinner with a few of my wee team at a wonderful Peruvian spot. Let us enjoy this night, my brother. Let us reward ourselves for the hard work and misery of the heat that we push ourselves to conquer every goddamn day. The shatter. Did I read that right?
You did.
And E here, that's a reference to ecstasy, correct?
It is.
You can take that down, Michelle, please. You would agree that you found drugs and alcohol at an early stage in your life, right?
I've certainly, yes, I did.
And you testified a couple days ago that you had done just about every kind of drug there was by age 13 or 14, right?
15.
15. And you found that drugs are the only way to numb your pain, right?
They have always been a medicine for me, yes, a numbing agent.
And you said yesterday that, in fact, I think you said you take drugs to numb the demons, right?
I don't know that I said to numb the demons, but I have, well, if I did say demons, it is to numb the residual pain that I carry from my youth.
Right. And one of your good friends that you've taken drugs with before is Marilyn Manson, right?
Yes, we've taken, we've drank together. We've had cocaine together maybe a couple of times.
Pills, right? With Marilyn Manson?
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would stop talking so much. Sorry.
All right. I get it. You employ a lot of people that work for you, right?
I was talking
I employ a lot of people that
You
work
employ a
for
lot
me.
of people that serve various roles in your life, right?
Yes, yes.
And at least some of those people will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying controlled drugs to you, correct?
I would not characterize those people as doing anything I want or anything I said. They're not the yes men that you'd like them to be.
Can you pick up your testimony from the UK trial and turn to page 48, which is page 13 of the document, please?
Yes, sir. Sorry. 11, 12. Yes, sorry. Yes, I've got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you could please take a look at page 48, line 15.
Page 48, line 15.
You just testified that they're not yes men, right? That was the testimony you just gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 48, line 15 of your testimony in the UK, you were asked a question, they are people who will do what you ask, They will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying drugs to you, controlled drugs to you. Your answer was, there are people who work for me, work with me, who, yes, in the past, have been asked to provide whatever I have felt was necessary at the time. Question. Well, putting it bluntly, if you wanted illegal drugs, controlled drugs, and you asked one of your staff, and I am not going to name anybody particularly right now, that member of staff would provide you with those drugs if he could. Answer. At times, yes. Question. Despite the fact that it was illegal? Answer. Yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we pull up Exhibit 1085, please? You've seen this picture before, Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I have.
Yes. And this is a picture that was taken in Miss Heard's former house or apartment on Orange Avenue after you two began dating, correct?
Yes, sir, and it's quite a composition. Composition of the photograph is very interesting.
I think that's something we can agree on. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 1085 and ask for permission to
No
publish.
objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1085, published and in evidence.
No shade to
This picture, you recall, Mr. Depp, was taken in or around March of 2013 after you had fallen off the wagon, right?
I'm sorry, what date?
March of 2013, I believe,
March
right?
2013.
Does that ring a bell?
If March 23rd, I had fallen off the wagon from when I was doing Lone Ranger, when Mr. Harris was with me when I was sober.
Okay.
But the whiskey that's on the table was an average. Every day I would come home to her place and there would be a glass of whiskey waiting for me.
Yeah. And you would sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During this time period.
Isn't happy hour any time?
And that cocaine, those white lines, those are cocaine. That's cocaine, right?
I would assume. It
Yeah,
looks
and
like
that's your cocaine that you kept in that box that says property of JD with the skull and crossbones, isn't it?
Well, the beautiful composition of the photograph would suggest that, certainly.
Yeah. You don't dispute that.
I don't see me in it.
No. But you don't dispute that you carried cocaine in that box that said property of JD. That was a special box that you carried cocaine in, wasn't it?
I don't recall.
The box was a gift from someone. I can't say that I carried cocaine in it, no.
You can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it would fit some cocaine.
Clip it! Clip it! Clip it!
Cocaine is, in my experience, normally given in plastic bags. When you put it in a box like that, chances are very good you'll leave a trail of a long line of cocaine behind you walking down the street. So,
Why don't you go ahead and pull up your UK testimony, please? Let's look at page 202.
202. Oh boy. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're going by those things. Pardon me.
It's page 9 of the document.
Don't recall.
16.
Oh, thank you for the likes, guys. Appreciate that. Gracias. Kind of interesting. It's picked up a bit.
I'm having trouble finding 202.
Are you saying page 9?
Oh,
Because there's no 2.
that's my fault. It's day 2, so I owe you another transcript. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Oh,
We're moving into another day now.
Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this, and I apologize for that, Mr. Depp. This is page 9 of the document, page 202 of the transcript. This was day 2 of your testimony in the UK.
Yeah, we're gonna have clips. I can make a little
Yes,
short
I see.
video to this
Page 202.
Yep.
or compilation.
And on that, on page 202, you were asked a question. We'll have to work out what that was at a later stage. Can you see in the front that there is a little box about 2 inches by 2 inches if we compare it to the size of the credit cards? Answer, yes. Property of JD with skull and crossbones on it. Yes, I do. That, I suggest, this is the question. That, I suggest, is your cocaine box. That is where you would keep your cocaine, a special box that you had. Answer, I do remember the box. Question, do you remember it now? Answer, yes. I did not remember the property of JD. Yes, that is a box. It was carrying cocaine in it. I would say I probably was then. You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Hey, they caught him there. They used the previous trial. Lining them up.
And on the morning that this picture was taken, this was during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards. You remember that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. This picture was taken while you were filming a documentary about Keith Richards, correct?
I'm sorry, the date again on this?
Do you remember that? I
The
believe
date-
it was March 2013. But you
Oh,
could,
you know what?
you
That
should know
seems-
better
yes,
than I
that
do.
seems about,
Okay. And you see there's a Keith Richards CD, it looks like, above that cosmetic case?
perfectly placed, yes.
Yeah. And you had an argument that morning in which you accused Amber of cheating on you. Do you remember that?
I believe Amber had an argument with me. that
And you were
morning.
using cocaine and drinking whiskey that morning, and as a result of that argument, you were late to the set of that documentary, correct?
In fact, I was not late to the documentary. Well, I was late, but I had called my crew because it was a day of filming performance between, it was Keith Richards, Tom Waits, and some other very talented musicians. The only thing that needed to be done in terms of performance was capture the performance. So I wasn't needed on the set, so I could come in anytime I wanted.
Okay, you just said that you were late, though, correct?
Oh,
So
I
you
was
just
late,
testified
yes.
to. Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right.
And due to the argument, of course.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit now. Well, actually, let's not.
Right. True, Lindsay. Good point. That's why Johnny's team already brought up all the drugs. Jason Momoa. Yeah, I didn't know who that was.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 152?
That's Aquaman, right? We'll talk about that during the break. I'm going to get the super chats during the break, and we'll talk about Jason Momoa. So he's the Aquaman character, and she acted on Aquaman, right? Or something?
Mr. Depp, these are various texts that you sent and received to various people in 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, seems to go from July to September.
Right. And we'll take them kind of piece by piece, I guess. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is take a look at the entries 1628. So that's about halfway down the page. It's a text exchange, a text from you to Stephen Deuters, your personal assistant at the time, and then a text from him back to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. Are they?
Yeah, somebody said, "How would I not know Jason Momoa?" I don't know. I don't know these people. I don't watch this stuff. Aquaman, I mean, shit. I shouldn't say too much, but I'll get canceled for saying that. I stopped watching all that stuff a long time ago. I just watch myself now. I'm just kidding. No, I haven't even. Oh, this has been out for a long time. This is a 2018 film. All right, let's see. Hold on. Jason Momoa. Oh, I've seen this guy before. Wasn't he? Where did he? I've seen this guy. Was he? He's not Thor, right? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Lady's gonna go crazy for this guy too. Jason Momoa. So he acted in Aquaman, I guess, and whatever. What else did he? I feel like he's had to been on something else, right? I don't watch the cartoons, man. Game of Thrones. Maybe it's Game of Thrones. I never watched that either. I get canceled for that too. I know that people love that show. I don't got time for that, man. How many seasons of Game of Thrones is there? Like 10, 15? Stargate Atlantis. Well, Stargate was gangster. Hold on, I have to give you that. Stargate? I feel like I watched Stargate. Wasn't Stargate? I used to watch it on TV. He was on Stargate? No way. Oh, shit, he was. This is like back in the day. He kind of looks a little different. No, he looks the same. He looked a little skinnier back then, but now he's like really buff. Insta cancel. I'm telling you, when I say I don't really do the celeb stuff, I really don't. I don't know these people. I have seen him though, for sure. I didn't know that's who he was. Definitely seen him. And he's been around for a while. The chat is going crazy right now, huh? What? How could you not know? What? Stargate was gangster, man. I can't lie. That Stargate stuff. I'll have to show you guys a picture. He's in that episode or the show, I guess. Momoa. So he's following Johnny, and he was on Aquaman. Was he on the same movie as Amber? How many Aquamans are there? 2 of them? Yeah, Game of Thrones, people love that show. I know. I used to hear about it all the time. I just never had a chance to get into it. My favorite shows is Lost, series show, Lost, Walking Dead, and I don't know. I can't think of it. Oh, Dexter. I love Dexter, the first one. I don't know. I'm sure I'm forgetting some other ones. Cancel.
Is that, you agree with that?
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
152 with redactions and evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate your patience.
Stargate, that was a long time ago. That's when I was
Depp,
younger.
we're going to take a look at two text messages here.
Like decades
Three
ago.
text messages. On August 4th, 2012, you exchanged text messages with Stephen Deuters, one from you to him and one from him to you. Do you see that midway through the page?
Yes.
And, Michelle, can you blow those up, please?
Stargate's 2004. I was like in high school. Wasn't I in high school? I don't know.
In those text messages, you write to Mr. Deuters, your personal assistant, "Yay, where is the little baggie you built in LA?" And he says, "Special baggie, I gave you can in 1480 kitchen. Not sure where it went after that. Thought I heard you say something along the lines of, I know what to do with it, exclamation point." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
All right. Can you scroll down to the text on the bottom, please? This is a text, Mr. Depp, where you say, "I use marijuana a lot," 3 exclamation points. "I take pot." I read that right, correct?
Yes, you did.
And this is a text that you sent on September 11th, 2012, to just scroll over to the left, Michelle. This is a text that you sent to Brian Warner Brian Warner's Marilyn Manson, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 145, please.
Damn, it's like they're reaching, huh? God. You guys are funny, huh? Is that correct? Huh? Smoke pot? He's filming Aquaman 2 with Amber now. Really? I didn't know that. Okay, so maybe that, I guess that's why people are talking about it, that he's following JD. Maybe he's on JD's team, JD's side.
Mr. Depp, this is a series of text messages from you to and from various people in 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, the text messages that I'd like to ask the witness about are the first two. And then the or just those first two.
All right.
We have no objection to the omission with proper redactions.
Okay, if you could redact just those first two.
And I'd move for the admission of
Oh,
that
that's what I gotta
document
do.
as redacted.
Sure, as soon as we get it redacted.
Oh. That's interesting. Okay, I didn't know about the Aquaman stuff. Everybody's talking about it.
Thanks, Michelle.
That's fine. No objection.
Okay, all right, 145 and evidence as redacted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this text exchange, Mr. Depp, between you and Marilyn Manson on September 11th, 2012, you text him, "The pill and the plant stuff keep me calm and detached." And he texts you back, "I have lots of reefers, many reefers, and cookies, which are weird, but pot is funny, backwards gateway drug." Do you see that?
I do, sir.
Did I read that right?
You did.
He's losing people with
You
the
can
weed
take
stuff.
that down, Michelle, please.
Check my FB messages.
And if you could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1089, 1089. Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about this photo. This is a photo of 4 pretty huge bags of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir. That is a lot of marijuana.
A lot of marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And the coffee cup that's right next to that, that's a coffee cup for your company, Infinitum Nile, right?
That's correct.
And the furniture, this is taken in one of your residences?
It's taken in the studio, the recording studio.
In the recording studio, okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 1089, Defendant's Exhibit 1089, and
No.
permission to publish.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
1089 in evidence. You can publish.
So this picture of these 4 giant bags of pot, at least 4, was taken in your recording studio. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can take that down, Michelle.
Bruh. Are they taking us somewhere, or?
Mr. Rottenborn, just,
Sure, the break would be fine.
okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. So we just don't talk to anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can be
I can
release.
pause this here. Replay.
All right. Just we'll come back at, let's make 11:33, okay? 11:33? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Johnny testifying. Yeah, save the first portion of this. It was pretty good. I don't know what they're like the weed stuff. I mean, it's kind of like. I mean, I can see, I guess, what they're trying to do with the drug stuff, even though, you know, the Johnny's people went through the list. I mean, the text messages, I can see what they're doing there, I guess. But I don't entirely get, like, the weed stuff, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I guess they're trying anything. And somebody sent me an article, too, that just happened. Apparently, Mike Tyson, I know it's completely irrelevant, but Mike Tyson appears to attack a fellow airplane passenger on a flight. Starts attacking somebody on the airplane. The guy's like bleeding and stuff. What happened, Mike? So I have the emojis coming. I'd like to do some type of merch. I don't know what though. I want to get some ideas rolling. If you have any suggestions, send me an email. It might be kind of fun to do that. The other thing I was wondering, let me not do this.
Which exhibit?
Oh, that's me. The other thing I was wondering too is I've had kind of like interesting conversations. The chat is flying. Is it just me? Should I slow it down again? The chat is like booming. So Amber, before she got with Johnny, she was with a woman, right? And after she got with Johnny, she was with a woman, right? Or married and all that sort of stuff. Somebody's gonna have to correct me. And then but she was with JD, and apparently she had a fling with Elon Musk, right? Oh, and I gotta get the super chats. And then James DeFranco, what's his name? DeFranco. James Franco, right? He had admitted to something too. I don't know exactly what he admitted to, but his career's like been in the slumps, hasn't it? Or something happened with him. I saw some video somebody sent me. Oh, I think it was Dad sent me that video last night. Is she really into guys? You know, she came out as bi, right? I mean, I know this is kind of, I was talking with Shay about this. I was like, damn, I don't want to get canceled. You want me to slow it down a bit? I don't want to get canceled. But she came out as bi, right? But she's had really, but is she really bi? Or, I mean, obviously, I guess if she's having relations with men. But is she really into men? I guess. I don't know. Or she just after the money? James DeFranco. Because I was asking my buddy yesterday, is there women out there that do that are really into, you know, women, but just are with guys for whatever reason, a means to an end? She's bi. Sandy says she's bi. Oh, I'm not going to repeat that one. She had a wife when she met Depp. Right. That did come out. Oh, Katie, that's so true. I forgot about the peace thing. I need a peace emoji. Let me copy that. I'm going to set my note. I got to play you guys the pussy clip. Okay. Hold on. Let me get the pussy clip. Because I keep getting messages. There's people that missed that. I might just have to post that separately on Facebook or something so people can see it. Because some of my friends are like, what's the pussy clip? What are you talking about? The pussy clip. Let me see. Okay. I think who sent it to me? It was that sent it to me. And again, thank you to the mods and the group that I have too on Facebook for helping me out. How did I lose the pussy clip already? Didn't somebody send this to me again last night? Let me see. guys with money. She's straight for crazy rich dudes. I don't know. I was wondering about that. My computer freezing? Oh, there we go. I don't know how I lost that clip already, but yeah, they'll get it to me. James Franco had a bunch of SA allegations. No way! Did he really? James Franco? He's a weirdo? Oh, it's allegations though, right? Something happened. Somebody sent me a video from yesterday. Yes, please. I thought it was Dad said or somebody sent me the link for the pussy clip. For some reason, I can't find it for some reason. I need to save the links on my notepad. Hey, I have it clipped. Do you? Send it to me. James Franco a weirdo?
Carried cocaine in it, no. It was a gift from someone. I can't say that I carried cocaine in it, no.
You can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it would fit some cocaine.
Clip it! Clip it! Clip it!
It was a gift from someone.
I wonder, you know what? We should have a library too. We should do that. We should set up a library. There you go. Thank you so much, Chris Cross. Sorry, I'm a mess. I'm very... Okay. By the way, this has vulgar language. Very vulgar.
Pretty horrible things.
So this is the pussy clip, and this is JD's attorney questioning. This is the sound engineer. I forgot this guy's name. I didn't know the dude was a weirdo. No, he even has allegations with minors? No. Mel, did you take pre-workout this morning? I did. I took a pre-workout and I didn't get to do the exercise that I wanted. I couldn't go to the gym because I took Maddie to school and then there was just little time. So I did jump rope, but it wasn't enough to exert the energy that I needed to exert. So I'm hanging off of still got the pre-workout in me. Well, you can tell. All right, so there we go. Pussy clip.
To Ms. Heard?
I don't recall that.
Like, get fucked on set, get fucked with fucking James fucking Franco? Did you hear that?
I don't recall.
Did you hear him say, at least you fucking liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, I
What?
bet you slipped a tongue in there and you liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, make references to Amber's pussy and asking her if her pussy was wet?
Your Honor, the foundation.
Pretty horrible things to Ms. Heard.
I don't recall.
I was shocked at that moment. I was like, what is going on? Because it is a small clip, but it was so out of left field. Like, out of nowhere, she just starts popping off with this. I was like, damn, this lady's savage.
All that.
Like, get fucked on set, get fucked with fucking James fucking Franco? Did you hear that?
I don't recall.
Did you hear him say, at least you fucking liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, I
What?
bet you slipped a tongue in there and you liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, make references to Amber's pussy and asking her if her pussy was wet?
Your Honor, the foundation.
Pretty horrible thing.
Bro. And that's, for those that don't know who the lady is, I forgot her name. I had it written down some breath. It starts with a B. But that's her. That's the savage lady right there. She don't play. I wish I could have, as she was saying, I wish I could have seen her face, because I have a feeling like her face was probably like shaking, like as she was saying it, and her head was like bobbling. Yeah, you guys missed that, man? Oh, man. I got to post that separately. I'm probably going to do, because they've been collecting the clips for me, I'm probably going to have a little small compilation of, if I can do it, moments, trial moments, funny moments. Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, not that I really even care about this guy, James Franco, but see, James Franco breaks his silence. But man, what's going on in Hollywood?
Is Lumen.
He admitted to something, right? Oh, this is the video you sent me. Yeah. I'll play it in the background, I think. I don't want to show it because
Now 2022, but it's obvious that the Johnny Depp Amber Heard feud is far from over. It might have been backbenched for a little while, but we all know that the chaotic, far from romantic love story of these two huge names in Hollywood will soon catch up. And in fact, just recently, it already did. When a new development of the Depp Heard case surfaced, actor James Franco, one of the men who was accused of having an affair with Amber Heard during her marriage with Johnny Depp, has been called in to testify for her infamous case. So, how do you think it will go? And what is the real story behind this whole James Franco fiasco? Sure, we have known Elon.
that attorney is Amber's people. That lady was going hard. That lady was going hard. I was like, what the hell? And the guy was just kind of laughing it off and smiling.
Must be really a character in this melodrama. But what about James? What part will he play? Well, let's find that out in this video. But before any
I don't think there's enough time to play this whole video. I might have to find an article.
Franco.
Or we could listen to it on the break.
For this reason, the actor must also appear as an escape. What exactly did he do? It appears that court struggle between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard will not be resolved anytime soon.
I got to get the Rotten Born thing too. I'm going to play this clip later because I forgot I was supposed to read the chats, super chats, and I don't even know if I have time to do it. Let's see if I can squeeze it in now. Lisa, thank you so much for the super chat, for your hard work, Mel. Thanks for everything you do. Who said Kate? Kate, what's up? Welcome back. Thank you for covering this. Love this stuff. Thank you for the follows and the subscriptions. There's a lot of people following me on Facebook now. I think because I posted some clips yesterday, I see like a long list of people that are following the page. Make sure you follow me on Facebook, Instagram. I mean, Instagram is just personal stuff, really, but you can follow me on Instagram, Twitter, blah, blah, blah. Becky, thank you so much for the super chat. Moon would love some merch, Mel, that says, amazing. Amazing. That phrase is from JLP, but I took it on. I just love that phrase so much. Thanks for doing what you do. And the person that said the Rottenborn thing in the chat, I would love to find that somewhere to clip that as well, because that was really funny when I was kind of mocking it. I can't mock on the man, but that was hilarious yesterday. Because I feel like JD, and I mentioned this at the end, that I think he was doing that on purpose yesterday. Yes, Mr. Rottenborn. Of course, Mr. Rottenborn. Like he put like an emphasis on it, you know? Mo, thank you for the super chat. First Amendment, right words with friends, irrelevant. Yeah. Well, depends. I mean, unless they're taking us somewhere. I don't know where else they're going to take us. Leslie, thanks so much for the super chat. I can't wait until they start showing Amber Heard's text when she's on. I agree. I'm curious to see. I want to see her testify. A lot of people have been asking me, when is she going to, first of all, they're saying, is she going to get up? And I'm like, yes, she's supposed to. And then they're saying when, and I have no idea. Thank you, Jovalicious. Amber's attorney's name is Elaine Bredhoff. Whatever. Whatever. Somebody said, oh, I don't know. Should I say that? Somebody said she's, I don't know if that's a thing. I was wondering about that. And that's a thing, you know, she's one way for whatever, but when it comes to money, hey, I'll hook up with, you know, because Elon's big, right? Elon's got a lot of money. Franco got a lot of money. JD got a lot of money. So when it comes to money, hey, I'm swinging whatever way you need me to swing. Right? Pam, thank you so much for the super chat. Charlie, Alderson was arrested this morning for murder. Yeah, during the lunch break, we're going to watch a press conference with that weird, crazy situation. I'm supposed to do a live stream on it, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I might just clip it and post it and call it a day, or we'll follow back up on it. Joy, thank you so much for the super chat. Sandra, thank you for the super chat. What's her face? Thank you for the super chat. C. Dow, Redact the Attorney, thank you so much. Terry Oliver, thank you for the super chat. Isn't this the lawyer who said we can't talk about Amber's transgressions before the article in the Post? This lawyer is not ethical. That's true. That's what he said yesterday. Yeah. The article, I think, was from 2018, I think. And he was referencing stuff from 2015. So he's defying his own standards that he set for JD. So now it's acceptable, I guess, right? Brandy Posoa, thank you for becoming a member. Mo, is she claiming she was abused via text message? Bruh, I don't know. Damn, there's a lot of super chats. Thank you so much for the love. I gotta get through these messages. Anne Marie, thank you for waking up with us and sharing your time. There really is no better face to see in the morning. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's been fun. It's been an interesting ride, you know, not knowing what to expect. Now we're in it. There's no backing out. There's no somebody. I was talking to a friend last night. She was like, "Oh, are you just gonna stop at some point?" I was like, "No, we're in this. We're stuck now. We got to write it out." Kayla, thank you for the super chat. Didn't he say he did not take drugs to party? That is true. That is true. He did say that. And I spoke. I forgot who it was. I don't know if it was Terry or somebody told me when they called in that they didn't believe that. Element. Jason Momoa followed Johnny Depp this morning. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Nessie B, so many clips this morning, Mel. I know. I'm going to have to go through it all. I mean, they're clipping it for me, so it won't be so hard. Samantha, thank you for the super chat. Element, thank you for the super chat. Jason Momoa followed Johnny Depp this morning on Twitter. Okay. Mo, thank you for the super chat. I noticed the online version of the op-ed allowed for any comments, and many comments instantly tied the article to Depp. Interesting. And now that article, because I try to go look at it, I think there's a paywall behind it, which is smart. That they're doing that, because now that thing is blowing up. Everybody's probably going back to look at that. So there's a paywall on that thing. I don't know if there's paywalls on all the articles. Maybe that's what they normally do, but that's what I noticed. And so Mo says, no wonder the defense chose to use the newspaper version. Sandra, and I hope maybe JD's team will bring that up. Hopefully. I don't know. Maybe they'll pull up the comments. That'd be a great thing to do. Well, you're saying it's not related. She referred to whatever else, but look at all the comments. What is the perception? I wonder if his team thought about that. Sandra, why aren't we allowed to see pics/exhibits? They're showing us. They've been showing us, I think, for the most part. I think the other day they weren't for some reason. I don't know why, but like yesterday we saw his finger. We learned about that burn on the cigarette butt that was put out on his cheek. We've been seeing some things. Maybe not everything, but we have seen some. Light Side of the Moon. I hope JD's lawyer asks Amber about the poop exhibit and questions her about it when she's on the stand. Also, Jason Momoa is a whole snack. Thank you so much, Miss Tammy. Thank you for the super chat. Desi Marie Vlogs. Mel, please say Mr. Rottenborn. Mr. Rottenborn. It's iCkEdMeL. Everything's iCkEdMeL on Twitter, Facebook. Everything's under iCkEdMeL. Yeah, iCkEdMeL. Oh, the other thing too, I sometimes try to be careful. This whole thing too, when Mo said, is she claiming to be abused via text message? I sometimes try to be careful when talking to people, because some people, I don't know. Let me not say that. Say it, iCkEdMeL. No, let me not. Some people, because I'm just thinking in the instance of Amber Heard, some people want to categorize everything as abuse.
We ready for the jury?
And those people kind of make me nervous, because I feel like one day maybe they'll turn around and say I abused them via text, via voice, via whatever. I don't know if you've ever encountered somebody like that. It's not often, but I remember one person specifically, like everything was just like bullying, verbal, whatever. I was just like, oh no, I don't even want to talk to you. Rottenborn. If it's admitted as published, we can see it. If not, there's a website too that's posting. There's a court website that I think BL sent me that posts it, but I feel like it's 1 day delayed. So like if I go to the website, I've noticed I see everything for yesterday posted on there. I don't know if they're doing it the day of. Cyberbullying. Yeah, some people gotta be careful, man. It's like it's trying to set you up. I don't even want to text those people.
All right. Be seated. Your next question.
Ooh, thank you. Our lunch
Mr.
break
Depp,
video.
contrary to what maybe the jury's heard earlier in this trial, you became aware many times over the course of your life about your sister Christy's concerns about your drug consumption, correct?
Over many times in my life?
Yes.
I think you'd have to ask her that. I'm not aware that she was concerned for the period of my life.
Well, in fact, your sister's had a number of worries about your drug consumption over many, many years since your youth that you've become aware of, correct?
In my youth,
Since your youth, sorry. Since your youth.
Since my youth, my sister has not been necessarily privy to every single, let's say, move that I've made, whether it be where you'd like me to go with the drug dependency or whatever. She has been a concerned sister in every way, that even having to do with relationships that I was in that she was quite worried about.
Right, right. And I wasn't asking about relationships. What I was asking
No, I
is,
know, I was just,
let's do it this way, given
All
your
right.
testimony. Let's turn to day 2 of the UK trial, the transcript that's in front of you, please.
day 2. So where would you like me to?
Page 279. It's on page 28 of the document, please. It's upper right.
Thank you. Page 279, that was.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And on line 11, are you there? Do you have the document up?
Online?
No, I'm sorry. Is it in your hand? Okay, great.
Yes.
On page, or line 11 of page 279, you were asked a question. Question, did your sister express anxiety to you about your drug intake at around this time? Your answer, my sister Christy has over many, many years, since my youth, had a number of worries about my consumption growing up. Yes, she talked to me many times over the course of my life, and yes, with Miss Heard, we did speak about it. I think she and Miss Heard's ability to speak to one another stopped not long after this. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
When you first started seeing Amber, you had you filmed the Rum Diary, but then you went a couple years without being involved, and then you saw each other on the press tour for the movie, right?
That's correct.
And when you first started seeing her after that couple year period of not seeing her, you had just been checked out of a New York hospital where you had been for a couple days to fight alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And you were drinking, you were abusing alcohol toward the end of your relationship with your prior partner, Vanessa Paradis, correct?
I was drinking.
You were drinking pretty heavily.
Were you there?
That's my question to you, sir.
Oh,
No, I wasn't drinking that heavily.
We can, let's turn to the UK
It's
116,
definition,
please.
what you define as heavily, sir.
Let's just look at what you said before. Let's go to page
Certainly.
116 of the UK transcript, please. This would be in day 1.
116.
hey. And were you there? How you know?
Yes, sir. 116 it was, yes.
Yeah, 116 down onto 117. Okay. On 116, line 18, the question is, I think one of the problems in that relationship was your alcohol and drug addiction, misuse, if you prefer that word. Answer, I would definitely say towards the end of my relationship with Miss Paradis, the mother of my children, it was a very painful time to break up with someone that you have been with for 14 years and that you have 2 children with. So it was a very painful time, and I was more than likely trying to numb myself as much as possible. Question: am I right in saying that you agree that you were abusing alcohol and drugs, but you have explained why? Answer: I would say that I was abusing alcohol. I do not know that I was abusing drugs, but I was abusing alcohol for sure. Yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
And there was a time in the early stages of your relationship with Amber when you explained to her that you weren't drinking alcohol at that time because you had a problem with your liver, correct?
Yes, there was. There was concern over the numbers, as they call it, over my about my liver.
And you shared that with Amber, right?
Yes, I did.
And Amber, early on in your relationship, throughout your relationship, she didn't love the fact that you were drinking and using drugs, correct? You've testified to that many times, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what is in Ms. Heard's mind.
I'll sustain this to that form if you want to rephrase.
You understood that Ms. Heard was not happy with you overusing alcohol or overusing drugs, correct?
From the very beginning?
Yeah, she was trying to be supportive of your sobriety, correct?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 182, please.
Are we in day 2 now? Or is this?
No, sorry. This is an exhibit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can set that to the side, sir. Thank you. This is an email from exchange from you, between you and Elton John in 2013, July 2013. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the second email down is an email that you sent to Elton John at 5:05 in the afternoon on July 13th, 2013. You see that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 182 and permission to publish.
As soon as redactions that need to be done. But
Yes, Your Honor, there's some email addresses in here, and I would ask that the portions that are not Mr. Depp's also be redacted as well.
all right.
That's fine.
Okay. So no objection with those redactions. Is that correct? Okay. Let's just get those redactions.
Is it just one page?
All right.
I believe that covers the redactions, Your Honor.
May I just
Sure.
have a moment to read?
Absolutely.
Of course.
No objection with the proper redactions. Thank
All
you.
right. 182 in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is an email that you sent to Elton John, July 13th, 2013. And Michelle, could you scroll down to the third paragraph up from the bottom that starts with the words "on the other side of the coin"? And in that paragraph, you write, "On the other side of the coin, my kids have fallen head over heels in deep love with Amber, my girl. And that pressure off my shoulders is fucking gone. That is, until the French extortionist, parentheses, ex-cunt attempts to brainwash them against her, which I'm sure is imminent. I read that right, didn't I?
You did read that very well.
And when you referred to the French extortionist and called her an ex-cunt, you were referring to Vanessa Paradis, the mother of your children, correct?
Yes, sir. Things got a little
You can take
tight
that down.
at that point between us, as they would.
Can you pull up Exhibit 214, please? Defendant's Exhibit 214. Mr. Depp, portions of this, we've already seen portions of this exhibit. What I'm going to ask you about are the top 3 messages. These are messages to and from your daughter, Lily Rose, I believe, on February 4th, 2014, correct?
We object, Your Honor. These are communications. We object to the admission of any communications from his daughter.
What's the legal objection?
Hearsay.
All right.
First of all, I was just asking if that was what it was, but may we approach?
Okay.
I missed that part. What are they trying to bring in? Let me catch the chat real quick. Rotten born. Yeah, she did a bunch of stuff too. I mean, they both did drugs or whatever, you know? And yeah, if you guys could help out with the likes, that'd be amazing. Thank you. You guys have been doing good. Appreciate all the help. His daughter. I thought it was so dirty yesterday. I forgot what portion where they said that Amber had told, I think, his son, I think Jack it was, that your stepfather would be like a better father than your father, or I think she said that to Johnny. I was like, damn, that's dirty as hell to bring in the kids. Text with the daughter. Okay, thank you guys. Daughter's emails.
Mr. Depp, you understood that the last few years before Amber, that your relationship with your kids was such that there was a perception by them that you weren't around for them, and that all changed when Amber came into your life, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Just asking what he's aware of.
I'll allow it.
May I have the question one more time, please?
You're aware that, sure. You're aware that the last few years before you started dating Amber, that there was a perception by your kids that you weren't around, and that all changed when Amber came into your life.
This is not exactly the truth, what you're trying to put forth.
No, I'm just asking if you were aware of my question, that there was a perception that you weren't around for the last couple years before Amber, and that changed when Amber came into your life. That's all I'm asking.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
There were extenuating
I'm not
circumstances.
sure if he's the answer to it, but for that objection, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you. You're also aware that there was a perception, you were made aware, that Lily Rose believed that Amber was a good influence on you and changed you for the better, correct?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for what his understanding is.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Okay. All right.
Very brief
You don't have
period.
to, you don't have to answer that question. I sustain the objection.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. Next question.
You're aware of the lengths that Ms. Heard went to care for you when you were impaired on drugs or alcohol, correct?
You'd have to be specific, more
Okay.
specific, please.
Let's be specific. Sorry. Can you please pull up Exhibit 839? Your Honor, this is a recording. And we plan to play 6 minutes and 55 seconds through 7 minutes and 29 seconds.
Is this a recording we already have? No, this
I
is a
don't-
new recording.
I don't believe so, but I'm not 100% sure if this has been
8:39.
the defendant's 8:39.
Is there any objection to that audio recording?
I don't believe, assuming this is an audio recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, then we have no objection.
All right.
is.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so
Okay.
no objection to it being entered in evidence, correct?
That's
And
correct.
it's full content, but we're just playing a portion of it, is that
That's
correct?
exactly
Okay.
right.
All right,
Yep.
8:39 in evidence then. Okay, thank you.
And permission to play the clip mentioned to the jury?
Okay, I assume there's no objection since it's in. That's fine, go ahead.
By pounding on the door and waking up every 15 minutes and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you're
As if
afraid I was going to die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But I
likely.
vomit a lot.
Yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot. In your sleep, even more.
Really?
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be used.
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1094?
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
It would be interesting to hear the whole clip. I mean, that does sound bad. You know, I don't know, but it's like 6 minutes long. And I wonder, has this been released before? I guess as far as vomiting, I guess vomiting in his sleep or something. I guess they're trying to say that she was good for him. She could have, yeah, you don't know because you're in your sleep, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this picture as being a picture of you?
Yes, Miss Heard kindly showed it to me the day after she took it, yes.
Okay. This picture, no. I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1094 and ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Oh, fuck. Bro.
This is a picture of you on a black leather couch, passed out, correct?
Passed out's an interesting way of putting it. Maybe asleep.
Where is it? What residence?
That's in Boston.
I'm sorry?
That was in Boston when I was doing Black Mass.
In Boston. And that's ice cream on your lap, correct?
It is indeed. Miss Heard asked me to hold the ice cream as she noticed that I was on the nod. That means falling asleep from the 17-hour day that I'd worked and also the opiates that I'd ingested. And if you'll notice, my right hand is in my pocket. So I wasn't participating in the Festival of Ice Cream.
Okay.
I was holding her ice cream, and because she knew what was going to happen, that I would fall asleep and it would drop. And that was a wonderful picture to take for her.
Sure.
I don't know why she took it. But
Well, so it's Miss Heard's fault that picture was taken. Is that what you're saying?
she snapped it.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this because you say you were in Boston. This is when you were filming Black Mass.
Yes, sir.
And you testify that was kind of the last film that you did when you were taking opiates, right?
Yes, it was right before the the trip to the island.
And you testified yesterday that opiates, you don't take opiates to get high, right? You've testified to that on a couple different occasions, correct?
You certainly can take opiates to get high. If I doubled the dose, then I would most assuredly be ready for sleep. That's not a blackout. That's
sure. So if you double the dose, you'd be ready for sleep, but it wouldn't get you high in the way that other drugs would, correct?
Well, the high is it's a extreme downer. That's its job.
Right, and for that reason, I believe you testified yesterday or 2 days ago. It's not like you take those pills to get high. You remember giving that testimony, correct?
I said that it's not like I took the pills to get high. I took the pills to be normal, to stay normal, so that I wouldn't get sick.
Let's pull up 866, please.
What number did you say? I'm sorry.
Defendant's Exhibit 866.
Thank you.
But I also believe that I said that I asked Nurse, or I told Nurse Debbie that I had told her that I needed more than I actually took, because I always wanted to have 1 or 2 in my pocket just in case the kick started.
If you could take a look at the text at the top of that page.
Yes, sir.
It's a text exchange between you and Erin Borum. Erin Borum, you testified as one of Dr. Kipper's nurses, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is a text exchange that you had with her in August and September 2016, correct?
Sorry, I'm looking for the, oh, yes. Which one are we looking at here?
The top 3. And in the first, she tells you that she's watching Black Mass for the third time, right?
So August 30th, yes.
Yep. And, Your Honor, I'd move for, I'd like to admit this Exhibit 866 and permission to publish, please. And particularly, I'm talking about the top 3 texts.
The top. So redacting the other text, just the top 3 texts and the identifying information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have no objection, but we would ask that the 4th text message be included as well as
So the top
context.
4 text
Sure.
messages.
And obviously the phone number is redacted as well.
Of course.
Let's get that up and see what that looks like.
So I saw somebody in the chat say that was already out, that picture. This was my first time seeing it, but damn, so she, what did they say what year that was from? Might have to pull up the trial notes. At first I thought it was vomit, but I guess it was ice cream. It's online already. Okay. Right, that's true, Tina.
All right. That's
No
fine?
objection. Yeah.
Okay. 866 in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you blow up that third text? It starts with "you are the sweetest," please. And in this text to Ms. Borum, after she's telling you that she's watching Black Mass for the 3rd time in a row, you write, "I was high as a motherfucker when I made that film. Ha ha ha." You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did read that right.
Okay. Now, you can take that down. You've trashed hotel rooms before simply because you've had a bad couple days and an unpleasant time, correct?
I have assaulted a couch or 2, yes, sir.
You'd agree that at times in your life you've expressed yourself through destructive behavior?
Yes.
And you'd agree that at times when you were angry, you smashed things up, right?
More in my confused sort of youth, yes.
And you said in an interview one time, you said the following quote, "You know, you have bad days and, you know, some guys go play golf, some guys, you know, smash hotel rooms." You've said that before, right?
It was
It's just a yes or no question. You've said that before, right? In an
I've
interview.
said it as a joke,
And
yes.
you believe that if something feels stronger than you, that it's a human reflex to smash something or throw something against a wall or punch a door, correct?
I don't believe that I'm the only human being that's ever punched a door or broken something in an internal bout with myself. No,
You-
I
you
don't
believe that
I'm
that's-
unique in that way, sir.
You believe that that's something that happens when you get frustrated, right? And that it's a mini explosion that comes and goes quickly. You agree with that, right?
When I was younger, it was a little bit more accessible, if you will.
Right. Let's pull up Exhibit 143, please. Can you scroll down? This is an email exchange between you and Stephen Deuters, your personal assistant, in April of 2019. You see that?
Yes?
And it's 2 pages, I believe. So let's go to the second page, please. Or the bottom of right there. And you see that on April 19th, 2012, you wrote him, "I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here." Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd like to move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 143 and permission to publish, please.
As long as the email addresses are redacted, we have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, just redacting the email addresses, but the full content comes in, is that correct?
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
I'll just make sure I got this straight. Okay. Redact the identifiers.
Sandy said this was from 2014, August. I did slow the chat. It should be. I'll double check and see how's it going.
All right. You agree with
Let's
that?
let's make sure that is that the only email address?
Shouldn't they have done all these redactions already?
All right.
Okay.
Wait, could you go down to the second page again for a second?
Go down to the second page, please.
To the signature line. Okay. All right.
Can we just see the top again?
Let's go to the top.
If you guys could hit like, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support, man. Appreciate you guys hanging out.
The top of the first page. Thanks.
Okay.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
is it-
No objection? Okay.
Do you mind if I read this, or are you going to
Right.
read this to me?
We're gonna take a look at it.
All right, 143 in evidence, you can,
Okay.
August 2014, Sandy said.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Can you scroll down, Michelle? So you write to Mr. Deuters, "I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here." And then if you scroll up, he writes simply, "Watch out for Mike Tyson. Have you num-nummed?" Correct. And then you write, "Don't want nummies. Thank you. Is it okay to put on a condom after the fact? I mean, if I just wear it for the rest of the day, like, that works, doesn't it? I've had to kill a few of the animals for sustenance. I've made quite a mess. There's blood and animal tracks everywhere." I read that right?
You did.
Okay. And you are currently in a lawsuit for assaulting a crew member on the set of one of your movies in July 2018, correct?
Yes, someone
Yeah.
brought a case against me.
Right. A man by the name of Greg Rocky Brooks is suing you for allegedly
Objection,
punching
Your
him
Honor.
twice in the
Relevance
rib.
and
All right,
403 and 404.
So yeah, I forgot the name of that person. There's somebody that's claiming that he did hit him or assaulted him. It was a guy. Well, he had the article pulled up previously. I don't remember now. Yeah, the slow chat thing is kind of like a balance I try to find. Let me see what the chat rate is at, because I don't want people to be able to not to chat, but some people will, I know, enjoy reading the chat and stuff like that. After a certain amount, though, you can't really control it. But yeah, so we saw Tyson. Well, I mean, I didn't play the video. I don't want to get it claimed. So it was on TMZ. He attacked somebody on the plane. Yeah, I can pull up that article in the meantime. They're coming back.
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the particulars of that lawsuit, but other than this, the two bodyguards who were with you on the set of the movie on the day that's the subject of that lawsuit were Sean Bett and Jerry Judge, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, cool.
Your Honor, can we please take the exhibit?
Sure, yeah, we
that's
can take that
available
down. Thank you. I'd like to shift gears and talk about Hicksville. You remember taking a trip to a place called the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May 2013, correct?
I do indeed. How could I forget?
And the people, it's like a little mini trailer resort out near Palm Springs, Joshua Tree area.
That's correct.
All right. And the people that were there with you on that trip were Amber, her sister Whitney, right? A woman by the name of Christy Sexton, right?
Oh, yes, okay.
Rocky Pennington,
Yes.
right? Someone named Kelly Sue Milano or Kelly Sue Eater.
You got me.
You just remember Kelly Sue, right?
I don't remember a Kelly Sue.
Okay. Well, in fact, Kelly Sue, you recall, was sitting close to Amber, and you thought she was being affectionate toward her. You'd agree with that, right?
Sitting close is not the description I would give it myself.
Well, you just testified you didn't remember someone named Kelly Sue, but I'm putting it to you.
Well, I
you remember
remember
someone named Kelly Sue who was sitting close to Amber and being affectionate, and you took exception to that, didn't you?
I wasn't aware that her name was Kelly Sue. Terribly sorry about that. I didn't know her name, but it was someone I'd never seen before who had clearly taken some happy something and was very affectionate with my girlfriend.
And so you removed Kelly Sue's hand from Amber, and you yelled at Kelly Sue and told her that Amber was your girl, right?
That's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir. Not in the way that you're saying it.
Jazz pulled up the article about that supposed assault situation. So during the break, we'll read up a little bit about it to find out what we can find out about
I
it.
certainly did remove her hand from Amber, if that's the answer to your question. But I think it's not.
Is there a Kelly Sue in the chat? Somebody says a Kelly Sue in the
Depp,
chat.
It's not a matter of how I said it, it's a matter of how you've said it. So let's take a look at page 239 of the UK transcript, please. This will be day 2.
$229?
239.
239.
Page 18.
Sorry.
That's all right. A lot of papers.
239, yes.
It's going to be 239 and 240.
Okay.
That's not Kelly Sue.
Thank
Kelly
you.
Sue's saying that's not her. All right.
And you see on page 239, line 22, you're being asked a question about the incident we've just been discussing. And you're asked a question. And how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation?
Where are you reading from, sir? I'm sorry.
Page 239, line 22.
22, okay.
Yep. You got it?
Yes, I do.
All right. Question, and how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation? Answer, I removed Miss Kelly Sue's hand from Miss Heard's body, and I told her, do not do that. That, first of all, that is my girl. Second of all, it is rude and invasive. She was quite glassy-eyed, and she seemed pretty unsure of her surroundings. She seemed very unstable on her feet, And I remember saying to her, if you were going to take this drug, MDMA, you should know if you were able to handle it or not, correct? Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And after this incident, you went back into the trailer that you and Miss Heard were sharing, and you had a big argument, right?
Yes, there was an argument.
And the argument started about Kelly Sue, correct?
I don't
Amber was
recall.
unhappy with your reaction to her and what happened, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection if you could rephrase.
You had an argument with Miss Heard, and you understood her to be upset with the way that you had handled that situation with Kelly Sue, correct?
I mean, I recall that that was a part of the argument, but as I had told Miss Heard, I was sorry if this, I mean, I was protecting Miss Heard's honor, and I was protecting my girl from someone who was clearly unable to deal with the substances that she'd taken.
Right.
She was a little forward.
And I know that there will be differing accounts of what happened in that trailer over the course of this trial, but you would agree with me, Mr. Depp, that at a minimum, you smashed up a bathroom sconce during that argument, correct?
Yes, sir. I punched a bathroom sconce that was right by the mirror.
And apologies if we've already covered this, but this trip was in late May 2013?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you could pull up Exhibit 181. Michelle, this has already been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
181? No, I don't have 181 in evidence.
Did we not? Oh, you know what? I forgot that this morning. I'm sorry. So 181. Yep, that's right. Yep, we haven't looked at this one yet this morning. Mr. Depp, I'm going to ask you about the third text down. This is a text exchange from you, a text message from you to Paul Bettany on July 11th, 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then above that, there's a text message exchange between you and your sister, Christy, on July 10th, 2013. Correct?
The text above it, yes.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 181 of just those three texts.
No objection, Your Honor, with the proper redactions.
All right, we could get those redactions done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Could you please clarify which text messages are going to be offered?
The top three.
Top three.
Thank you. Yes.
There we go.
All right, any objection then to those redactions? All right.
No objection.
Okay, 181 in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I'd like to take a look at the text that you sent to Paul Bettany on July 11th. If you could blow that up, please, Michelle. And we just talked about this trip to Hicksville. If you just, yeah, there we go. If you go to the second paragraph or the kind of the fourth line down, you write to Mr. Bettany, missing you and yours, and await our dangle on the island. You may have to drink for me. I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on a recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad, oh, how I love it. Did I read that right?
You did.
If you go up, please, this is a text message from exchange between you and Christy, in which Christy texts you, she wants to talk to me, she doesn't know what to do, loves you, but doesn't know always what to do. She's worried about it all. And you write to her, it was not pleasant today. I wasn't aware she had another goddamn photo shoot tomorrow. That's really why she fucking left. I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. That's what you wrote to your sister about Amber on July 10th, 2013. Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to, you can take that down, Michelle. I'd like to turn to the Boston plane flight that we've talked about a little bit in the trial.
Yes.
The night before the flight, and sorry if we covered some of this, but just to orient the jury to the sequence of events, the night before the flight, Miss Heard was in New York, and you were picked up in Boston by private jet. So the jet that you chartered picked Miss Heard up along with Savannah McMillan, and then flew to Boston and picked you up along with some other people. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then all of you flew back to Los Angeles.
That's correct.
And the night before that you were due to meet up to take this plane flight, you and Miss Heard had a heated discussion on the phone about scenes that she was doing in a movie with James Franco, right?
I don't recall what the argument was about. There are many to...
Let's go to page 293 of your UK transcript, please.
Yes.
Did I say 293?
Yes.
Okay. And on line 22, you were asked a question, the night before you were due to meet up, did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
In fact, I'm not sure where you are.
Okay. Day
Sorry.
2, page 293. It's on page 32 of the document.
Line 22, I think, is the issue.
Page 32, line 22. Thank you, Your Honor.
Line 22.
Line
Okay.
22 on page 32.
Yes.
Too many numbers. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so
right, thank you.
question, the night before you were due to meet up, did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you suspected that Amber was having an affair with James Franco, correct? That was the reason for your argument.
Yeah, yes.
And when you got on the plane, you considered that she was also being judgmental toward you because she believed that you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs, correct?
That was a constant.
And I'm talking about this particular plane flight.
Well,
You consider that she was being judgmental toward you because she believed you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs when you got on this plane, correct?
Yes,
And at some point on the flight, you ended up sleeping on the bathroom floor, right?
I did.
You testified to that yesterday, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And when you landed, you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles, correct?
I don't recall being quite ill. It's possible. I don't know what you're referring to.
Let's
Maybe
take
you
a
could
look
take me
at
there.
page. Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at page 313 of your UK transcript, please.
3:30.
It's on page 37 of the document.
May we approach Your Honor?
3:30.
All right,
I'm
let's
sorry.
approach for a second.
Franco, how is the UK allowed here? I think we should give Terry a call on the lunch break and ask. I mean, I thought they could do that. Did she say they couldn't? Some people are saying. No, this is just my little, this is the light work. This is my little caffeine light work drink. I had pre-workout this morning. Franco. Oh, let me take a look at this real quick while we're on a little break here.
Can you please pull up defendant's exhibit?
There we go. Boom. Just a little clip for me to post on Facebook.
It's a extreme downer. That's its job.
Right, and for that reason, I believe you testified yesterday or 2 days ago. It's not like you take those pills to get high. You remember giving that testimony, correct?
I said that it's not like I took the pills to get high. I took the pills to be normal, to stay normal, so that I
let's pull
wouldn't
up
get sick.
866, please. Mr. Depp, do you have page 313 in front of you?
I do, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Can you just
Thank you,
read?
guys.
You can read to
Take a
yourself
second to clip that.
the page 313, line 14, that starts with the word "were." Okay. And then read that question and answer.
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles?
Yes, but it doesn't refer to me being ill on the plane.
Sure. Okay. We'll get to the plane ride in a few minutes.
Oh, I thought we just did.
Let's turn to Exhibit 236, please. Defendant's exhibit.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I've got a mess going on over here.
Yeah.
As far as
on
I
the
knew,
screen.
they could use previous trials and information
I
and all
don't
that
have
stuff.
this. So, excuse me.
These
I
are
don't
text
know.
messages that you sent to Amber on May 25th, 2014, the day after that plane flight, correct?
Okay. Yes, okay, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 236 and ask for permission to publish with the identifiers redacted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, if you could just redact those identifiers. All right, 236 in evidence with the redactions. You can
And
publish.
thank you.
Okay.
Blow up the top email, please. And in this email to Amber, the day after this plane flight, you write her and you say, once again, I find my place, start over. Once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. And I know you can't either. I must get better, and I will. For us both, starting today, I love you. Again, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Yours. Did I read that right?
You did.
And let's pull up Exhibit 245 one more time, which has been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
Correct. With the ID, which is identification.
And Mr. Depp, I know that we've seen this before this morning, but your email that I just read to you to Ms. Hurd, or your text, was from May 25th, 2014. 5 days later, you text your good friend Paul Bettany, and you tell him that you had drank all night before you picked up Amber to fly to LA. You tell him that you had had no food for days, powders, which is cocaine, right? Powders is cocaine, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of Champers on plane, and then you write, what do you get? An angry, aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, the 2 bottles, you can leave that up. The 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about, when you wrote 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about the plane ride from Boston to LA, correct?
Yes, it comes just after 1,000 cans of Red Bull.
And at least parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout, right?
There's
no reason you'd tell Paul Bettany that you were in a blackout if it wasn't true, correct?
There are again, when I write something, when I write a text, especially if I'm in a particularly impassioned place, it's a canvas, it's a painting.
Right.
You choose your
appreciate
colors.
that. That wasn't my question, sir. My question was very simple.
Okay.
Would you agree that at least on parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout?
No, I wouldn't agree that I was in a blackout.
Okay,
I would
let's
say
look
that
at page
there's a difference between
333
a
of
blackout and when you're on opiates.
Let's look at page 333 of your transcript, please.
333.
This is day 2. This is from the UK trial.
Yes, we seem to be there a lot. 333.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Okay.
Also, they pull up text messages of iCkEdMeL of the flight thing. iCkEdMeL, who's the chick in the front row? I don't know. In the front row on Turd's side with the laptop open. She's sitting in front of sitting where Fartlow was. I have no idea. I'm gonna try to take a look and see maybe somebody
Do you
else
see
in the
that
chat will
page,
know.
Mr. Depp?
333, yes, I do.
Okay. And you see on line 8, you were asked a question, but parts of that flight are blacked out. Answer, apparently, but yes, apparently that is what I am saying to Mr. Bettany. Question, yes. Is there any reason why you would say that to Mr. Bettany if it were not true? Answer, probably not. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you would agree that on that flight you were very drunk and that you had taken drugs either before or during the flight, correct?
I know that I knew that I was going to have a very ugly, I was going to end up with a very ugly situation with Amber, so
Mr.
I
Depp,
doubled up
with respect,
the...
trying to respect the court's time and the jury's time, that was not my question. My question was
I
simply,
understand. When you
would
take
agree,
5 minutes to look for a document.
you would agree that on that flight, you were very drunk and you had taken drugs either before or during or both.
Objection compound.
All right, sustained.
You would agree that you were very drunk on that flight, correct?
I do not agree that I was very drunk on that flight.
And you would agree that you had taken drugs either before or during that flight, correct?
I had taken a double dose of the roxicodone, which is different than a blackout.
But you don't agree that you were very drunk?
I don't recall drinking a whole... You don't need to drink a whole lot when you're on those things. You don't have time.
You just testified you weren't drunk on the flight, okay?
I don't recall being drunk, no.
All right, let's look at page 335 of your UK testimony.
Okay, Mr. Rottenborn. Where would you like to start?
Line 11, please. You were asked a question. I want to make sure it is quite clear what you are saying about the Boston plane incident. You were very drunk. You had taken drugs either before or during or both. Do you agree with that? Answer, sure. For the purposes of getting through this, let's say yes. Everything you have said, I agree. Did I read that right?
You did. I was caving in from...
My question was simply, did I read that correctly, Mr. Depp?
I understand.
Now, can we pull up Exhibit 243, please? Actually, no. You know what? Let's go to Exhibit 221.
Okay, Mr. Rottenborn.
Your Honor,
I know, right?
this is a recording, and I'd be happy to read. We're going to play three excerpts from it.
Okay, and there's no objections to the entire audio recording coming in, is that correct?
Mr. Rottenborn.
May we approach? I would just like to know what it is first.
Sound like an evil character. Rottenborn. There's so many clips for this. I'm probably gonna have to go back and listen later. I have people clipping some of them for me, but I might have to go back later today. I don't know, and clip some of this stuff. By the way, the pressure for the NYPD thing is only like 10 minutes, so it's gonna be pretty short. Maybe we'll do calls or something during lunch. I don't know. Gotta figure something out. I'll go through some of the articles. I have a couple of articles pulled up. Egypt Mania, I did get your email. Thank you. And you sent me a couple of links, which I appreciate. I started pulling them up. I think I lost it now. And somebody sent me an Rottenborn's website, his history, which is really long. Seems like it's really long. Well, actually, it's not that long. He just has a bunch of stuff listed here. Ben Rottenborn practices at the Litigation, Government Investigations, and White-Collar Criminal Defense and Emerging Growth Practice Groups at Wood Rogers. His education is Stanford University, JD, University of Virginia, BA. His extensive experience representing clients in complex civil litigation matters involving issues with fiduciary duty, general commercial law, private equity and venture capital, securities, intellectual property, and products liability.
Your Honor, we would offer the full Exhibit 221 into evidence with the following 3 excerpts to be played. The first is the start of the audio through 1 minute, just the first full minute, and then 2:50 through 3:20, 2 minutes and 50 seconds through 3:20, and then 9:30 through 10 minutes.
Maybe the merch
Please.
can be with JD
221 in its entirety
saying,
in evidence,
okay,
but
Mr. Rottenborn.
You play those excerpts, got it.
Rottenborn. You should keep doing it too. Try to get to the
That's your voice making those moaning sounds sound like an animal in pain, right, Mr. Depp?
That's exactly what I said before. Yes, that is sounds like a pained animal, and
Let's
it
go to
is my voice.
250, please. Then let's go to play 9:30, please. Mr. Depp, do you know who the male voice is who at around 9:41 says, "No, I'm going to stay with this fucking idiot in case he gets sick"? Do you know whose voice that was?
I didn't hear those words,
Okay.
but
All right.
yes, that's Jerry Judge, if you wanted me to answer that.
That was Jerry Judge's voice. Okay. So you finish this flight. You send the text that we've seen to Amber. You send the text to Paul Bettany. And at some point after this, you decide that you want to go to detox. And you went to detox. You testified a little bit about it yesterday in August of 2014 in the Bahamas, correct?
The recording of the pain noises is not from that flight, sir.
Not my question. My question is, you went to detox in August 2014, right?
Don't recall exactly.
And you were there on the island with...
Oh, on the island, yes,
Yeah,
of course.
you were there on the island with Amber and Debbie Lloyd and Dr. Kipper, correct?
That's correct, yes.
You and Amber were on one side of the island, right?
Yes.
And Amber was effectively dedicating herself to your well-being during this detox process, correct?
You could describe it as that, as at the beginning, yes, certainly.
She was trying to help you get through it, right?
One would think.
And as far as you know, she's never been in any sort of detox in her life, right? Certainly not when you were together, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And we all heard your testimony yesterday. Detox, it sounds painful. It sounds tough. Fair?
Yes, that's...
And you testified yesterday about her not giving you medications at a certain time, but you, sir, have no personal knowledge of whether or when Amber had been in touch with Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd about when to give you medicine, correct?
I
You have no
remember-
personal knowledge of that.
Yes, I do. I remember Amber calling them on the radio, and when I was complaining that I needed the meds when I was in agony and went to the shower, she called them up because she had said that I was in a manic state or it was in some mania, and they came up there.
Okay. And sometime after detox, fair, and you said that they came up there, but my point to you is you have no personal knowledge of what Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd communicated to Amber about whether and when to give you medicines. You weren't part of those communications, correct?
Sure I was. I was there during those discussions.
Right,
there were times sort of written down, but the golden rule essentially is if the patient is in an uncomfortable or potentially dangerous state, which would lead to seizures, medication should be distributed. That's what I remember, even though if it was supposed to be delivered at 4 p.m. and it was 3:15 or 3:30,
According to you, that's what you recall the golden rule was, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, that's what doctors and patients
And
do.
sometime after detox, you texted Amber and you said, "Thank you so much for getting me fucking clean, baby." Right? Remember that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you, actually, let's pull up. You didn't just express your thanks to Amber. You expressed it to other people as well, what Amber had done for you, correct? Let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 120, page 41, please. This is Plaintiff's Exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is this a screen thing, or am I searching for something?
This is a screen thing.
Okay, thank you.
Screen thing that we have to rotate. And the only question I have for you is the question on the top of the page.
Yes.
Sent on August 19th, 2014, from you to Paige. Now, Paige is Amber's mom, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of just this page of this exhibit with just that text and the identifiers redacted.
Which page of this exhibit is it?
I'm sorry?
Which page of the exhibit is
It's
it?
at page 41,
Page 41. So
or it's listed as Exhibit 120_0041.
Okay. 120. Let's make it A, page 41. Do it that way.
That sounds good, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Page 41. And do we want it redacted or?
So just to be clear, if it's just the top
Just the top
text
text.
message
Yeah.
and the identifiers are removed, we have no objection.
Okay, so if we
Yep.
redact that way?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just that page, yes.
And just
Yeah, sure.
page 41. Okay, all right, so 120A in evidence as redacted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is in this text that you send to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, on August 19th, 2014, you say the following, and I understand that you gave certain testimony yesterday about what you perceive Ms. Heard's role in your detox to be, but But on this date, you sent this text to Miss Heard, to Paige Heard, and you say, "I couldn't have made it without her. I would have gone for a swim and swallowed a big drink of ocean without her, to be honest. It was a hell of my own doing, and your little girl walked through with me step by step. I know you're already proud of her, but if you'd have seen her in action, amazing. It was an exercise of monumental patience and instinct. I wouldn't be alive, sweetheart. There were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. It was Amber and Amber only that got me through this, and it was not easy. Thank you for her first. And thank you and that sweet fucker David for all of your words of support. I'm through the other side now, I think. I hope. All this boy's love, your son Outlaw." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
You can take that down. Thank you.
I mean, it's not good. You know, I mean,
Now, you flew, you got married to Amber on early February 3rd, 2015?
Apparently,
Is that right?
yes.
Okay.
yeah.
You remember the year today? 2015, right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And a week after your wedding, you left for Australia to start the process of shooting the 5th Pirates of the Caribbean movie, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
And Amber was filming in London at the time. She left directly from the wedding to fly to London to film London Fields with Billy Bob Thornton, right?
That's correct.
And the plan was that she was going to fly out from London to Australia directly to join you for the filming of Pirates 5, right?
At some point, yes.
And she was going to stay in that house with you for the duration of the filming, correct?
I don't know that it was the duration, but sure.
Okay. And you testified on Tuesday, I guess, that when you went there in February of 2015, you'd been off of alcohol for 18 months. You testified to that. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
That's just nonsense, right? We've already looked at
Thank you.
May 2014, you were drunk on that plane, and you've admitted to that. So that's not 18 months before. So that testimony that you gave when you said you had been sober for 18 months before you arrived in February of
Objection, Your
2015 was not true, correct?
What's the objection?
May we approach?
Your Honor,
What's
I mean-
the objection?
He's
They're trying to bring the
testifying,
heat.
Your Honor.
It's a compound. Could you just do maybe one question? Let's do that.
Mr. Depp, you had not been sober off of alcohol for 18 months before you went to Australia in February 2015, correct?
It's possible that it was not 18 months, maybe it was 17, maybe it was 16, maybe.
It was actually a lot less than that, because at a minimum, you were drunk on that plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014.
That's incorrect, sir. I said that I had had a glass of champagne and I had taken a double dose of the narcotics, of the opiates. That's a very different thing from being drunk.
Okay, and a very different thing from what you texted Paul Bettany, correct?
Again.
Okay, so the Boston flight was in May 2014. You go to Australia in February of 2015, having testified that you were off of alcohol for 18 months. Now, when you went to Australia in February of 2015, you also lied to the cast insurance company that was insuring you for Pirates 5, didn't you?
After she cut my finger off?
No, well, that's your account of it, sir. Before you went to Australia, let's do it this way. Let's pull up Exhibit 500, please.
500?
500, Defense Exhibit 500.
Are they trying to rail?
Yes, sir.
Let's see what they're
who I
doing.
lied to.
What you say?
Mr. Depp, you see this as it's called a cast insurance medical certificate, correct?
Yes, I see that, yes.
Okay. And it's dated, this is in, I believe it's in not the way we do dates in the U.S., because you can see on the lower left column, examinee's start date of filming 16/2/2015. So that means February 16th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Your
And
Honor,
the date of the exam.
before we go any further, we'd ask to be able to see this entire document.
I'm just asking about the top of it. I'm happy if we want. There's specific parts I'm going to ask him about, but if they want to scroll through it, that's fine.
It's unclear whether Mr. Depp has ever even seen this, so we just appreciate the courtesy of being able to see the entire document.
That's fine, Your Honor.
I mean, he looks a little
I'm going
pressed.
to direct him to certain parts of it, but that's fine if they want to. I'm just trying to move things along here.
I understand.
So what we're doing? Oh, they're gonna look at it. Okay. Oh, look, and he's doing his pacing thing too. I think he's a little hot, man. He's trying to. Rottenborn. What's wrong, Rottenborn?
I'm sorry?
I have a hard copy if you'd like to look at that.
They'd like to see page 3. Oh.
If I may approach, Your Honor, that would be.
Rottenborn.
It's
What, I'm confused. What?
they just scrolled to the last page, so we can just view it here. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. I appreciate that.
Go, Mr. Rottenborn. Your question?
Yes, I do. Mr. Depp, this is your signature on the page of the document being displayed here, correct?
That is.
And it's dated February 11th, 2015?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the understanding that if the exhibit for the court will have to redact signatures, I'd move for admission of this document and permission to publish.
Any objection?
Almost lunchtime, yeah.
Your Honor, may have some medical information, so at this time, we'd like an opportunity to ensure. This is an insurance form with medical information. I just want to make sure we're not publishing anything that shouldn't be.
Your Honor's made clear that anything that comes into evidence in this case will be published to the jury, whether it's confidential or not.
Well, there may be irrelevant medical information that Your Honor has already ruled is not admissible.
Approach. Please come here.
Did you hear his gas too? He was like, yo, he's trying to do something, but it's like he's not getting through. He wants to hammer him, and then they're saying, what do they call it? They call it compounding, I think, where it's like, I think it's, we'll ask Terry. We're going to call Terry if she's available. I think I took 2 questions down. I think. Apparently I only noted 1. But, yeah, compounding, I think, is when like they're asking multiple things at once, and so they're trying to like, well, you need to just ask one question. It's like back to back, and it's like, which one are we going to answer if you're going to be asking me all these things at once? Let's see. He's kind of pressed. Maybe he feels it's been ineffective so far. I mean, I think the email kind of, or was it an email or text message or to the parents? I think that was a little like, damn, like, you know, somebody in the chat said he was like on E or something at that time. Gotta be really careful with these people, man. But apparently this lady's been plotting the entire time they were together. That's what it seems like to me too. And from the very beginning, recording everything. The medical stuff, yeah. Juries do not like rude lawyers, and third girl had 2 of them. He's kind of pressed, man. A little frustrated. What happened? Yeah. Brenda says she planned this from the start. Somebody said, well, folks said they don't care about whether the lawyers are nice or not. The jurors don't.
Okay. And then can you scroll down, Michelle? Scroll down again. Okay. Your Honor, these redactions were on here before we, I'm told before we got the document, so no issue there. And then we would propose to just redact the, if you go up one page, I don't, that's the proposed redaction. And if you want us to redact the first two, the first three lines, M, N, and 2, that's fine too. Why don't you go ahead and redact those, Michelle?
Might as well just go to lunch and you guys figure it out.
That's fine with those redactions.
I'm just trying to move this along as quickly as we can, Your Honor.
All right.
All right.
500 then in evidence with the redactions, when you have agreed redactions. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we looked at your signature, Mr. Depp. If scroll down, please, Michelle. 2 more pages. There's your signature, and then this is it's an insurance form for your that the studio Disney took out for your for you filming Pirates 5, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. And you see the role here. It's listed as Captain Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp, coverage status, full coverage, effective date, February 11th, 2015, right?
I see that.
And you're aware it's not uncommon for studios to want to insure actors that are playing in a movie in case something happens, right?
It's happened for 30 plus years for me.
Correct. So if you can scroll up, please. And in order to do that, you have to provide certain information to see if you're insurable, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this document, which you signed, dated, I believe, February 11th, you were asked the question, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? Michelle, let's unredact the, well, there's section B is illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. And you check the box to the right. Michelle, is there a way to unredact the headers in that column so we can see which one is yes and which one is no?
Damn. So don't fill out any of this stuff honestly, you guys, all right? What's up, Aaron? How you doing, man? Aaron says it said March 11, 2015, not February. Let's take a look when they pull it back up. They pull it up everything. Damn.
Thank you. So, Mr. Depp, when you were asked the question in this CAST insurance form, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? You say yes, that you've used some prescription drugs. And when in the question that says illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not, you check no. Correct?
Yes, sir.
At around this time when you can take that down. Thank you. At around this time when you flew to Australia in February of 2015, you were starting to feel depressed about your role in Pirates and your acting legacy generally, correct? Well, let's do it this way. Let's put up Exhibit 350, please.
Well, we go ahead and take our lunch break.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
Time, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Let's go to 2:10, okay? So don't talk to anybody, don't discuss the case, and don't do any outside research, and we'll see you back at 2:10, okay? All right, so we'll take a recess till 2:10.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 2:10?
I'm glad they're not doing 2 hours anymore. She gave just a little extra time this time. 10 minutes, an hour and 10, yeah. So they're trying to say that he lied, I guess. They're trying to say that he wasn't sober for 18 months and that... Oh. Squid Games. He wasn't sober for 18 months. Oh, thank you, Facebook, for approving that. And that he lied to insurance, I guess? Okay. Well, let's do this. There's a couple of videos I think that I could play. Oh, they ended the stream. Okay. Let me get this off. Let me get a different feed for now. Okay. We'll have a little outside view in the meantime. Oh, you know, we got to call Terry too. Let me see if I can call Terry. Let's do that first. Call Terry. Voice. Get Terry a call. Maybe you guys can ask some questions for Terry if you have any. Get some of Terry's thoughts if she's available. All right. The lawyer.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message.
Voicemail. We'll try again in a second. Terry. That's kind of crazy though. I was struggling with my hair. I think sometimes when I call from Google Voice, it's kind of funky. Let me try again.
Your call has been forwarded to an...
Phone's off. All right. Let me start off with this video clip. We could do calls too, though, if anybody wants to call. We should probably take some calls, maybe too. I'm gonna play some clips. I'm gonna open up the line. Thank you. Say your hair looks great. Thanks. Sometimes it bothers me. I'm flipping that thing back and forth. Yeah, let me open up the lines and I'm gonna play some videos in the meantime. That's what we're gonna do. And that NYPD press conference was like 10 minutes. So we can listen to it whenever, like towards the end, or I don't know, whenever. It's 10 minutes long. We'll see what they have to say about that. Okay, let me call in here.
Thank you for calling Collins. Enter your six. Host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
So the phone number, if you want to call in, you want to give some of your thoughts of what you've seen so far of Rotten. What's his name? Rottenborn. Rottenborn. Have you seen Johnny handle things? Or maybe you're an Amber Heard supporter. Maybe we should get some calls from the Amber Heard people. You know. Or maybe you're somebody that wants to call out some of the things that you disagree with what you've seen, or things that you side on with Amber for. or things that look bad for JD. Maybe we'll get some different calls too. Either's fine. This video, let me read the description first. It says the truth will set us free. Johnny Depp is the sweetest, most humble and genuine actor, artist, and musician of our generation. Justice for Johnny. So this is some video footage that I'm sure people have seen. I don't think I've seen it. I don't know which particular one this is.
2016. 2 days before making Wednesday, May 25th, 2016. 2 days before making her first public appearance since the May 21st incident. Look closely at Amber as Whitney boards. She put
Manager Karen's?
Some object in her mouth to hold it while she fumbles through her bag as the others continue to hold the door for her and wait. Once Amber...
That's Amber?
Has found what she's looking for, apparently something to eat. She attempts to take a bite, but as she raises the food to her mouth in her seemingly confused state, she actually forgets that there's something already in there that she's biting down.
Damn. Yo, so they're just holding the elevator for... Yo, I would have closed this shit. I would have hit the button. All right, too bad. It's over. It's a wrap. We're closing this shit. And you're eating up? Nah. I'd be gone.
Holding with her teeth, preventing her from taking the bite.
Nah.
Something she had just placed in her mouth mere seconds ago. Melanie steps forward to attempt to help Amber pick through the parts of it she doesn't seem to like. Not meaning this as an insult, but almost like a mother tending to a picky toddler who doesn't like their meal. As she carefully helps Amber pick through her food, Amber takes a piece of it and just throws it over her shoulder onto the floor.
We got calls coming in too. I'm gonna let this finish. It's a short clip, and I'll take the calls. What about the music you're playing though? Karen's on patrol.
When the doors open on the mezzanine level, Amanda de Cadenet peeks out and looks both ways as if to see if the coast is clear. She stands in the hallway while others hold the door open as more discussion is had. Amber attempts to step forward, looking confused as to whether she is getting off at this point. Amanda gets back on the elevator as they've decided now to go down to the first floor, which houses the main lobby. Amber would appear in public 2 days later outside of an LA County...
Helps always to...
Everyone knows in Hollywood that James Franco knows James Franco as a drug dealer, allegedly. I didn't know that guy had such issues, that guy. Surveillance video shows James Franco with Amber Heard one day what? After the blowout fight with Johnny Depp. So this I've seen. Video was taken in the elevator, downtown Los Angeles apartment, one shared by Depp and Heard. The timestamp on the video shows it was taken at May 22nd, 2016 at 11 p.m. Two stars seem to know there is a camera in the elevator and its location, as they don't allow their faces to be seen clearly during the ride, so they're being sneaky. LOL, old man with a backpack, classic drug dealer. Allegedly. This is Egypt Mania sent this to me. Heard is seen moving backward towards Franco and moves in close as she appears to be speaking with him while he keeps his head down. All right, let me take the calls. Video's about to be done. Let's take... Oh, we got callers. Oh, hey! 774, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, kid. This is Ryan calling from Massachusetts. How you doing, man?
Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk. First I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do, because I was watching, I started watching you during the Gabby Petito case, and I thought you did a really great job. And just want to say thank you, and I've been listening to you ever since. And yeah, but
thanks, man.
It's just, yeah, no problem. I think it's awful what's happening to Johnny. You know, he doesn't deserve, you know, this. Obviously, there's both sides to the story, but Amber Heard seems like an awful person. Just watching it and just seeing the face too, you know, it's like she either, like you said the other day, she either wants to like jump out of that seat and go rip his face off, or she's like ready to break down. I don't even know what's going on with her, but man, I would not, for any guy that's about to date her, stay away, man. Stay away.
Yeah, I was talking with my friend, I think this morning too, and I kind of mentioned it yesterday. Like, I seen like she looks like she wants to cry or something, but I don't know too, because some people, they cry out of anger. So I don't know if she's sitting there really just actually angry, but it looks kind of pouty and stuff. You know, somebody just said JD's story don't add up. I don't know if there's Amber people out there, call in. What you gotta say?
Yeah, no, I just want to say that. Yeah, there's definitely both sides of the story, and I'm sure that he's not, innocent of everything, and neither is she. But the things that she's done and the things that have been said is just, it seems very one-sided, and I feel like Amber is, not a good person.
This is
But
definitely a good story for guys, man, too, to kind of be aware, man, of some of these potential situations. And God damn, the whole entire relationship recording, everything's recorded. You know what caught me too when I was telling my friend about this is that I think JD said yesterday, I think he was like something about that, like, when the relationship started, something she was flower bombing him or something like that. But then at one point he said he started divulging all his like inner, I don't know, secrets or vulnerabilities and like all these different things. And then eventually it's like she used it against him.
Yeah, it's like the thing that you talked about where he was writing in his blood, he wrote on the walls and everything. That was a little messed up.
Yeah, that was kind of, I was like, yo, I don't know about that. I can't co-sign that. I don't know what's up with that. That's kind of over the top for me.
Yeah.
He was on stuff.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, man.
But I just wanted to call in and say thanks, man. Keep it up. You're doing great work.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
All right, take care. Bye. Okay, cool. Next caller. Trying to maneuver this, and I'll start queuing up the next video too that we can watch. 313, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, iCkEdMeL, this HB2N, man. I'm calling.
What's
out
up?
Chicago.
I thought it was a troll for a second. I was about to hit drop, click. HB, how you doing, man?
Deal. I'm doing all right, man. How are you?
Good to hear from you, man. What, you been watching? What do you think about this whole situation?
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm kind of leaning towards Amber Heard a little bit, man. Maybe. Wait a second. Maybe. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm a little soft on the white women. Maybe that might be it. But this is how I look at it, man. Because I've been in a relationship before where, like, I'm not gonna say I was drugged out like that, but I like smoked. Like I smoked cigarettes, and I feel like now that I'm past that part in my life, I kind of see how
you say you're smoking cigarettes?
Yeah, this was a while ago though. Like I quit smoking, but it's like when you
go ahead.
When you're but it's like when you're addicted to something, trying to be in a relationship, sometimes people feel like the other person feels like they're being abused in the relationship in a way, because you're always addicted to something. And I just didn't realize Johnny was so drugged up all the time. And it's like, I don't know what he really expected from her. Like, if you doped up all the time, how are you even in a relationship? I just didn't, I feel bad for him that he got lined up, but it's like, you gotta present yourself. You can't like have a relationship with a woman and then like you're really just in a relationship with drugs. You got to pick one, and
drugs could have been his downfall to all this. Like, getting with her was a bad choice and everything, but maybe I don't know. Maybe it hadn't been for the drugs. Maybe he would have made better decisions.
That's honestly how I'm looking at it. Like,
to me, she definitely lined this guy up, though. It's like from the very beginning.
Yeah. She lined him up. But I just think that the way she lined him up was just a stupid move. Like, she could have got after him in a lot better, like financially, like savvy ways. She could have lined him up just to get money, but she lined him up to try to appear like she was in an abusive relationship. And it's like, you can't be playing with that type of stuff in this day and age. Women are really getting abused out here.
Do you think he actually hit her or no?
Do I think that he hit her?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I think that they both were abusive to each other. Like, they were both physical. But when you're on drugs and stuff, you can't. It's like you're not in your right mind. Like, it's like, how can you really say one way or another? And that's why I think, as men, it's so easy
that's
to.
what the chat is saying. She is on drugs.
Yeah. That's that's like listen. I just think in the law and by the Lord, where men are held to a higher standard. It just is what it is, man. Like, we have to protect ourselves a little bit more than women do, because we're supposed to protect them. So, yeah, man.
All right, bro. Well, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the call, bro.
Yeah, man.
All right,
hey, salute, man. Take care, man.
All right, that was a different call. That's what I asked for, I guess, right? 318, how you doing? Where you calling from? Some people, there's people out there that feel it was mutual or whatever, to whatever varying degrees. 318, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Is this me?
Yes. Is this Terry?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. Amazing. I wanted to get you. I tried calling you earlier, but I think I have issues with Google Voice.
I know. I've got both phones with me. I saw you tried to call, but you tried to call where I'm playing the stream. So anyway.
Oh, I got you. Okay. How are you doing? Have you watched today?
Oh yeah. I'm getting a mani-pedi right now.
Okay. Nice.
I've been watching the whole thing. I've been talking to my manicurist, who's fabulous, and she's with us. She's Team Johnny.
Okay. Cool.
But I heard some people had some legal questions.
Yeah. Well. Okay. And I had a conversation with Shay about this last night, and then I saw some people in the chat asking, how does this work out? Could this turn out to be, could they both lose? Does somebody have to win because she's countersuing? Can they both not get anything? Or does one have to get, if one's going to lose, the other one's going to win? Like, how would that?
No, both can lose. Both could win and get like $1 in damages. So.
Right. Because the judge can ultimately be like, well, you're not getting 50, we'll grant this amount or something like that, right? Like they could.
Yes. They could both lose. My guess is that they are either both going to win or both going to lose. It's going to be the same thing. But if they win, they're not going to get a lot of money. And the heck fire, does Amber even have money?
I don't know. You know, somebody told me last night. I don't know if it was Shay. They told me that Johnny probably paid for her attorneys. That's Johnny's money right there, still working for her. I don't know if that's true or what. Maybe it's possible.
What, the rock bottom guy? What's his name?
Rottenbaum. What's it? Rottenbaum. Yeah, that might be Johnny's money still working for her.
Yep.
I don't know. Somebody said they're both losing. There was another question. Let me see if I could. I'm gonna save something here. Somebody said, oh yeah. Somebody said, I need an attorney or expert. This was, I'm sorry, I lost her name. I had the name saved. They wanted to know about using previous information from the previous trial. It's been happening, so that's normal, right?
I don't think that they televised or streamed the motions in limine. A motion in limine is what you file before trial, and what it does, it says you can talk about this and you can't talk about that. You can talk about this and you can't talk about that. Everybody agrees to it. There's big argument, and finally everybody comes to an agreement on what it is. I thought, though, that I read that they were not going to bring up the UK case, at least in terms of result and something else. But that's just what I think. I'll have to check their motion in limine. It's probably available online. But I didn't think that they were allowed to do that. And also, rock bottom is just kicking the door down for Johnny's lawyer to be able to bring in a whole bunch of stuff from a whole bunch of years prior to the Washington Post op-ed.
Right.
I mean,
he can't use that argument anymore.
We call it opening the door. You know, it's been ruled that they're not going to talk about it, but he opened the door like a crazy man. And he's playing this stuff that, it looks worse for her than it does for him.
Well, what did you think about, what did you think about that part where I guess he had texted her parents or something, because they said son-in-law, and he was like, thank you. I guess somebody in the chat said he was high on E or something, but he had messaged her saying, if it wasn't for you, I'd probably be dead. You saved my life, and she is the only one responsible for saving me and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that was interesting. I mean, I think it's good for Amber, but it's good for Johnny too, because he was just, I'm sure, I mean, we all, even when we're in the middle of crazy, we all want everything to work. And he said he liked her parents quite a lot. And I'm sure that he testified to that on the first day, how much he liked them, or her mom. And, you know, I thought it was kind of sweet and sad, and like he was trying to make Amber sound good to her mom and be sweet to her mom. I mean, it hurt him. I think it hurt him in the argument that she's bad.
Right,
but
right.
It helped
it
him
counteracted
too, because
a bit. Right.
A little bit, but it helped him too, because he was being open and honest about that, which is why they laid the groundwork on direct. They talked about all these problems to soften the blow, what they were going to do on cross. And they did an effective job. And Johnny's getting his little licks in. Are you taking...
Yeah. The clips?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he's been getting some licks in.
I feel like we've missed a few of them. I got to message him again. But yeah, wait. He's throwing a couple of snapbacks at him, like especially the one where he was like, "Were you there?" or whatever, when he asked him about the drunk thing. They did catch him on the coke thing though, because they pulled up the previous trial. They're lining him up and setting him up. They're trying to catch him.
Okay. I thought that, I don't know. I haven't seen the motion in limine, but I thought that the UK trial evidence, they weren't going to bring that in, or at least they weren't going to bring in the result. But let me go look that up. I'll look it up and I'll call you back when we get.
All right. But yeah, they line them up. Oh, well, real quick before you head off too, somebody wanted to know how they can use his health application to impeach him. But I guess they're just wondering how they can bring that in. Do both sides have to agree to that, or he has to agree to that? Because wouldn't there be like some sort of HIPAA thing, or?
No, it's not, because in a court, in a civil trial, when anybody's mental health is brought into question or is part of the claim, which is true on both of these, their medical records can come in. They brought it into question, so they brought it to the court, so there's no HIPAA violation.
Okay. And Ashley wanted to know, do you think this is going in JD's favor?
So far, I do, yes. I don't, and I think it's mostly because a lot of times you win and lose a case because they like your lawyer or not. And this lawyer is not doing his client any favors.
Okay. All right, well, thanks.
I can kind of barely hear me on my other phone, and God, I sound so country.
No, I love it. I like the accent. It's great.
You know, we should do, if you let me, because I was trying to comment every time the lawyer did something. You know, I was like, no, you can't do that, and opening the door and all that. But maybe we could try tomorrow, whenever we get it set up, and I'll come on.
Yeah.
I'll be there and be able to say,
Yeah, we could do that.
I think
if you
want to
hang out with me, we could do that. I could set you up.
Oh, of course I want to hang out with you.
Okay, yeah, we could do that, because there's a lot of pauses, so you could definitely give some commentary, you know, and then there's little breaks too in between. So I think that would be good. And we can let's talk tonight too about the channel thing too we're talking about, if you have time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. I do. Today is a sad day for me, but I'm going to be free this evening. It is my Thursday night TV though. Last night would have been better because that's when there ain't nothing on Wednesday night. Thursday night they put all the good shows on the same night.
All right.
I don't know why.
So yeah, it doesn't have to be long, but just introductory. We'll have like a brief conversation.
Yeah.
About it.
That
how to
sounds
get
great.
started. And then I think it would be cool. You can, because if you get it set up, at least I can tell people go here to, you know, check her out or whatever.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think it would be fun, and I would add stuff to it. You know, stuff that I love.
Right.
I mean, there's stuff that I love besides law, like, I don't know, food. I cook a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
I make up recipes. But anyway, okay. Well, you guys, I'm going to keep watching you.
All right.
I'm glad the lunch is shorter today. Did you see the video I sent you on Facebook?
No. Where? Messenger?
I messengered
on my
it.
page? Or my personal
Yeah,
page?
on your Facebook page. I had to messenger. It didn't let me post, so I just messaged it. It's the Mike Tyson fight.
Oh, yeah. I think. Oh, yeah. On TMZ, right?
Yeah.
I think it was TMZ.
I got it from. I thought it was AP. I mean, anyway, but it's a video.
Okay. Oh, I see your message now. Now I see it. Yep. Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right. I'm going to keep
All right,
watching.
Terry. We'll
You're
talk.
doing a
Yeah,
great
and I'll talk
job.
later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I'd love to keep talking to her too, but there's people who've been holding for a while. So let me get 661. Sorry for the long hold. Appreciate you holding. 661. How's it going?
Hello. Mel?
Hi. Hey, who's this?
Hi. This is Claudia from Texas.
Claudia, welcome. I think I've seen you in the chat, unless that was a different Claudia.
Okay. Talking about the Jump Street 21 and yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
hey, first, that last caller that is on the Amber side, he was actually comparing smoking to the drugs that Johnny takes. It just kind of blew me away.
Well, that's what I was surprised with the cigarettes thing. I was like, cigarettes? I thought maybe he meant weed or something.
I know, right? Anyway, so my question, and I'm pretty sure that Franco is gay.
Oh, yes.
Isn't that correct?
No, okay.
Yeah.
But how? How? Okay, let's talk about this. Yeah, how is
I
this
watched
guy?
him. I saw him on a roast. They roasted him in Hollywood one time, and everyone teased him about his gayness. So I just took it. He's
But
gay.
somebody was saying he's bi or something like that.
Okay, maybe he's bi. Alrighty.
Some people
I
would
don't
argue
know.
same thing, but no, it's different. but
Yeah, it is. You're correct.
I don't know. But do you know anything about these allegations that he's had supposedly?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. I just wanted to voice that I thought he was gay, but maybe he's bi. Yeah, there's a big difference.
Yeah.
All right. So I love your show.
All right,
I
thank
just
you.
kinda
Appreciate
started
it.
watching it. Yeah, I really do.
They're saying both
okay,
ways.
You have. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You
Well,
have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Let's just keep moving. He's bi. He was banging female NYU students. All right. 410. How you doing? Where you calling from? I think he's probably
Hey
bi.
Mel, it's Flyers Chick fan from Maryland. How are you?
Hey, good. Thanks for calling. How you doing?
Good. Just want to tell you I love what you're doing. Much support from me. We've been watching you since Brian Laundrie case.
Amazing.
We were following along. Yeah, we were following along on the chase on Friday night. That was epic. Wanted to talk to you. Yeah, that crazy guy that was supposedly 18. I don't think he was 18, Mel.
No. Yeah, I agree.
I wanted to talk to you, first of all, what you said earlier about Amber Heard, or Turd, as I like to call her now affectionately. She has been going from Johnny Depp back to women to
Right.
Elon Musk, and thank God he got out of it. I mean, he could have lost everything from this woman. And I have to say, I think both of them, they shouldn't get anything. But when it comes down to it, I do think, it's going on for so long, and right now it's just so vindictive and toxic, and their laundry's just being aired everywhere.
Yeah.
I have to say though, with the whole Turd situation, I was in I took care of some very, very disturbed, mentally disturbed teenagers at one time, and a couple of them had oppositional defiant disorder, and I literally would see one you know, have a bowel movement and put it in a box. And it reminded me of that situation. I think she has serious problems. And anyone that would take a grumpy, as Johnny Depp would like to say, there's something wrong with you. I mean, it's just, I think both of them have some serious issues. And I hope that Johnny comes out of this with some freedom and some, you know, and just gets away from it all. He needs some mental clarity from this, because I can't imagine, you know, I can't imagine having a court case go on, first of all, and all the things that she's done and put out there, and your name going through the ringer. Just, it's unbelievable
mess,
to me.
yeah. And there's a lot of people, for as many people that have been following this thing for a while, I'm brand new. There's a lot of people that are new too. And so a lot of people didn't know about all this stuff with these people that are going on back and forth. And so it's getting to a wider audience. And there's a lot of people who are seeing their dirty laundry.
And I don't want to keep you long, because I know a lot of people have been waiting. But the last thing I want to say is that guy that called you and, you know, kind of liked Amber, I guarantee you, Mel, he wouldn't date her. I promise you. Let's ask him if he would date her, Mel. Okay? Please ask him. Will he date her, though? I mean, that's the question at hand here. I don't think he might be, oh, poor Amber, but there's no way in hell he's going to let her take a grumpy in his bed. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you might want to ask him that. But thanks, Mel, for everything you're doing. Much love.
Appreciate
Your mods are awesome, and have a wonderful day, hon.
Thank you. You too. Bye. Thanks for the call.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, so, 3 more calls, but there's only one person that's been holding for a while, so let me make sure I get this first. 773, how you doing? Where you calling from? Hola.
Hey, Mel.
Hi.
Hola. This is Lightside. How are you doing?
Lightside, hey, good. How you doing? You've been in the chat,
really
too.
quick, because I know that there's a couple people
There's
waiting.
2 other people. Yeah, you can take. You're good.
Just a couple things. I meant to call yesterday, but, you know, I'm trying to stay neutral with this whole thing, and I got to admit, I am biased towards Johnny right now. There's a couple of things. So, like, yesterday, they talked about the article versus the one that was printed in the newspaper or whatever versus the online version, and then think that there might have been some differences there, which is why Johnny was kind of stressing, is this the one that was online? So, you know, I don't really know too much about that, but that's just my assumption. Thing about the judge is I noticed that there are a lot of sustained objections for her team when they were objecting against a lot of things. She allowed it. And I was getting really frustrated with that, because I felt like she let a lot of things slip through, right? And gave him a couple of passes on that. It's interesting to see what's going to happen with
the judge
her
is
when
saying,
she
right?
takes this. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I felt like she kind of, she let a couple things through, and I'm just kind of like, you know, I don't know. I don't think she's biased. I just think that she kind of let a couple things slide in her favor. As far as, you know, her taking the witness stand, that's going to be really interesting to see, because I think that in general, Johnny comes off as being a little more likable. And so I think a huge factor, especially with this being a civil case, is how likable, like, the client is, right? And I think he kind of pushes that a lot better than she does. So we'll see what happens. It could be enough to sway the jurors in his favor, just for the simple fact that he like had this long-winded explanation about, you know, kind of like what happened to him. And I know it was hard for a lot of people to sit through, but I think it really sets precedence for where he is right now, where the situation is. And the last thing I'm going to say is, I think that her lawyers have to be really careful. They could come off as being really aggressive. And if they look like they're being too pushy with Johnny and too aggressive, it might actually work against them.
Okay, being too aggressive towards him. Oh, I should have asked I think Terry spoke on that yesterday, but I was wondering about that. Some people believe it can affect the jury, some people don't. So I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. And she does. I mean, I can't read her facial expressions. I think you said yesterday it kind of looked like she was going to cry. I don't know if it was frustration or like her remembering what had happened. And again, she's an actor. They're actors. So it's hard for us to kind of really say what's going on with that. But that's pretty much all I want to say. I want to let you get to the other callers. Awesome show. I've been here since Gabby Petito case, and you've
Awesome.
been doing really well,
Appreciate
and I
it.
really appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. Okay. My mind is like frazzled right now, all over the place. 209, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, I'm Lorraine. I'm calling from California. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Welcome. Thanks for calling.
I wanted to bring up that picture that they showed where Johnny was passed out on the couch
Yes.
and ice cream was in his lap.
Yeah.
That looks set up. I mean, in the picture next to him, there's obviously a pillow, and it looks like somebody's head is on the pillow. So I think everybody's passing out on that couch, and she just literally put the ice cream there and
While he was
snapped
passed
a
out.
picture. So,
Yeah.
huh?
While he was passed out or sleeping, like she just put that thing on there. On his
Yeah.
hand, man.
Yeah, and she
Hey,
took the
could be a
picture
setup.
and she put it in her little file so she can take it to court.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And this was from I think it was Sandy earlier said it's from August 2014. This is way back. That she's already doing
Yeah.
this stuff and taking pictures. Like, god damn.
It's like, isn't that somebody's head or is that a dog?
I think that's
It might be
I
a
think
dog.
I think it's a dog, yeah. On the right side corner.
Oh, okay. And why couldn't she just set her ice cream on the table? Why does he have to hold it? I mean, I think she set him up. She's playing the victim. Oh, look, he can't even hold my ice cream for me. Wow.
Damn.
Oh, thanks for taking my call.
No problem. Thank you for calling. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye. Somebody, so Hoke said nobody just falls asleep like that. That's a drug pass out. Maybe we should vote that. 717, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Hey, good. How's it going?
Good. Good. I'm calling from PA. Actually, I live kind of close to Molly, funny enough.
Hey.
So, yeah, I'm in PA. I'm just like a little bit from her. I'm nervous, too. So,
Oh, no worries. You're good.
I'm calling.
It's all good.
I know. I am calling with a different perspective. So I'll be quick as long as you want me to be.
Sure. No.
But I'm calling because I'm a female that has verbally and mentally abused my husband. And it's like, anyway, I offer a different perspective. But I will tell you, like you mentioned that it's hard for you to kind of like you're getting flashbacks as you're listening to what he's saying. I am too. And there's just kind of tells as a female. And again, I don't know what his level was, but she, without a doubt in my mind, she absolutely was ridiculously abusive to him. Completely.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So
it's been embarrassing to watch it at times, but yeah.
So when you say flashbacks, you're saying that like you flash back to some of the things that you were doing to your husband?
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, I mean, calling him names, degrading him, bullying him. Now, I didn't have like the more of like the malicious factor that she has, or that I can see that she has. Like mine wasn't ever purposeful. Like I didn't have a plan. I think she had more of like a plan, or I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I've brought my kids, our children, our shared children into arguments, and it's like I'm watching this and I'm like, oh my God.
Wow. I really appreciate you calling in about that and just being honest. And do you know why you did it? Like, did you ever like find out the reason why you were doing that? Like
Yeah, well, and I still struggle with it. So I had a lot of trauma as a childhood, and my mom did it. And it was a learned behavior, and it's kind of survival tactic. Some people flee, and there's it's like fight, flight, flee, and then there's another one where you like appease the people. But yeah, so I had a lot of childhood trauma, and it was just learned. And it wasn't until, I'm 39 now. It wasn't until I was 34, 33 that I really started to recognize it. So yeah, Yeah. So
Was it
I know.
physical
So I
too
just
at
wanted
any
to.
points, or
No, it didn't ever get physical. It teetered on like, I mean, I would slam the cabinets and break stuff, and and like I'm not I don't think anybody ever's cured from being an abuser. I think you just really have to look at yourself and just develop better coping skills. We're still together. We're still working through it, but it's never easy. Like but no, it didn't ever get physical. I mean, it got like, he would stand in my way, and because, sometimes I'd be like screaming. He's like, you need to stop. But I would also rather fight with him than have him leave and get in the car and drive away.
that's what I would go through too. It was anytime I went to go leave, and that's what it seemed like it was with Johnny too. That's when I'm talking about flashbacks. Like for some reason, the leaving thing is like a trigger for some people, and it would make things worse when you try to leave the confrontation.
For sure, absolutely. And it's like that comes from abandonment, and I certainly had a lot of abandonment as well. And I can just assume, again, like I don't have my degree in psychology. I mean, my minor in psychology, but I think she probably suffered from a lot of abandonment. So she would just rather have him close and fight with him than feel left. And it's really toxic. It's really dangerous. And I mean, her level mixed with drugs, like I've never taken hard drugs and I don't drink, thankfully, or I could not imagine what situation that would be for me. So that's where I think it gets really dangerous. So yeah, I'm surprised that he only lost his finger, because when you mix with drugs, that's really crazy.
Right. What did you think, real quick, before, and again, thank you so much for just like being honest and just giving us that perspective. I think that's really dope. What did you think about the finger story too? This whole thing where, she threw a bottle twice at him, and I guess it had, that's how his finger got cut, because he was leaning on something, and I guess the glass bottle hit his finger. And then the cigarette butt being burnt into his cheek too.
I couldn't have ever burned somebody with a cigarette butt. I mean, do I think she did it? For sure. But I've thrown stuff, and in, a couple years ago, I don't think I've ever thrown glass. Again, I can't remember. Like you go into these rages and you just can't remember. But I've thrown stuff, and I consider myself lucky that he never got hurt. It wasn't even glass, but it was like, I think I have maybe like a ceramic pot or coffee cup. I've thrown a coffee cup, and like if he, my husband, if he would have been standing at like the kitchen and it would have shattered in there, it would have absolutely, I think probably. And if it was that big gallon, like vodka bottle, like they have the big ones, like they're heavy.
Oh
really
yeah.
Heavy.
He said it was a bigger bottle. I think that's what he said. Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's definitely possible. And I think I'm fortunate that, that police haven't been here in a situation in my house, like, because I'm lucky that so my physical abuse was throwing stuff, but I'm fortunate that he never got hurt. I mean, he's fortunate too, but I'm saying right. We're all fortunate. Yeah. But it's haunting. The story is really haunting. And, like I'm doubling down with my therapist time right now because I'm like getting more empathy and understanding as a person who is an abuser. That's a female. That's an abuser. And I really hope, one thing that's really important to me about this case is I really hope, winning or not, I hope that more men can be more comfortable, because it happens a lot.
Like talking about
it really, like men get really abused, maybe not physically, but psychologically and verbally, for sure.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the call. You said your name's Lorraine, right?
Yeah.
Lorraine?
No, my name's Katie. Yeah.
Katie. Sorry, that was probably the previous one. Okay, yeah. Katie. Well, thank you so much.
I should try to get a hold of Molly, and she can pick me up, and we can carpool down there.
I think
I'm like on
she
her way.
might have gone there today. I'm not sure. I think somebody said she was there today.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Well, hey, you're doing a hell of a job. Keep it up. Good job
right,
with
thanks,
with especially. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Oof, the calls are coming in. Next one, 805. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, Mel.
Hey, who's this?
I'll tell you who I am. I'm Cicely, New York, on your site. Been there since Gabby. Yeah, it's me. But I'm going to do this quick, but I'm going to make two really important points. Okay. First of all, these lawyers, I can't believe they're getting away with the stuff that they're getting away with. I don't understand how they could bring that UK case in there. I don't understand how that's allowed. And I don't hear anybody on his side objecting to anything. I'm not a lawyer. I'm sitting here going, what the hell? Are you awake? Smack him a little. Do something. Wake him up. I just think there's something going on here that I can't figure out. Because, there's 1,000 objections they could have done. I even wrote it all down. I have a list of all the things they could have objected, simple stuff. But anyway, I had to bring that up because I cannot stand, what's his name? Rotten butt, rotten nose, rotten whatever. Rotten house.
Something.
No, rotten.
Yeah. Rotten bomb, I think. Rotten bomb.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I can't stand him.
Oh, rotten born.
Rotten born. He was rotten something. His whole family probably. But the thing is, he's trying to make a name for himself. He's doing everything he can, but he's very insecure. He's showing it with his, with his movements. He's showing it by like somebody had said, he was humming and hawing and all that. He's very insecure, but he really wants to make a name for himself. I think it's more that than anything. So he doesn't care. He's throwing everything out there, and that stupid judge should be the one saying, wait a minute, you've gone over this 50,000 times. You're beating a dead horse. Enough already. Get on to the next thing. Nobody's saying that. So he's going on and on. Everybody in the talk is saying that. Okay, next thing, Amber. I can't stand her. Okay, I'm sorry. I pegged her from the minute when they first started going out. I do believe she planned this whole thing. I know it because I went through this with my uncle. Okay, he was in the family business, if you know what I mean, and in New York. And she wanted all that money, and he was ready to divorce her because she was just a disgusting person. I don't know what he saw in her. He had a lot of girlfriends. He wasn't an angel. He drank till he passed out. The man had problems, but he was the most generous, like Johnny. He did everything for everybody. Money was always flowing out of his hands, and I loved him dearly. We were very, very close. Now, I was only 14 when this was going down, but I wasn't an idiot. And I saw what she was doing. And to make a long story short, all the things I can't say the word, let me hold my tongue, this biatch, okay, has been doing to Johnny. She did. I saw it with my own eyes. I used to go over to the house. She would say things, try and make him think he's crazy. He forgot stuff. He didn't know what he was doing. Oh God, there's too many examples to go into here. But anyway, she wound up having him committed. He was committed in a mental institution.
Damn.
Well, yes, because she was sleeping with one of the lawyers. And they found a way, and I remember my grandfather, because it was his brother, my great uncle. And I remember my grandfather saying, how in God's name did she get him committed? And we found out, it was through the lawyer that she was sleeping with. They made up all kinds of stuff. That poor man was in a mental institution for almost 8 months of his life because she was grabbing all his money. That's all it was about, money. And she was mad, too, that he had a lot of girlfriends. But she had boyfriends, so what the heck? So anyway, long story short, my uncle, he suffered greatly. He had 2 kids with her, and she turned the kids against him until finally they realized when they got a little bit older, like early 20s, that mom was really an evil, horrible person. Yeah. So I saw it. I saw it in front of my own eyes, and I just never could understand how anyone can do that. So as soon as, all this stuff was coming out with Amber, I was like, oh my God, it's like a replay of when I was 14, 15, when my uncle went through. So that was the other thing. And then really quickly, I heard that woman that was just on talking about how, she is an abuser. Can I tell you that the abused often become the abusers? It happens. You hear the oppressed become the oppressors. I mean, it really does happen. You just incorporate all that. You're being, treated so horribly and so unfairly. And then what happens, you either get out of that relationship and start abusing somebody else, or you just get to the point, I'm going to abuse him the same way. I mean, it's stupid. I'm not saying,
Right.
you know, it's anything intelligent. It's just the way our psyche works. You know, we can't take it anymore. You know,
Well, thank you,
he's going
Cicely.
to start doing, well, I'm going to do
I
it back
appreciate
to him. You know, that
Right.
it's just sad. It's really sad. But I look at him and I want to cry because he's such a kind, good person. Look at all the people he was helping. You know, Isaac should have been the one on that island when he was detoxing, not crazy woman. Isaac should have been there with him, and it would have really been great.
Right.
That wasn't the plan. The plan was to totally destroy this man exactly the way my Aunt Sylvia did to my Uncle Sal. So all I can say is, you know, I don't know what the jury's going to do, but that rotten brain house man, whatever the hell he is coming on too strong. And I do think the jury's going to see that. I do. I believe it.
Thank you,
They're gonna see
Cicely.
that.
I appreciate the call. I have to get to everybody else, but thank you because I see you in the chat all the time. All right.
See you. Well, when we come back. Bye-bye now.
All right. Bye. Thanks. Very passionate. Lindsay, I might put the calls on hold because we have 4 other people. I mean, I'm going to take these calls, but I might stop letting people call in because we're getting close to the time. I appreciate it, man. You guys carried me through. Lindsay says, for everyone saying the judge is a lesbian because she has short hair, she's married to a man with 4 children. I have 100% confirmed this. So F you. No, she didn't say that. She didn't say the F you part. 646, how you doing? Where you calling from? Thank you. I've seen some comments like that too. 646, how you doing? Where you calling from? How you doing?
Hi, Mel. This is Jackie Garnett.
Jackie,
I'm from New
welcome.
York.
New York.
Thank you. New York City, Harlem, Spanish Harlem.
Amazing.
Never been on a call, never made a call. Your show is that great. I'm obsessed. So I'm
Thank
a little
you.
nervous, so don't
No,
mind
you're
me,
good.
but I know
Don't
it
worry.
can be fast.
It's all right.
Okay. I just had a couple of points to make. First of all, I'm a DV survivor myself. And I feel that Amber, although they haven't completed the case, but from what I've seen so far, I do believe that she is an abuser. That's one point. That's just one opinion. The other thing is, I also been watching these entertainment shows that come on at night, and a lot of the experts are always saying, well, you know, they just have to prove that this wasn't defamation and so on and so on. Okay, I understand that's what the trial is about. But I do applaud Johnny for having this case because more than just the case of winning defamation, he's making his point. He's clearing his name in his own way. He's clearing out the dirty laundry. That's how I feel about this case. Forget the defamation. I couldn't
Forget
give
the
two
money.
craps about that.
Yeah. It's about maybe broadcasting this to the world, all the stuff that he's been through. Hey, who knows? Maybe they both don't win nothing. Maybe it gets the
Right.
none of them earn anything as far as winning the money, or it cancels out.
Exactly.
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah.
Exactly. Because when I'm watching this, I even forget it's about defamation. I'm more into it for the abuse. Who's the abuser? Who's doing this? Who's doing that? And they're both actors. So to me, the public court and the public opinion is going to be more valuable to them than that actual courtroom.
Right.
Because they live
Yeah.
off of our funds. We are the ones that would go to their movies. We're the ones that fund everything. We're the fans. So what we feel does matter. And I think in this case, Johnny is winning. I feel very bad for him. And, you know, Amber, forget her. She's going to be Amber hurt because she's going to lose a lot of funding and sponsors and whatever because of what she looks like on this case. And so in that case, I think Johnny is the winner. He doesn't have to win this case.
I
You know,
think
he's
he's
winning with us.
definitely. I think he's taken some hits along the way, and he knows that. I think he's just trying to tell his story and prove what he's been going through. But I think he's along the way taking some hits too. But for sure, I think the
agree.
perception of her, especially my personal perception of her, is definitely. I mean, not that I had one before of her, but now it's just holy crap, it's evil. You know.
Exactly. And I think that's where he wins. And I'm very happy that he did that. So, I know that we have to keep it short. So that's just how
Thank
I feel.
you.
Public
Appreciate
opinion
it.
in this case does matter, and he's winning in that case, and I support him. I know a domestic violence, attacker, and that's what she is. That's my story. The next quick thing I just want to touch on real quick is the judge. The judge, to me, is not biased in so much Johnny and Amber, but these judges normally work with the same lawyers. They get to know these attorneys, and so I'm thinking that maybe she's worked with both of them in other cases, and so she's kind of leaning more towards Amber's attorneys from past experience cases. I've seen that a lot in, like, crime shows that I watch, that the judges get to know the attorneys, not so much the plaintiff and the defendant. So I think she's biased in that sense. Maybe Johnny's attorney is a little more weaker, and so she knows that. Because I'm getting pretty upset at all the, all this, all the objections are all honored for her attorneys, and Johnny's attorneys are not doing anything.
Right.
This whole case with the drugs and the alcohol, that could have been a foundation objection like 2 hours ago. You know what I mean? There's no foundation. We know that it's a fact. Drugs, attorney, that doesn't equal a domestic violence abuser, point blank. That's my point there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for calling.
Thank you so much, Mel. I love your show again.
Love you too. Thank you.
And let me get back on.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Take care, sweetie. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so we got 3 more callers. I suspended new calls so we can make sure we get to everybody. And then we'll probably have a little time left where I can play a video or something. We're almost back. About 13 minutes left. 442, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hiya, my name's Sinead.
Sinead, welcome. How you doing?
I'm calling from Ireland. I've been waiting forever. I'm like, my phone bill's going to the high sky.
Thank you for waiting. I appreciate it.
I'm really enjoying your show. Very, very entertaining. Your commentary, everything. You're very clued into the side of male abuse. I'm an advocate for children. I'm a survivor of SA and DV. I also kind of am on JD's side, although I've never watched any of his movies apart from when I was a kid, Edward Scissorhands. I previously have watched the London, where the depositions of Amber Heard, and believe you me, this Amber Heard you're seeing in this court today is no way the Amber that you're looking at. She is off the Richter. She is completely, go and study her. She is not what you think. I see when I watch her from her depositions then, and when she gets on this stand soon, whenever she gets on it, for God's sake, I'll compare the two and I'll see, because women can see through women.
Right.
And see, these courts are just basically like a tennis court, back and forth with the adjudicator in the middle. Back and forth. It's just a game. I'm bringing my abuser to court soon, 2 civil suits. I'm filing for £1. And I know Johnny, and I can tell you now by reading that man, he does not care about the money. He cares about his children, and he cares about his reputation that he's built up throughout these years.
You're saying you're going to take somebody?
Amber doesn't have that reputation.
You're saying you're taking your abuser to court? Is that what you said?
Yeah. I'm taking the church, I'm taking the education board, and I'm taking them for defamation. So I have 3 civil suits at the moment.
Oh, and you said for $1?
My abuser.
You just want to take him to
my abuser. Yeah, I'm going the whole hog.
Ooh.
My abuser was sentenced back in August 21. He is on the SA offenders register. He was a priest, so he got his priesthood taken off him. He got absolute discharge, was a disgrace, but I'm fighting that. I held it in for so long that I ended up being like Johnny. I was an addict, alcohol and diazepam, what you call over here, street diazepam. But I'm sober now over 3 years. I know you haven't got a word in. I'm so nervous.
No, you're good. You're fine. You're calling all the way from Ireland. You're good.
I really just want, see this, what's happening now. This is a show, in my opinion. It's showing a man's perspective. It's showing, now when we get to the cross and we get the ambers, people's minds are going to change within a second. Some people will fall for this. And this is what happens in courts. I've been in courts. It's nerve-wracking. It's exhausting. It takes every single thing out of you. I lost 2 stone. I don't know what that is in American pounds. I think it's whatever, 28 pounds or something. But I was absolutely skin and bones after my trial. But I can tell you it was worth everything because, and as I said, not about the money. It's about your reputation. It's about the legacy you're going to leave, immaterial if you're a Hollywood star or not. This all boils down to, and it's going to highlight the plight of men that I have known. See that photograph you put up of him with the ice cream? The same thing happened to a friend of mine. His wife took the photograph of a bottle of wine. He had been sober for 2 years. He was getting to see his children. She took that photograph, sent it to social services and the judge. And what did he do? And I'm sorry for all the viewers here, trigger warning. He went and he hung himself.
Oh, wow.
He's no longer here. Now I'm an advocate for children. I'm an advocate for men. I'm an advocate for parental alienation. I cannot stand that fact, but this trial will open doors for the men to talk. It's about time the men got the thing. There's more suicides in men throughout this world than what there is women. And it's never talked about. It's swept under the carpet. And I'm a woman saying that. And I can tell you, I can honestly tell you, and I've actually really I've warmed Johnny Depp so much, but that could change. That could change. Courts are brilliant at this. But see that rotten bloody born, as he's calling him? He was born rotten, and he'll never work again. He'll never work again. Because see what he's doing right now is absolutely ridiculous. I watch them. They're dirty. They're dirty players. And I'm sorry, I know there's another caller. I'm so sorry. I might going to be mad, but I don't care.
Thank
it was
you
worth
so
speaking
much.
to you. You are one of the best hosts I have ever seen on YouTube. I just followed you on Facebook last night. Didn't even know you had a Facebook. It's amazing the way you've got such an insight into both, and you're so calm. You're not all drama and everything. You're just so calm and you're with it. And I've been watching. You're on my phone now and you're on my TV, so you're getting double views.
Thank you. Hey, appreciate that.
And you know what? I'll be telling all my friends about you. But look at that photograph. Oh Jesus, please.
Yeah.
It's just so sad. And I know I've been there. See that photo? I've been there. Not with the ice cream. That's what diazepam here does to people. You're just out of it. You're not violent. You're just completely sleeping. And then plus he was doing a 17-hour in Black Mass in Boston. It's just mad. So sorry, I've rambled on too much.
That's
I'm sorry, all the American people.
Yeah, you have a crazy phone bill. We love you too. The chat loves you.
Listen, the phone bill's worth it. The phone bill's worth it. Thank you so much for listening to me rambling. And
of course,
I want you to do me a favor, and I want you to be a voice for the men. It's about time.
All right, thank you.
God bless.
Bye. God bless. Take care.
Adios, amigo.
Bye. Thank
Ciao.
you. Oh, Sainid, I think. That was a really nice call. There's 2 other people waiting, and they've been waiting for a long time. There's 5 minutes left. I'm saving the phone numbers in case I have to. I'll just call them back if I have to. But let me take this next one. 313. How you doing? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Mel? This is Nadine from Detroit.
Nadine, thank you so much for holding. Sorry for the long hold. How you doing?
I'm going to be quick because I know we got to go back to court. So I wanted to talk about his text message. He said yesterday the disturbing text, how he wanted to see Amber Heard in the back of a Honda Civic rotting corpse. Just so you guys know, he has dark humor, and I believe the reason why he said that, if you notice the words Honda Civic instead of a Range Rover or a Rolls Royce. I don't know if anybody else caught that.
No, I didn't really think about it until now. Go ahead.
Yeah, because why would he say Honda Civic? He's a millionaire, right?
Right.
He was trying to hope, like, you ain't going to have nothing without me. Secondly, right, like, you know. Secondly, I wanted to talk about the attorneys. I hope and pray as soon as Rotten Boy is through, they'll go up there and be like, hey, all right, so during your drunken substance abuse times, you still never put your hands on her, right? And Depp was like, no, I never have. All right, no more questions. Good. That's what it is at the end of the day. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Mel. I'll get
Thank
your
you.
next caller.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, and I agree. All right, take care.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, last caller to catch up on. 386. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, is it me?
You're here.
This is Dee, honey, from Northeast Florida, over by New Smyrna.
Florida. Nice.
Yeah, East Coast.
East Coast.
First of all, it's been a long time, and I've got you on the TV and on my phone. Yesterday, I couldn't find it on the television. Today, I can. I just want you to know. So you're doing good. I have a problem like others as far as the questioning and the focus. I feel like it's an extent to the abuse, the focus of his addiction. This is not why we're even having the hearing. And I just, I feel like there's an injustice there because Johnny is stepping up for a lot of men. Who are victims of DV. Think about how hard it is for us women. It's even harder for a man. I lost a little brother who became addicted because my sister-in-law was a narcissist. She was brutal all the way to the end. And he was a victim of DV. And I'm hoping this will change it where men can speak up. And I'm praying that Johnny's attorney and the judge will find a limit to the amount of the extension of this abuse by focusing on his addiction. That's not why we're here.
Right.
Well, that's all. That's all. That's all I have to say about that.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the call. And thank you for waiting, too.
Yeah.
And supporting the channel. I
All
appreciate
right.
that. You guys calling in does support the
you.
channel. I appreciate it because they carried me through the lunch. I didn't think we were going to be that full because I was going to queue up some stuff. But, hey, we carried it through just talking. So that was nice.
Yeah, pretty awesome. You've got a great following. You do an excellent job. Proud of you. And, I could be watching any channel, but you make it
It's true.
interesting.
It's very true.
And
I appreciate you
love
guys for being
your
here. Thank you.
audience, and you're awesome. You guys are awesome. You do a great
you.
job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, too.
Take care.
Appreciate
Have
it.
a great day, everybody.
You too. Bye. I think, the hyper focus, again, like I said, I get why they're doing it. And who knows, man? We haven't, my thing is freezing. There we go. We haven't seen Amber's people yet. We haven't seen Amber's people take the stand as witnesses or whatever. I'm really curious, or Amber herself. But the only thing with the hyper focus is that there's a lot of people out there that have gone through those situations, whether it's domestic violence or drugs or whatever, And so, I mean, I thought like harping on the weed was a little bit ridiculous. It could backfire a little bit, potentially. And I think this case is having a different effect being had here in the U.S. Let me pull up some of this. We should be starting here right now, actually, should be starting. Depp is accused of lying. Where we last left off at was Depp was accused of lying on Pirates of the Caribbean insurance form. And so Amber Heard's lawyer, Ben Rottenborn, moves onto Johnny Depp's trip to Australia to film Pirates of the Caribbean in early 2015, shortly after their wedding. After the wedding, Heard traveled to shoot a film in London Fields with Billy Bob Thornton, and flew out to meet Depp later on. Heard alleges that Depp was abusive during the Australia trip, having previously described it as a 3-day hostage situation. Hostage? Yesterday, the court was shown graphic photos of a finger injury Depp sustained during the trip, which he says was caused by his ex-wife. Yesterday, Depp also testified that he had been sober for 18 months before the Australia trip. And so Mr. Rottenborn was like pressing him and pushing him. And then Depp said, well, maybe it was 16 or 17 months. Mr. Rottenborn still claiming, he says that Depp is lying. Depp was drunk on the Boston flight. Depp disputes that despite his text to Paul Bettany. The lawyer then puts it to Depp that he lied to the insurance company insuring him for the Pirates of the Caribbean 5. And oh yeah, and that would have been a good clip, actually, a clip. Because Depp, which I thought was kind of smart, it's like, slick or nice to throw in those little jabs. And he responded, he goes, oh, after she cut my finger, right? And then Rottenborn goes, oh, that's your account of it, sir. So I thought that was pretty slick and kind of smart to throw that in there to kind of like remind people of his side of the story, which somebody commented in the chat earlier, and I was kind of agreeing and kind of curious to see what she's going to say when she takes the stand of her accounts of what happened that day with the finger. And we're back. We are back. We got volume. Okay, we'll go away. Hale, you ready? Let me fix this. Ooh. So that's where we last left off at. So I'm we'll see if he still keeps going back to it or if he's going to move on to something else. I'm going to switch the feed real quick too while we have a moment. Change it to something. I just did that for the lunch segment. Here we go. Let me put on the one that I was using previously. Coming back. Spicy says, I can see you getting more and more emotionally invested in this day by day as I am. Yeah, I guess so. It's kind of, I never thought I would be. And the lady that called from Ireland when she was like to be an advocate, I mean, I sometimes, I can't tell that story really fully because it's complicated. And I'm on good terms, but well, I mean, shoot, there might not really be a winner too. It's very possible that there is no winner as an outcome as far as money wise. Maybe the public perception, that could be another thing. I feel like, and that's kind of hard to say because over here, from based off of the polls that we've done, people are generally more Johnny over here, Team Johnny. But I hear that on other channels, some other news channels, they're telling me to slow the chat. Okay. Is it really that fast? Maybe I'm delayed. We're back. I don't see it as fast.
All right, let's go ahead and get the jury. All right, thank you. See. All right, your next question, Mr. Rottenborn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Afternoon. Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 175, please? Defendant's Exhibit.
Let me fix the volume too.
Mr. Depp, is this an email exchange you had with Bruce Witkin on June 6th, June 7th, 2013?
It's June 7th, 2013.
Okay. And if you scroll down to the bottom, that I'm not going to read it aloud, but that email address is your email address. Is that right?
I don't. Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So this email is an email that you sent to Mr. Witkin on June 6th, 2013 at 7:05 a.m., the one that starts with "Seriously, be woozy." Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Bruce Witkin was a longtime friend of yours, right?
Yes, sir. Quite a long time.
You met in Florida many years ago, right?
Yes.
And then he lived in Los Angeles, and you all were very close friends until a few years ago, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish or I'd move for admission of this and permission to publish with the email addresses redacted. And if they want me to redact Mr. Witkin's responses, that's fine.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor, and I don't think we need to have Mr. Witkin's response redacted.
All right, so you just want to have just the identifiers redacted and that's all?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, if we could do that.
2013, yeah. Damn. What are they going to pull from there?
All right.
Okay, now I know this is a few years before Australia in 2015, which we stopped with right before lunch. But I want to just, if you can scroll down, Michelle, please, to the paragraph that starts, "Brain is on full tilt." And maybe just blow up the first couple sentences there. Okay, yeah, perfect. So in this email to Mr. Witkin in June of 2013, you write to him, "Brain is on full tilt. The circus never stops. Feel physically fucked constantly. I'm wired up so tight that I'm barely able to deal with people on any level that is remotely enjoyable." See that? Did I read that right?
Yes, I see, yeah.
Now, Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 350, Defendant's Exhibit 350? This is a text exchange that you had with Stephen Deuters, your personal assistant, on March 6th, 2015. So we fast forwarded a couple years. Do you see that?
Is that 1628? Is that the third one down?
Yes, sir. 1628. Third one down. And this is a text that you sent to Mr. Deuters on March 6th, 2015?
Sorry, just reading it.
Sure.
Yes.
And by this point, you had been in Australia since about the week after your wedding, right? So for 3 weeks or so? Is that about right?
Seems right, yes.
Okay. And Amber didn't arrive until around this time, correct? Beginning of March?
Yes, I recall that Amber arrived around the 6th, 7th.
The 6th or 7th of March, right? Okay. So you'd been outside of her presence for the last 3 or 4 weeks prior to this, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Can you, Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 350 with identifiers redacted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the top email to Mr. Holmes and the last email from Mr. Deuters be redacted.
So just the two in the middle?
Yes.
Sure, and honestly, Your Honor, then if we're going to do that, we can just redact the, actually, we can redact the second one too, so we just do the third.
Your Honor, we believe that's necessary for context.
Okay, for context, sorry, so we'll just get rid of the first one and the last one and the identifiers. So it should be the two middle texts.
$2013, all the way back then. I hope this is not all they got. Is this all the smoking guns they got? I think the only real significant thing maybe is the
If you could just
email or text,
350
actually.
in evidence as redacted.
One
Okay.
text I
Okay.
saw.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe the audio.
Michelle, if you could blow up the email starting with honestly. So this is an email. You've been in pre-production and shooting in Pirates 5 for the last couple of weeks, correct? By March 6, 2015?
What was the question, sorry?
By March 6, 2015, you'd been in pre-production and shooting for Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks in Australia, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So your email to him, to Mr. Deuters, your personal assistant, reads, honestly, I will not again be doing anything that involves the discussion of furthering my embarrassment of having whored for all these fucking wasted pieces of shit, nothing, years on characters that I so ignorantly started to think of as my legacy. Every cunting fight, every fucking time, I held my ugliness and rage deeper down and get in check when there was still room in my head to do such a thing. Did I read that right?
You did.
And that's what you're writing to Mr. Deuters, having been on the set of Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The screenplay that I received was not up to snuff, I felt. And so that was part of this, was my anger was that the screenplay was very lazily written, and I had to do a lot of rewriting.
And with you in Australia, I think we covered this, was Debbie Lloyd. You testified to that before lunch, right? Debbie Lloyd was your sobriety nurse, she's supposed to help you stay sober, correct?
She was there to give me meds and
right. The fact is,
stay on the path.
Okay. The fact is, Mr. Depp, you had been using a fair amount of drugs during those 3 or 4 week period before Miss Heard arrived in Australia, hadn't you?
Marijuana was what I was using.
And not just that, other drugs too, correct?
No, not that I recall, no.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 346, please. Okay. This is a text message exchange between you and Nathan Holmes on February 25th, 2015. Correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Holmes was another one of your personal assistants, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He and Stephen Deuters were kind of the two main personal assistants during this period of time, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the top of the page, the second one down, do you see where Mr. Holmes tells you?
Objection, hearsay.
He just testified that he was only using marijuana, and this is clearly impeachment to that, Your Honor?
This is Mr. Holmes'
Well,
words.
we're gonna go text by text, and before I ask for permission to publish and for motion for admission, we'll go through it. But it.
I'll sustain as Mr. Holmes. So.
Okay, Mr. Depp, why don't you take a moment to read this text from the top down?
Thank you.
Please.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, does this refresh your recollection that, in fact, you weren't doing just marijuana in late February 2015? In fact, you were doing cocaine that Nathan Holmes was supplying to you?
In fact, there's nothing in there that says I've been doing cocaine.
Does this refresh your recollection, Mr. Depp, that you were given cocaine by Nathan Holmes in late February 2015?
Even if I were given cocaine by Nathan Holmes, there's nothing here that says I was doing the cocaine.
And Nathan Holmes was upset, or you understood that Nathan Holmes thought that you might be upset with him for taking some of your cocaine. Isn't that right?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and speculation.
Excuse me.
I said, what was his understanding?
I'll sustain as a speculation. Next question.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Depp, you also were going to see Marilyn Manson in Australia around this time, correct?
Correct. He was coming to play a show in Melbourne.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move for admission of this document with the following text messages. We can redact whatever else they want, although I think, well, the ones that, of the witness's own words that I'd like to show are 80039, 80041, 80086. Those are all words from Mr. Depp. I have a highlighted copy if you'd like me to approach.
Yeah, we have no objection as long as everything else is
You just want to
redacted.
look at his highlighted copy and make sure that's.
Oops, I touched the screen horribly.
No, that
Pardon
was
me.
you. It's okay. You're good.
All set.
Okay. So no objection to the redactions?
No objection to
346
admitting those with redactions, yes.
Okay, thank you. Get those redactions. All right, 346 in evidence for the redactions. You can publish it.
So you can see these texts were sent on February 26th and February 27th, 2015. And if you scroll over, Michelle, and can you just blow up the text portion of it? You text Mr. Holmes, your personal assistant, have you heard from Manson's Ryan? Now, Ryan was Marilyn Manson's personal assistant, or he worked for him. That's what you understood, correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay. And then you say, yes, and of course, yes, please, and you will pay Ryan for it. 2 exclamation points, 2 question marks. And then you write, disappearer, we should have more happy pills. 3 exclamation points, 2 question marks. Can you? Followed by 3 exclamation points. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Can you take that down and please pull up Exhibit 349?
Instead of exclamation points.
And Mr. Depp, this text exchange that I'm going to ask you about is from just 2 days later, after February 26th. On February 28th, it's the last 2 on the page. February 28th, 2015, there's a text from you to Mr. Deuters.
I would object to the, as hearsay with respect to the text from Mr. Deuters.
That's fine.
Okay, you're just, so
So just the second to last one is all we would seek to admit.
okay, if we could do the redactions for just that.
Yes, Your Honor, and we'll happy to redact Mr. Deuters' response.
Okay.
Marilyn Manson. Ryan born.
All right, so 349 in evidence with redactions. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So what's next? What are they showing now?
So in this text message, Mr. Depp sent on February 28th, 2015, you send Mr. Deuters an email, and if you'll remember, what we had just looked at was you reaching out to Mr. Holmes, asking if he had heard from Manson's assistant Ryan, and then saying yes and yes and yes, of course, please pay Ryan for it, and then asking for more happy pills. And in this text message, you say, yay, hello, Master D. I say, I do believe that Ryan, parentheses, Munson's, gave you a wee baggage for me. Where does it reside? X. Did I read that right?
You continue to read them right, yes.
And where it says Munson's, that's a typo and should have said Manson's, correct?
It's a nickname.
Okay. You can take that down. Thank you. So we've gone from February 26th to February 28th. I'd now like to fast forward to March 2nd of that year, 2015. Can you please pull up Exhibit 353?
Damn, I don't know, man. Amber's people, you better have some more than that. A lot of dead horses were killed during this trial.
Your Honor, I've well, let's do it this way. Mr. Depp, these are text messages back and forth from you to your other personal assistant, Nathan Holmes, in March of 2015, correct?
Appears to be, yes. Yes.
Your Honor, I know that the whole thing is going to draw an objection, but I would like to move to admit Mr. Depp's text, which I have here highlighted, and I think we can redact pretty quickly through this document. And I'm happy to have them highlighted if you'd like me to approach.
Well, if you could just
Sure.
show it to counsel, the highlighted portions. Is this a one-page document or?
It's actually 3.
Three-page
and we may not do all of them now, but I think it's
Okay.
easier to just.
Yeah, this was the main guy. Bronze Barbie saying wasting time. This was the main guy talking about we're not going to waste the court's time and stuff, but kind of just sitting here waiting. What do you got?
Michelle.
We have no objection with just admitting Mr. Depp's
Okay, so
messages.
353 with the redactions.
Yes, and I think we can, if you'll just indulge us for a minute, I think
right,
we
that's
can
fine.
get all of that done. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't know, man. It seemed kind of weak. Seemed kind of weak. So they pulled up the insurance form. I mean, they did play the audio of him supposedly. Audio clips in the first man's voice can be heard groaning. And then it did say play that it was an email that Depp sent to Heard's mother. That was where he said, "I couldn't have made it without her. I would have gone for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean without her, to be honest. It was a hell of my own doing that your little girl walked me through step by step.
All right, so
It was
353 in
Amber
evidence with redactions.
and only Amber that got me through this.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Assuming that Ms. Myers agrees with our redactions here.
Make sure.
The ice cream spill. They got the ice cream spill photo.
Just see the other
Okay.
pages where the redactions are implemented.
Yo.
Yes, all set.
right.
Thank you.
353 in evidence with the redactions.
Thank you, Your
Publish
Honor.
the jury.
Can you please go to the first page of that document? So, February 26th, February 28th, now we're up to March 2nd. And on March 2nd, a few days before Ms. Heard arrives in Australia, you text Nathan Holmes, and this is going to take a little bit just to kind of get through this, so appreciate the court and the jury's patience here. But you text him on number 73, and you say, "No, you're not. Why? That is not a part of the job description. And I'm telling you now, any one of any of you guys start to lecture me, I just do not want to hear it. No stupid bullshit about sappy bollocks. I am a grown fucking man, and I will not be judged." Did I read that right?
You did.
Keep going, please. "And I will never, ever live in this world cage any longer. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Okay." Did I read that right?
You did.
Then if we go on to the next page, please.
Why are you skipping that? Yeah, I love you.
Continue and say, "I don't want to depend on others for things like that. I'm not unhappy. I am insane." Big difference. Did I read that right?
You did.
"No system." Then you say, "I don't want to risk it for you or anyone. So I can get what I need. Also, may I be ecstatic again? Helps. Color me deceased." By ecstatic, you're referring to taking ecstasy, correct?
It's very likely Before Ms. Heard arrived, she had asked me to score either MDMA or ecstasy tablets before her arrival.
Okay. So once again, Ms. Heard's at fault for these texts.
I'm not blaming her for the text. I'm just stating the facts.
Okay. Well, let's talk about those facts. So
Okay.
Ms. Heard arrives in March in 2015. You can go ahead and actually, you know what? Let's go down one, Michelle, because we're going to fast forward a few days and we're going to come back to this. Actually, just one day. This is when you text Mr. I don't even remember if it was Holmes or Deuters at this point. Mr.
remember.
Holmes, correct? And you text him and you say,
This is
yeah,
on
Mr.
the
Holmes.
7th.
Yeah, so
Yes.
we fast forwarded another couple of days, I guess 5 days, and you say, need more Whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business, please. I'm in bad shape. Say nothing to nobody. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Okay. And I wanted to take a look at that, Mr. Depp, because you just testified that Ms. Heard was the one who wanted ecstasy. But in fact, when you sent this text on March 7th, 2015, this was right after you cut your finger off.
No.
And right after you told the doctor that you cut your finger off, you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy. That's entirely possible, correct?
I'm not sure that you have the date correct about when my finger was chopped off.
Okay. Okay, let's take a look.
I'm pretty sure that the date was the 8th.
Okay.
Bruh. Eddie, the pussycat lady, man. He's not doing it. Rottenborn is was he
Now,
research?
Mr. Depp, you remember testifying, let's put it this way. Sometimes these texts, the dates of the text messages, you would agree that they're obviously Australia's 12 hours different from this part of the world, correct? Or something like that.
Something like that, sure, I'll agree with you on that.
So the text, the date stamps and time stamps that are reflected on these texts may be reflecting a different time than when they were actually sent.
Objection foundation calls for speculation.
You'd agree with that, right?
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Okay. Well, then let's do this. So is it your testimony that right after you cut your finger off, that you, or right after, I won't give you anything to argue with me yet, right after you sustained an injury to your finger,
Sorry.
that you, right after you sustained an injury to your finger, is it your testimony that you did not ask for cocaine and ecstasy right after you told the doctor about your finger injury? Is that your testimony?
Regardless of what date you believe works within the world time zone, I don't believe that someone who has gone through opiate dependency, who has lost the ability to produce dopamine and serotonin in their own body, because that's what the opiate does. Your body no longer needs to make the dopamine or the serotonin. The dopamine and serotonin, as you know, I imagine, are things that keep us it gives us our moods. It gives us.
I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was,
I'm just trying
right
to
after
school
you told the
on it.
doctor about your finger injury, you were asking for coke. It's entirely possible that you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy.
Objection
Yes
calls
or
for
no?
speculation.
No, I'll allow that question. Answer it.
Clearly need more Whitey stuff. Yes, it's a reference to cocaine, but that doesn't, there's nothing here that says that I ingested the drug.
Not saying there is, but you were asking for more cocaine and you were asking for more ecstasy, correct?
I wasn't asking for more ecstasy. I was asking for ecstasy because that was what I was requested by Ms. Hurd.
Let's take a look at the UK transcript, day 3. Permission to approach with that,
All right.
Your Honor?
Okay.
Day 3. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he said, I was just trying to school you, right? I heard that, right? Johnny? Bro, yo, they need something else. It's not working. Necesita más. He needs an addy. This guy needs something. He needs a little bit of the coke or pills or something, man. Get this guy something. What's going on?
I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 463 and 464 of this, please.
Sure thing.
Yo! Can't they tag team? Bring in the pussycat lady. Jesus. You clipped it? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. I can't.
Are you there?
I'm there, just reading it, sorry.
And on page 463, line 20, you're asked a question, Mr. Depp, what I am asking you about, and I think your barrister, Mr. Sherborne, agrees, the times we have to factor in, it may be we can put in an agreed local Australian time, but what is important, do you see, is the order that you have cut your finger off, and straight away, after telling your doctor that you cut your finger off, you are asking for cocaine and ecstasy. Answer, yes, that is what it. Question, that is what it looks like. Answer, appears to be, and it is entirely possible that I was in the state that I was in. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did. Asking for cocaine.
Previous trial? Got that from?
So, we talked about the cocaine and the ecstasy. Let's talk about the altercation that you and Ms. Hurd had in Australia. You testified that you were sitting on a bar stool, right? In Australia. This is before.
So you're fast forwarding to the end of of that argument.
Yeah, we've heard your account of the argument, and the jury will hear Ms. Hurd's account of the argument. What I want to ask you is some specific questions about you're sitting on a bar stool. You've had 3 or 4, I think you said 3 shots of vodka.
I did 2 or 3 shots of vodka, yes. Yeah.
And you're resting with your hands kind of hanging over the edge, like that, right?
Well, after the first bottle whizzed past my head and shattered, as I said, I walked around the bar, grabbed the larger, was another bottle of vodka, the only one there. The larger bottle, brought it back and poured another shot and did it.
And right, and that was like a what we call a handle of vodka. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's one of the larger bottles with it's got a handle on it. Yes.
Right, and it was full at the time, other than the shot that you poured.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a full bottle. No.
Okay, and at some point before you claim you sustained an injury to your finger, I believe you demonstrated to the jury yesterday, but you were resting with your 3 fingers, your middle 3 fingers kind of hanging over the edge. Is that fair? Is that right?
Yes, I just had a bottle thrown at me, so I was, when she grabbed the second bottle.
Right, I'm just asking where your fingers were, sir, at that point. Your palm was facing down and your 3 middle fingers were hanging over the edge of the bar, correct?
Basically, that's correct.
And Miss Amber was 7 to 10 feet away, correct?
Once she walked, yes. Once she'd grabbed the bottle, yes.
Okay, and your testimony, and we've heard it yesterday, but your testimony is that somehow she wound up with this handle of vodka and threw it, and it damaged part of your middle finger. But what we didn't talk about, and what I want to ask you about, is it didn't, if it happened the way you said, it didn't damage any other part of your hand, correct? No other part of your fingers, none of the other middle fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were injured, correct?
Objection compound.
We can take it piece by piece. None of the three fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were sustained any injury other than your middle finger. Is correct?
The middle finger certainly took the brunt of it as the tip.
And there's
cut off.
There's no record of any glass being found in that middle finger. Correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
I'm not a doctor, and I'm not sure what was found in the middle finger. What I do know is that when I went to the emergency room, that they had to inject me with a block to be able to put it into a bucket and take a wire brush to scrub it all clean, because I had all the makeup still left from Pirates on there. And
makeup from Pirates. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But none of the other fingers on your hand were sustained any injury that you're aware of, correct?
No, there were nothing else was severed. No.
Okay, and in fact, it wasn't just makeup from Pirates that was on your hand. It was paint that you had dipped your middle finger into to write, along with blood, to write on mirrors and lamps and assorted furniture in the house, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound if you.
It wasn't just makeup. You testified yesterday that it was just makeup from the set of Pirates 5, but in fact, after you sustained an injury to your finger, you dipped it in paint in the house, and you wrote in paint mixed with blood all over the place.
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint in the house and wrote on objects in the house.
Objection compound.
Come on.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint after suffering an injury.
Yes.
And then you used that finger to write on objects in the house. Yes or no?
Yes, that was after after writing on the walls, the blood had kind of dried, as it were, and so I stuck my finger into a can of paint and also, excuse me, mineral spirits to put my verbal messages onto the wall.
And you used your finger as a paintbrush, right?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. And can we put up Exhibit 369, please?
What are we going to see? Picture of it? Whew.
Defendants.
It might be plaintiffs. Let's. Now, Mr. Depp, we're gonna take a look at some pictures shortly, but you'd agree with me that there was quite a bit of damage to the house in Australia after this incident, correct?
There was quite a bit of damage to the house during the entire incident. Yes.
And you don't remember the television breaking, do you?
I remember there was I believe there was a coffee cup stuck into the screen, or a plate or something like that.
And you don't remember the window breaking, do you?
I don't remember a window breaking.
But you do remember that there was quite a lot of blood everywhere, including on floors and sofas.
Well, I'd noticed, that's how I'd noticed that I was leaking. There was heat in my finger, and I felt this warmth and this liquid, and then I noticed that the tip of my finger was gone. And at that point, I think I went into some sort of shock or whatever's closest to a kind of nervous breakdown.
Yeah, you testified that breakdown. It's you could have also defaced a painting by drawing a penis on it, didn't you?
I've never, I don't know about that. I don't remember drawing a penis on a painting.
Given the state you were in, it's entirely possible that you did that, even if you don't remember it to this day, correct?
Drawing a penis on a painting was not the first thing on my mind. I had messages to write, reminders that were from Miss Heard.
But you don't deny that if a painting was defaced with a penis drawn on it, that could have been you, even if you were blacked out and don't remember that, correct?
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it, if you can.
This was no blackout. I know you love the word. It was no blackout. It was shock.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Depp. Respectfully, it was, you don't deny that you could have defaced the painting in the manner that I just described.
Well, given that I had written some messages on the bathroom mirror and then Miss Heard added to them, it's also not impossible that Miss Heard may have drawn a penis on a painting somewhere. That's not where I was going.
Let's take a look at page 451 of your testimony in the UK trial, please.
Yes, sir.
And if you look at page 451, line 21, please. You were asked the question, let me ask you, is defacing a painting something that you are likely to have forgotten? Answer, I recall a painting on a lampshade, on a wall, on a mirror. I remember dunking my finger into paint thinner and using paint when I had run out of blood to paint with, and I could have defaced the painting, I suppose, but I do not remember a painting specifically. Question down below on 452, line 15. So, there are parts of this episode that you do not remember at all, because that would be quite a big thing, would it not? Painting a penis on a picture? Answer, it would be quite a big thing. I do not recall. Question, it is not something you would do by accident, is it? You do not accidentally. Answer, no, I would say not. Question, you have no recollection? Answer, I am sorry, I'm not 100% sure that I can say I did that. Did I read that right?
You did read it right, sir. Thank you.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 374, please.
Is it Defendant's Exhibit 374?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're going to see the painting?
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this as one of the mirrors that you wrote on with your injured finger in March of 2015?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday you texted, I'm sorry. We've seen a lot of texts today.
It's all right. I did text someone yesterday.
Yesterday, you testified that you wrote on the mirror, and I don't remember exactly what you said, but you essentially said that you wrote things about your past with Miss Heard, or grievances that you had with her, correct?
Reminders, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to I'd move this in as an exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection,
All right,
Your Honor.
374 in evidence. You can publish.
Ooh,
You could just blow that up a little bit. Is it possible? So, on this, which you wrote on with your severed finger, you wrote in some mix of paint or blood, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber.
Yes, sir.
Miss Heard arrived directly in Australia from filming the film London Fields in England with Billy Bob Thornton, correct?
That's correct.
And you hadn't seen your new bride in 3 or 4 weeks, and she arrives. You're not happy about her filming with Billy Bob Thornton, and so as part of this altercation incident, after your finger is injured, you write starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber on the mirror, correct?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on.
Okay.
Let's pull up Exhibit 375, please.
Amazing.
This is, Mr. Depp, do you recognize this as another mirror on which you wrote with your, in blood and paint after your finger injury in March of 2015?
Yes, sir. That's in the same bathroom.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 375 and request permission to publish.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
375 in evidence, publish.
Okay. Can we please pull up Exhibit 377, please?
No wonder he got MRSA. LOL.
Mr.
There's
Depp,
some people saying
this is a
art.
picture of a lampshade that you wrote on after you sustained a finger injury on March 8th, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 377.
No objection.
All right, 377 in evidence, you can publish.
Permission to publish. And on this lampshade, which appears to be sitting on the ground, you write some mixture of blood or paint. Good luck and be careful at top.
Yes, correct.
Correct?
Yes. I thought it was good advice.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's some good advice right there. Especially looking back now, hindsight, right? 2020. A warning. Premonition.
Now, you have never, and I know Ms. Heard will give her account of this incident later in the trial. Just to be clear, you have never seen Amber inflict harm on herself or on her arms or anything like that, correct?
Objection compound.
Sustain.
You've never seen Amber inflict harm on herself?
That depends on your definition of harm, sir. That's quite a broad word.
Can you please pull up your UK testimony at page 434?
Objection, Your Honor. Maybe we approach?
Yes.
Oh, man. The finger situation. Thank you guys so much, man, for being here, hanging out. If you wouldn't mind hitting like while you're here, appreciate it.
Mr. Depp, are you there on page 434, line 25?
Just teleport?
434, okay. Yes.
And in the UK trial, were you asked this question and did you give this answer? Question, you have never seen her inflict harm on herself, on her arms, or anything like that during the time you were with her? Answer, no, no. Did I read that right?
I don't see it on page 434. Can you
got to go to the top of page 435. So sorry if I wasn't clear. Let's go.
Oh, 435. Okay.
Yeah, so the bottom of page 34, question, you have never seen her inflict harm on herself, on her arms, or anything like that during the time you were with her. And then the answer at the top of page 435 is no, no. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Thank you. Now, you testified yesterday that when you went to the hospital that you told them that you had injured your finger in an accordion door. You remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I do.
That's actually not true, is it? You actually told the hospital that you had cut it off with a kitchen knife. Isn't that right?
No, that's not true.
Okay. Can you pull up Exhibit 360, please?
I believe there was one of my team who might have said that to the doctor, but that was not my, those were not my words. At any rate, we were looking to keep Amber's name out of it.
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to move this exhibit into evidence, but do you see the portion where it says, thanks for seeing and treating this patient? You see that? And then right after that, it said, he sustained an injury to his right middle finger tonight after accidentally cutting it with a kitchen knife. You see that?
I do see that.
And there's no mention of an accordion door in that document, is there?
I'll read it if you like, but that was I didn't sign my name to this. And that's not my statement to them. I used the accordion door.
You testified yesterday that you told.
Then I can't help that.
You testified yesterday that you told Dr. Kipper that Miss Hurd had, in fact, been responsible for your finger injury. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
But in fact, in subsequent communications to Dr. Kipper, you referenced more than once that you chopped off your own finger to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I think the key word is chopped off my own finger. When you say to someone, I've chopped my finger off, that's just going straight to the fact. You don't get into, she did this, I did that, this, that. My finger's been chopped off.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 398, please.
Lampshade bidding starts at 5K. That stuff has got to be worth a lot of money, right? Well, they got that somewhere. Do they still have it somewhere stored, or they just took pictures? They probably still have it, right?
I'd like to direct your attention, sir, to the text message number 94, which is a text message from you to Dr. David Kipper on March 19th, 2015. Do you see that?
I will in a second.
Sure.
94. This is, yes, March 19th, so I was in Los Angeles, yes. Yes, I see the text.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed and every identifier redacted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, if we could do that redactions, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It was a pathetic attempt at humor. My apologies.
Well, the text they're pulling up now is what he's talking about? Yeah, his story is that he was covering for Amber. That's what he was saying.
All right, 398 in evidence as redacted.
True. Whiny.
Just blow that up if you can a little bit more. Thank you. So in this text message from you to Dr. Kipper on March 19th, 2015, you text him, "My most sincere apologies to you, Doc. I understand your decision based on my immunity to do the right thing, and I truly do thank you for your concern. I must apologize for not having had the presence of mind to respect the man who has been the most kind and who has done more for me than anyone ever. There was no call for my spineless and base behavior toward you. I honestly understand the reasons for your concerns in your letter and can say to you now they no longer are an issue. Thank you for everything. I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my finger off again. I love you, brother, Johnny." Did I read that right?
You did.
And Ms. Hurd was not on that text message, was she?
No, she was not.
Can you take that down and put up Exhibit 499, please? And I'd like to direct your attention to item 39, the second text down, which is a text message exchange between you and Erin Borum, Dr. Kipper's nurse, on October 31st, 2015. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this exhibit with just that text message
No objection.
All right, if we could redact it.
and the appropriate redactions. Thank you.
All right, 499 in evidence with the redactions.
And in this text message from you to Dr. Kipper's nurse, Erin Borum, in October of 2015, you say, and I'll just try to read the relevant parts, "Sent huge text to Kipper, no response. He's an odd duck, old Kipper. This is the second time that he's held off giving me meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time, I had just chopped my finger off. Oh well, I want off of the majority of the stuff anyway. I guess that's a new way to stop. X." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
And Amber is not on that text exchange, correct?
Nope, she's not.
Okay. I'd like to, if we can pull up Exhibit 343, I believe it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, and this is where you tell Amber in a recording that you mentioned the day I chopped my finger off. So let's listen to that, please.
Are you entering in 343 into evidence?
Yeah, I think it's plaintiffs. It's the same one that was played yesterday. I believe that was plaintiffs 343.
It's 343 already in evidence.
And just for the record, which portions are you playing?
Sure.
Okay. Which portion are you playing?
I'm playing 202:15 to 202:19. Is that right?
Yeah, so true. It's so true. And be careful with that shit. It's so true.
I don't know if we'll be able to get it exactly right, so there's a second or two on either side, but we'll do our best.
That's fine.
It was like a half a second.
Do we have the date of this recording? Mr. Rottenborn?
Rottenborn.
What's the date of the recording?
I don't know. It's a plaintiff's exhibit. I don't know the date of the recording.
You don't know the date, Mr. Rottenborn?
I'm talking about Australia, the day that. Now we're talking about Australia. Okay. Yes.
You hear that? When you said the day I chopped my finger off? Let's play it again. Let's
That'd
do it
be
again.
great, thank you.
Mike, you're talking about. I don't know. I'm talking about Australia, the day that. Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
Are you sure that's
Yeah, let's do it one more time.
what
You
I'm
actually
saying?
don't.
Or is it the day that I got my finger chopped off?
No, you say the day that I chopped my finger off. So let's play it one more time because I think I left out the word that. It says the day that I chopped my finger off.
Mike, you're talking about. I don't know. I'm talking about Australia, the day that. Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
I'm not so sure. In fact, earlier you had quoted Jerry Judge from the airplane tape as calling me an asshole. Wait till the asshole falls asleep. And I'm positive that those words never left his mouth because he would have, if I would have been making those noises in the bathroom, he would have ripped the hinges off.
Maybe they left his mouth when you were passed out, sir, respectfully. Let's listen to this one more time.
I don't
I'll
think
sustain.
Yeah, move to strike.
I'll sustain as argumentative, and I'll move to strike. All right. Next question.
Just wanted to play this video, this one more time, please.
Mike, you're talking about. I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay. Yes.
We can move on. Let's bring up Exhibit 380, please.
380.
This is another recording, Your Honor. I don't know whether it's been admitted into evidence yet.
380. Plaintiff's 380 or defendant's 380?
I believe it's defendants. I left my cheat sheet.
Okay. Thought it was an easy
Yeah,
question.
so
I'm sorry.
she's smart, right?
Okay, 380.
I had it written down and
That's
I don't have it in front of me.
That's fine. Is it? They're both 380.
Plaintiff's 380.
Plaintiff's 380. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I don't know if that's in evidence or not. Is plaintiff's 380 in evidence? No. So you're offering 380 before we hear it. Can we put it in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd move it into evidence, and the portions that I'd like to play are 3333 through 3410.
I assume no objections. This is the audio.
As long as this is an audio recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, we have no objection.
This portion is.
This portion is.
Yes, I believe that there's other portions that involve other people, but as best I'm aware, well, actually, no. May we approach? Because I think.
Well, they're not going through hours and hours of audio. It's just certain snippets so far. Which is, I mean, I don't know if they'll end up doing that though, but I guess it's kind of good to kind of keep the pace going. That was a super short snippet. I mean, I don't know. multiple times he's referencing he did it to his own self, but his defense is that one is that he's saying that he was protecting Amber, and two, that he was saying it's just his verbiage, but they're claiming that he cut it off himself with, I guess, an accordion door. That's what they're saying. So I think he is doing good handling the lawyer. I think he's kind of killing it, to be honest. Like today, I mean, you could argue maybe the other days, but I think just his reactions, even though he does get witty and it's kind of funny and stuff like that, I feel like the lawyers are not really getting what they want or trying to get or a reaction. He just seems very patient. He's taking his time.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to work out an issue with one of the the audio recordings. So we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess for the afternoon, okay? Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
All right. So for this 15-minute break, I'm going to dip and I'll be right back. The keeping the stream up, I'm going to keep the video feed up. But I'm going to go do this in the meantime. I want to make sure I have nothing else in the background, so we don't get the double audio like last time when it comes back.
All right. Thank you. Okay, sure.
Nah. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. They're going to take their little 15-minute break. I'm going to be right back. You guys can hang there in the chat. Yeah, 15 minutes goes fast. It goes fast. Just hang around. And hopefully nothing goes bad while I'm gone. Make sure we got the audio. And thank you for the super chats. This was a while ago, but 808 says, keep in mind that that this lawsuit is only about the op-ed, nothing prior. This makes it difficult for Johnny to win, unfortunately. Nessie, thank you for the super chat. I thought Amber Heard's lawyer respected the juror's time. I know, right? Be Botanical, thank you so much for coming back. Amber sucks for stealing his privacy for the sake of money, in my opinion. Thank you for the subs and follows. Terry, thank you for the super chat. This lawyer is not doing his client any favors. Mo says, pass out pics / sleeping pics before marriage. If she hated that and didn't like his drug use, why marry him? Money. And why hurt his attempt at detoxing? TJ, thanks so much for the super chat. iCkEdMeL is the only live feed I watch. Gracias. Thank you. I'll talk until the 15 minutes is over, then I have to go. Desi Marie, Mel, he's not proving anything right now, and it's annoying. Thank you. Appreciate it. Angelica, this lawyer isn't proving anything but Johnny being mentally tired of Amber and his drug addiction. No physical abuse. Yeah, we haven't seen no, like, him saying, and he's the thing is too, he's so talkative in some of these messages, emails, texts, whatever. And sometimes maybe he was probably under the influence. MDMA is something you got to be really careful when you're on. I think it's an amazing substance if you test it and you do it responsibly, but it's also something and that's if you're taking the actual substance. A lot of people are taking fake Chinese synthetic speedy research chemical drugs that's dubbed as MDMA. But if you take the real stuff, you can really end up saying some things that maybe the next day you'd be like, holy crap, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Oh shit, like, wow, I really said that. And so in a lot of these messages, he seems like he's being like very upfront, or maybe upfront, but maybe over like expressing himself. And so I would think that if he did hit her physically, or let's say if it happened one time or multiple times, the way he's talking in these texts, maybe he would have had messages out there of him saying, oh, I'm so sorry that I did. He's already apologizing for all these other things. Maybe he would have had a message out there apologizing for, I'm sorry I hit you. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I can't believe I did that. We haven't seen nothing like that. I mean, you could look at it like that too. A-Hope, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. And thank you for coming back. Appreciate that. 808 Fee says, listen to this clip again. Just throwing it out there. You don't hear a clear voice behind a door. There's some kind of engine noise. Yeah, that clip that we heard on the plane was, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you hear the moaning in the background, but don't really know what's going on. Nessie B, much love and respect to the caller. Thank you, Taco Noodles. I want to call, but I'm in Europe. She has BPD, like, what? LK me. What does that mean? Let me know? Or let me, I don't know what that means. What is BPD and LE? Or LK, sorry, LK. I know, me. I don't know. But thank you. LOLers, best caller you've ever had, in my opinion. Much love to you both. Thank you, LOLers. Tanya, thank you so much for the super chat. Luna, thank you. Jury's supposed to be peers. All substance users? I don't know. If they are, it might work in his favor. Patty Denise, thank you for the super chat. Kim T, thank you for the super chat. What do the drugs have to do with this lawsuit? Can't wait for her to get on the stand. I think they're trying to, what the angle they're trying to work with, and that was one of the things that I've experienced, where I would get into this arguments with this other person and we'd be both drinking, and sometimes I wouldn't remember the things that I would say, not entirely everything, but then what I come to find out is that this person was actually not being entirely truthful about some of the things that I said, and I think a lot of times this person was trying to take advantage of that. And so I couldn't drink around that person at all. Some people might try to take advantage while you're in that state and try to plug things in that you didn't even do. And then they're trying to like be like, well, how would you know you were passed out? Or how would you know you were drunk or you were drinking or blah, 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 you know? Okay. And that's it. We're caught up. So I'm going to be back. I'm going to let this play right out. Let me just make sure I don't have any other extra. I do have an extra window open. Let me close out the extra windows. Okay. We're not going to play that game today. There's not going to be no bullshit ads popping up or music playing in the background. Vamos a hacer toda esta cosa aquí. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Take it easy. Close it out. Play it all game. Oh, thank you, Carrie. That was so fast. Thank you for the email. BPD equals bipolar disorder. Okay, thank you. Lindsay sent me a clip. Penis painting. Oh, thank you. I'm going to use that. I'm going to later tonight when I'm sitting down and chilling, maybe with a spot of purple, I'm going to, oh, clips. I love it. Thank you for the clips. Okay, I can combine all the clips. So now I'm going to work on something. I don't know what. Something. I'm telling you, by the time I get up, it's gonna be 15 minutes. But I am gonna come back. I'm probably getting mad. Mel, go already. Me, you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Me, you. All right, let me check real quick. Just want to do one more double check. Audio is on. Okay, maxed out. Okay, we're good. I'm even going to close the extra videos I have open. Tabs. All right. I mean, this was a good article, though. I don't want to lose this article. Problems with articles is sometimes these things start popping up ads. All right. Boom. Okay, I'll be back. It's there, and I'll let this play in the background. Okay. I'll do my little responsibility. Go! Go, iCkEdMeL!
Thank you, Steve. All right, thank you. You can be seated. And your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think before the break, we were going to ask to play a portion of Exhibit 380, which is an audio recording. Counsel for both sides have conferred that neither side has an objection to the following excerpt being played, which is 33:33 through 34 minutes, through 34:00.
So 33 minutes to 34 minutes. So you're only entering to evidence that 1 minute of this audio. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So somebody's going to get me an audio clip of just that at some point, correct?
Sure, we're happy to take care of that.
Okay, so I'll make that 380A.
We can fight over the rest of it later, but for now, this will be just
Plaintiff's
this.
380A.
Plaintiff's 380A. Would you
Okay.
like? We're happy to take care of that. If
That's fine. Somebody just gives me that 1 minute.
oh, I'm told it's actually defendants. So, they're both 380. So, take your pick. So, we'll get it to you. How about that?
Oh, joy. Okay. All right. Three. Somebody's. We're going to go with plaintiff's 380 right now. Okay. Try to keep the record clear. 380A and 33 through 34. Okay. Go ahead.
What you are and who you are and how you fucked me over and make me feel sick of myself. There's still a lot left in the day. Makes you dye your hair. I see your ribs.
That's your voice in that audio recording, Mr. Depp, correct?
It is indeed, sir.
Now, we talked a little bit about what you wrote on the one mirror when you said Billy Bob Thornton and Easy Amber. Remember seeing that picture a few minutes ago?
I do.
And we talked about how Amber had just been in London filming a film with Billy Bob Thornton, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you were apart from her, she would want to socialize with other people, and that made you feel insecure, right?
Compound and speculative.
All right, compound, I'll sustain as to compound.
Okay. When you were apart, she would want to socialize with other people, right?
Yes, I suppose at times, yes.
And that occasionally made you feel insecure, didn't it?
Not necessarily, no.
Let's look at page 257 of your UK transcript, please. I think that's day 2.
Day 2. $330. What was the number again? I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. It's day 2, page 257.
257.
So it's page 23 of the document.
Right. Oh boy. $257.
Yes, sir. 257. Line 13. Did you give the following testimony in response to the following questions? Question. And when you were apart, She would want to do things with other people, see other people, go out with other people, socialize. Yes? Answer, yes, sure. Question, and did this occasionally make you feel insecure? Answer, occasionally, yes, it did. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is a recording. It's been admitted, and we propose to play seconds 30 through 45. With your permission, Your Honor, may we
Go ahead.
play that portion? Thank you.
If you look at the bigger picture, what is the
become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird, and you know, we fight a lot more.
Can we play that one more time, please? Actually, before we do, so this is you tell her you become irrational when you're doing movies, and you say you become weird. You heard those, right? I'd
like to hear it.
Yeah, let's play it again. Thank you.
If you look at the bigger picture, what is the
become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird, and you know, we fight a lot more.
So you heard yourself, Mr. Depp, say, I become irrational when we're doing movies. You heard that, right? I can play it again if you'd like.
It's very difficult to tell if that's a you or I.
Sure, why don't we play it again?
Thank you.
If you look at the bigger picture, what is the
become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird, and you know, we fight a lot more.
Mr. Depp, in that audio, you say, I become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous, fucking crazy, and weird, and we fight a lot more. You heard that, right?
Yeah, something to that effect, yeah.
You can take that down. I'd like to fast forward, Mr. Depp, to December 15th, 2015. I know there's been some testimony on that day for the jury. And you and Ms. Heard, you gave some testimony yesterday about an altercation that you had that evening. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember?
It was evening. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And okay. And you would agree that after this altercation that you had, that you wrote on the countertop in your penthouse at the ECB in like a gold Sharpie. Remember that?
Very well, yes.
Okay. And your counsel has showed a picture to you that allegedly was taken that day. I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which was shown to the witness yesterday, I believe, Your Honor.
Okay. That's plaintiff's 409 was already in evidence, so we'll go ahead and publish it.
Is there a, it's the, yeah, there we go. Mr. Depp, and the jury will hear more about this as the case goes on, but do you recognize this picture of Ms. Heard as a picture that was taken directly after the December 15th, 2015 incident?
I don't know when it was. I don't know when the photograph was taken. I don't know much about it.
Okay.
I was out of the picture.
You can take that down. In any event, you don't disagree that that there was a headbutt that evening. That I know that there's disagreement about the cause of it, but you would agree that that you headbutted Ms. Heard that evening, correct?
No, I would vehemently disagree with that, sir. There was a lot of. I was trying to restrain Ms. Heard, and once I had restrained her, I would say if she's trying to still move around and kick at me or trying to get loose, any sort of movement when you're like this and your heads are together, this close together, it's not impossible for them to bump, but a headbutt is that's pretty extreme.
Okay,
definition of that.
Let's take a listen to Exhibit 587. I believe that's Defendant's Exhibit 587. And Your Honor, this is one of the recordings that is just the two parties, Amber and Mr. Depp, and we would propose to play 8:45 through 9:20.
All right. Is this whole 587 coming into evidence, the whole tape, or just that portion?
Yes, we propose the whole tape come in.
And to the extent that the tape is all just the two parties,
and that's
fine.
just the two parties in this tape?
I believe so, Your Honor.
I believe.
Yes. I mean, we'll confirm, but for right now, I would just like to get this part into evidence. If we can have tonight, we'll confirm with you tomorrow that the whole thing is just the two of them. That's my understanding.
All right. Well, so right now I can only put 587A in, and the minutes are, what were the minutes again?
8:45 to 9:20.
8:45 to 9:20. Okay, that portion's in evidence at the moment. Okay.
Well, you did.
Yeah, but
Thanks for your sorry.
He had me screaming and like somehow the end all be all sort of offensive thing. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream.
Headbutted you in the fucking
Couldn't believe you did that.
forehead. That doesn't break a nose.
I don't know if you were.
Why don't we play that one more time, please? Because, Mr. Depp, my question for you is, did you say I headbutted you in the forehead? That doesn't break a nose. So let's take another listen.
Certainly.
But I didn't. Well, you did.
Yeah, but
Thanks for your sorry.
He had me screaming and like somehow the end all be all sort of offensive thing. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream.
Headbutted you in the fucking
Couldn't believe you did that.
forehead. That doesn't break a nose.
I don't know if you.
Mr. Depp, you said I headbutted you in the fucking forehead. That doesn't break a nose. Correct?
I did say those words, but
all right.
I didn't. I said I was using the words that Ms. Heard was using.
Okay.
But there was not an intentional headbutt.
Okay.
And if you want to have a peaceful conversation with Ms. Heard, you might have to placate just a little bit.
Okay. Let's listen to Exhibit 598, please, Your Honor. This is another recording that I believe is just between the two. I just want to confirm with my team, but for now, we just ask to play minutes 6:05 through 7:36 of 598.
So 598A and evidence of 6:05 to 7:36. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Who is loudest is most responsible.
My 16-year-old daughter heard you saying shit
by the way,
that she would rather
I'm
not
louder.
hear.
By the way, because I'm louder.
Okay,
by the way, my family, my friends, everyone
scream.
around me saw all the bruises and broken blood vessel under my eye, the bruises on my head, the missing chunks of hair, the split lip, the black eye, the swollen nose, all that shit. Because you're stronger. It does not mean because they heard me that I'm somehow more responsible. It just means they heard me because I yell in a fight. You do provoke. I yell. It doesn't mean I'm more responsible or badder. However, I am exposed via that. The distance between Cafe Cabronis and the house is significant, and I know that does not mean that they got an accurate representation of our fight. But if you told them stuff, great, cool. Thanks for exposing me. As I said to you before, don't do it again unless you want me to really also tell them my side of things. Because trust me, trust me, you know I have a different side than you. And if I show them pictures and stuff, I'm sure they'll have even more different side. And in fact, if I told them even more stuff, they'll have an even more clear picture of what I think are both sides.
Maybe I should show them this and this.
That's true.
From the mineral spirits.
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever. You can do whatever.
Face.
By the way, do it. I promise you, do it. Do whatever you want.
You don't want me to do that.
No, you
I'll
do
never
whatever
speak to you again.
You do whatever you want.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 526, please. After the incident on December 15th, you wrote these words on the countertop at ECB, the Eastern Columbia building, correct?
That is correct.
And that's your handwriting on the counter, right? You wrote...
I wrote it in my own handwriting, yes, sir.
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit. You see that?
Very well, yes.
And that's in Penthouse 3?
I meant it.
Okay.
Why be a fraud?
Okay.
Why lie?
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at Exhibit 580.
Because it's true. You called out cut because it's true.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the text message 2 up from the bottom. It's a text message. This is my question to you. It's a text message from you to David Hurd, Amber's father, on December 30th, 2015. Do you see that?
Which one am I looking at?
It's good question. 131. Can you scroll up, please? And my only question for you now is that's a text message from you to David Hurd on December 30th, 2015, correct?
I was just reading it, sir. Sorry.
Miel. Portuguese or mel?
Yes, yes, that's from me to David Hurd.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of 580. Just that text is all I want to ask the witness about.
No objection, but with the redactions of the phone numbers.
Of course.
You pull up what I missed.
All right. 580 entered in evidence with redactions.
Damn, Lindsay, thank you for the email. All the clips.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in this text message, Mr. Depp, that you sent on December 30th, 2015, you tell him, Amber's father, below is a text that I never hit send on from a week or so again. It was in response to you. Hey, brother, I love you too, more than you can ever imagine. It's rare in life when one meets a kindred spirit, a couple of madmen with their thirst for further. There have only been maybe 3 people in my entire life of your ilk. You're a rare specimen and our friendship means everything. Yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. I cannot and will not excuse my part inside these dramas. But I can promise you with all confidence they will never happen again. My most sincere apologies if I've let you down. Love you, brother. Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
And so in this text, sent on December 30th, you're telling David Hurd that you messed up and went too far in a fight.
It doesn't say physical fight.
And in the audio
fights can be arguments.
Sure. And in the audio that we just heard, Amber's talking to you about people seeing her injuries from December 15th and how she hid them from your kids during Christmas.
Objection, hearsay.
Is that right?
We
just listened to
I know, but I'll sustain the objection to that question. Next question.
Okay.
Max Bang, thank you.
After you came back from Australia, you and Amber saw, you can take that down. Thanks. You and Amber saw someone by the name of Dr. Amy Banks. You joined her by Skype. Do you remember that?
The only time that I've ever seen Dr. Amy Banks was on a video link from Australia.
Right. And you saw her you saw her for a joint session with Amber, correct?
Yes.
And then you saw her individually for a session as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, a brief session as far as I remember, yeah.
And during the joint session with Dr. Banks, you didn't contradict Amber's reporting that you were violent toward her, correct?
All right.
If he contradicted that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There you go.
We're going to jump around a little bit in time here, Mr. Depp. Earlier today, you recall that we talked about March of 2013, and you saw the picture with the cocaine box that said property of JD. You remember that?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you a few documents here. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 159, please? 159. And Mr. Depp, what I'm going to ask you about is the second text down. It's the text from you to someone named Sis, who I think you testified was, you said at first it was Christy, but I think you then testified that it was Whitney Heard, correct?
Sis is always Whitney. Okay. I call my sister Christy something else, another nickname.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for well, this is a text from you to Whitney on March 9th, 2013, correct? You see that?
What am I supposed to see? I'm sorry.
The second, the text, two down, is a text from you to Whitney, dated March 9th, 2013.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of this Exhibit 159 with that text and then the second and third text from the bottom, please. With the appropriate redactions on everything else.
May we approach, Your Honor? Sure.
Somebody clipped me on Twitter. Let me see what this is real quick, if we have the moment. I'm probably going to do...
Horrible thing.
Bro. And that's, for those that don't know who the lady is, I forgot her name. I had it written down some breath. It starts with a B. But that's her. That's the savage lady right there. She don't play. I wish I could have, as she was saying, I wish I could have seen her face, because I have a feeling like her face was probably like shaking, like as she was saying it, and her head was like bobbling. Yeah, you guys missed that, man? Oh, man. Oh, they didn't put it I gotta post that separately. I'm probably gonna do, because they've been, I thought they included the pussy. They should have included the pussy part. That should have been in there. That would have been funny too. Maybe it's too graphic. I'm gonna work on a little compilation later tonight.
Can you,
Double
Michelle,
mouse.
can you please redact everything but the second text message, please?
She's an activist for real? That attorney? She was wilding out. I got a lot of links today for clips. So I'm gonna have to probably work on something. I may even post it to YouTube. We'll see. It'll definitely go on Facebook. I may, if it's long enough.
And what we'll do is just call this 159A.
It should,
and that'll
sure.
be admitted with redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Depp, this is a text message you sent to Whitney Heard on March 9th, 2013. And in this text message, you say, you blow that up as best you can, please. We had a slightly grim morning, but not a doozy. We kissed, she splits, and texts me sweet stuff. I do the same right back, and nada. So I just want to know that she is safe. I've heard nothing, just worried about her, XXX JD. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. So that text was sent on March 9th, 2013. With that in mind, could you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161?
They're still doing 2013? This is the very same thing this attorney was complaining about, going before anything, before the op-ed.
Can you scroll? Yeah, no, here we go.
Very real scripted. Yeah, that's true. Who records everything? Someone with a plan.
Do you see 4 texts or 5 texts up from the bottom, there's a text exchange between you and Miss Heard. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And this is sent on March 12th, 2013.
Okay, yes, sir.
Which, if I'm doing my calculation right, was Tuesday, March 12th, 2013. And in the top text, you write, "Just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all." You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit with those texts.
When you say those texts, which ones? Just
Those 4. The text exchange between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard.
okay. Any objection to that?
We have no objection to the omission of the 4 text messages between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard on
So
that
if you
date.
make those redactions.
Yeah.
then-
I didn't hear the headbutt part. I'm gonna have to rewind after. Listen to that. Interesting novel. It does. Sounds like.
161 in evidence with the redactions. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we'll just focus on the text. So we can see the top text is from you to Miss Heard. And you say, "Just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all." And Amber wrote you back and said, "We need that book!" Exclamation point. And you wrote back and said, "Is it about last Friday night?" By any chance? I'm sorry. I got it wrong.
I think you're yeah.
Amber writes you and says, "We need that book." And then she writes you and says, "Is it about last Friday night by any chance?" And you write, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? Yes, it is. Funny bitch. I fucking love you, you cunt." You wrote that on Tuesday, March 12th, 2013, referring to the previous Friday night, March 8th, 2013, correct?
I believe that the subject, I sent her that text that there exists a book called Disco Bloodbath from a bookstore that I was in. She said, "We need the book," asked me about if it was about last Friday. I believe that I have a very different opinion of what that Friday was than you do, and I
Well, your counsel can ask you about that, and I'm sure
indeed,
Ms. Heard
I
will
think that's
testify
when
to
we'll
that.
get into that, yes.
But my question to you is, you're writing, when you're referring to such a hideous moment, you're responding to Miss Heard's text is it about last Friday night by any chance? Isn't that right?
That's what she's asking me, yes.
Okay. You can take that down, please.
Bless you.
Can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638?
All right. What is? Are we going to enter this into evidence, or?
Yes, Your Honor. Move for the admission of this video into evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. 638 in evidence. Thank you. Now you can publish it.
Fucker!
What happened?
She keeps looking back at it, looking back at the camera.
What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
This chick, dude.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy.
Don't block the view. You gotta get the right
Oh,
angle.
you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Yes, got it. Yes.
Do we have a date for this?
That's your house in
illegally
West.
recorded tape. Do we have a date or metadata or anything on that?
Why don't we, since you have some questions about it, why don't we watch it again?
Oh, I've
Play
seen
it
it.
again,
honey.
please, Michelle. Okay, you know what, we don't have to do that.
That's good.
We don't have to do that. This is at your house in West Hollywood on Sweetser Avenue, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that's you in the video, Mr. Depp, right?
That's correct, sir.
And you would agree that you were violent in that clip, correct?
Clearly, I was having a bad time. I don't know
She
what
laughed,
was with regard
Yeah.
to completely at this point, since I don't know the date. But being illegally recorded by your chosen other is, well, it's quite fitting with the rest of the photographs and tape recordings she made. So I thought what was most interesting is that she tried to hide it from me, and then that she laughed and smiled at the end. I thought that was the most interesting part myself. But so yes,
You didn't
I
react to
did
it.
assault a couple of cabinets, but I did not touch Miss Heard.
And-
As you can see, I think, no.
And you may have been drunk in that video, correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes, sir.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
A mega pint.
Yeah.
7-Eleven.
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Right.
I thought it necessary.
Right. Well, let's look at UK 101, please.
Okay, 101.
Yeah, this is day one.
Maybe we should play it again, huh? Let's rewatch it. Sir, that's not necessary.
You see there at line 5. Do you have the page up?
I don't see 101 yet, sir. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Take your time.
I've got a bit of a bushel here. 101.
He's taking his time, just cruising through it. Rah. Relaxed, calm, Amber looked like she about to break down crying. Is that what they told her to do? What's wrong with her face?
It's in the volume for day one, if that helps.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm looking through, but it's all, it's a bit of a jumble. Oh, sorry, here, page 101, is that what you like?
Yes, sir.
Great.
And just since you seemed amused by the terminology, you were asked the question, you were drunk, I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer, I may have been.
Where are we, sir?
Line 5.
Thank you.
Question, you were drunk, I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer, I may have been, I do not recall. The chances are very good that I was if I was upset. Question, we saw you pour a sort of, answer, mega pint. Question, mega pint of red wine, which is not everybody's choice for breakfast, is it? Answer, no. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you were very, very upset in that video, correct?
I think that's pretty clear, yes.
And you would agree that your behavior in that clip could be intimidating to anyone present in that room, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
You would agree that your behavior was intimidating, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now, you're a lot bigger than Amber, correct? Physically?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the standards of a Southern gentleman were not in your mind in this particular moment, were they?
I don't know about anyone else, but I have had experiences in my life where one does stray from complete control over their emotions at times, and that is a very normal, primal thing to do. I did not try to intimidate Ms. Heard. If she was intimidated, why was she filming? If she was scared to death, why didn't she leave?
Can you pull up Exhibit 821, please?
She laughed too. Yeah, she did laugh. I heard her laugh. I thought I heard her laugh.
We're going to fast forward in time a little bit, Mr. Depp.
Yes, I can feel it.
I'd like to direct your attention to the third text down. It's a text message from you to your sister on June 4th, 2016.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
Objection. Relevance, Your Honor.
All right, what's the relevance? Or you want to approach this? Sure.
That's another good clip. I mean, there's a bunch of clips that I got sent, but a little one for YouTube.
I wouldn't say.
That's where the pint came from. Okay.
Can you pull up Exhibit 870, please?
Oh, they changed it. Different exhibit now?
Actually, can you pull up it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 15711?
Excellent.
157, page 11.
There we go. Okay, 157. Plaintiff's 157.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages that you sent to your friend Isaac Baruch, correct?
Yes, and I'll just say that I'm not proud of any of the language that I've used in these anger.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of just this page of this exhibit.
Your Honor, we object on relevance.
All right, if you want to approach, let's take it.
Here we go again. Relevance. I'm trying to clip this little short video for Facebook. Johnny, what's wrong? Johnny? He's telling her you weren't even here. Yeah, Johnny, I just woke up. You were just angry. I said I'm sorry. Johnny? I get like the perfect clip. Infamous video.
All right, with the redactions. You got to tell her what redactions you're doing.
Sure. Just those middle two texts, please.
All right, plaintiff's 157, page 11. So I guess we'll call it 157A. Page 11, in with redactions needed.
Okay. Boom.
Your Honor, permission to publish this redacted exhibit.
All right, yes, sir.
Mr. Depp, these are two texts that you sent to Isaac Baruch, who the jury's heard from on October 17th, 2016 and October 18th, 2016. Can you just read for the jury that first text?
You'd like me to read that?
Yes, please.
Sure, Mr. Rottenborn. Is the slippery whore that I donated my jizz to for a while staying there?
And can you please read the text under that, please?
Certainly. I'm not sure I sent that text, but...
Well, I'll read it. You say...
No, I'll read it. It's fine if you'd like to hear that.
I'll go ahead and read it, sir.
Go ahead.
You tell Mr. Baruch on October 18th, 2016, hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic, 2 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
You did.
Okay, you can take that down, Michelle, please. And can you please...
He's doing that on purpose, right? It's got to be on purpose.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 485, Defendant's Exhibit?
Is it 485?
Got to be on purpose, man.
Do you recognize this as a text exchange that you had between you and Amber Heard on September 28th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of the exhibit with just happy to have all of it, or just Mr. Depp's, depending on what his counsel wants.
Give him a moment to read it.
Of course.
We're happy to have So Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's portions admitted, but we would ask that the phone numbers be redacted.
All right.
Of course.
So we could redact the identifying information.
My whole computer's
All
like.
right. 485 in evidence as redacted.
Can you blow up the top text, Michelle, please? And I'm not going to read the whole text, Mr. Depp, but if you start 4 lines down, you say, "And I'm on such a beastly head fuck from earlier that I feel like I won't know what to do or how to be. I feel like I only just continue to piss you off. Believe me, I never want to hurt you, and always have never wanted to hurt you. Never. I don't want to be in that position anymore. Not ever again. I feel pushed and I push back. I feel hurt. I will hurt back. A fight commences. I will fight back. And obviously so will you. But I can't again to see it coming. It puts us both in some stubborn space where neither of us can hear, much less understand one another's position." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Can we pull up Exhibit 186, please?
May I just make a point of clarification for DX 485? It's a multi-page exhibit. Is
it? Okay.
I just want to make sure it's just this page.
It was, it was just that page.
All right. What page is it?
Page 1 of 8.
So that'll be 485A, page 1.
Yes.
Okay,
There you go. At least this lady back there is doing something.
Thank you, Ms.
Here you go.
Myers.
She's doing some, clarification, little objections, notes here and there.
186.
Try this again. Video editor force closed. Amber.
Mr. Depp, if you can go to the first page, Michelle, please. This is a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard on September 6th, 2013, correct?
What's the date?
September 6th, 2013, I believe. You see that in the lower right of the text boxes?
Third, well, from the second one, the top one says September 5th.
Starts on the 5th, right, and then I was looking at the one that starts, "Thank you for your letter." That's September 6th, correct?
That is September 6th, yes.
Okay. And then if you, Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this document starting with the text that says, "Thank you for your letter." And happy to have both texts or not, depending on what Mr. Depp's counsel argues. But thank you for your letter. And then going into the next page through the text that says, "I have other uses."
Thank you, Jennifer. Hit the
Can we
like button.
Scroll down just to see a little further.
Can you scroll down a little bit further? Thank you.
The Facebook page is blowing up right now. I think they like the clips.
Can we please continue down further?
They should point out all the drug things were her too when she takes a stand. Try to like even it out a bit, I guess.
I think we would like through the text messages on the third page.
Still reading text messages?
Through Mr. Depp's text.
Well, I got a big delay.
September 6, 2013 at 8:10 a.m.
No objection to that. That's fine.
All right. So it's Defendant Exhibit 186, pages 1 through 3, then as redacted. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So 186A, pages 1 through 3 as redacted. Okay.
Got it.
Can you just scroll down so counsel can see and the court can see if the redactions
Thank you,
are
Brenda.
right?
I'm going to get the super chats when we get a little, well, I guess at the end of this, we're not going to get another break. This has been interesting, man. Interesting watching from the beginning. It's kind of, I am getting a little sucked in, I guess. Man, that video did good yesterday. Facebook. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Looks correct. Thank
All
you.
right, entered in evidence then, 186A.
All right. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can. Yeah, there we go. So, Mr. Depp, on September 6th, 2013, you send Miss Heard a text that says, "Thank you for your letter. I love you."
Yes,
Scroll
that's
down.
correct.
She writes, "Thank you for mine." Did I read that right?
You did.
And then you write, "The only reason we go for the throat is love." Did I read that right?
You did.
And then she writes, "My throat is yours. You're going to be the death of me, but I don't care." And then you write, "I have other uses for your throat which do not include injury." I have other uses for your throat which do not include injury.
Oh.
Sorry, could you read that again?
Those are your words, sir, right? I read that right, correct?
You did. Yes.
Flip it.
You can take that down.
I mean,
Can you pull up Exhibit 483, please?
what was he talking about? Was he talking about like putting it in there or choking, or what was he talking about? What exactly? I mean,
This
it's a
is
little
journal
weird, the verbiage.
that you and Amber would write to each other in, correct? It's a picture of a journal, right?
That's correct.
Is that kinky, really?
And this is an entry that you made on looks like September 27th, 2015. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if, Your Honor, I'd move for, is there another page below it?
Oh, okay. I see. I see all
Okay.
the.
I'd move for the admission of these two pages as Exhibit 483A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 43, and that's the
Chat's
first
going
and second
crazy.
pages of that exhibit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 1 and 2. Okay.
I might have just wanted you guys to say it.
In evidence, you can
Permission to publish?
publish.
We're all canceled.
And if you can scroll down, Michelle, to the bottom that starts with "I love and adore you," please. Mr. Depp, you write in this journal, and just to be clear, this journal is something that you and Amber would write notes to each other in that the other one would be supposed to read, correct?
Yes, we wrote notes to each other for each other to read.
And you wrote, "I love and adore you. I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. I am far from being proud of myself for such a," next page, "grievous error, shameful. I will never allow myself to resort to such disgraceful and odious behavior no matter what. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can you please pull up audio tape 396, please?
I'm going to save that, Katie. I'll do something. I need some creative people.
Has that already been entered in evidence?
Bounce ideas off of.
396.
Is it plaintiff's or defendant's exhibit? Sorry.
I'm told we think it's plaintiff's exhibit.
Plaintiff's exhibit 396. Has it been in evidence? No. 396 plaintiffs.
And this is another one of those, Your Honor, that I'm pretty sure is just between the two, but I'd like to confirm.
All right, so 396A, which part are you playing?
709 to 719. And 2004 to 2023.
And this is just the two litigants?
Two clips. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to those two clips?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 396A entered into evidence. Go ahead.
What's the date?
I'm not. You're a cunt. I fucking hate you. Fucking hate you. I want out. Fuck this. Goodbye. Cunt.
In that portion of the recording, Mr. Depp, you tell Amber you're a cunt and you fucking hate her, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can we play the next portion, please?
That's true. No, I can't do that. It's too savage. Good. What's that?
So the first clip was at about 7 minutes in. This is at 20 minutes in. So that was about 13 minutes later, correct? My math's right?
I don't know. What's the date?
Can you pull up?
Got time, but you don't have date.
Can you pull up Exhibit 180, please?
Defendants 180?
Yes.
Working on a Johnny voice. It'll take a while. Yeah, a lot of people find that word really offensive, the C-U-N-T. I don't know.
You scroll down, please.
I mean, I don't know what's the difference between all the other words. I guess it's supposed to be repulsive.
I believe you've testified, Mr. Depp, you did not like Ms. Heard expressing her disapproval of your drinking and drug habits, correct?
I'm about to say whore.
Her disapproval went much further than just drink and substances.
Okay, let's go to the first page of this, please. This is text messages from you to Ms. Heard on, looks like July 9th, 2013. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And is it just 2 pages? Okay. 3. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 180.
Any objection, or do you need to look at the 3 pages?
Yeah, I think we saw the first two. Could we just see the third?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, no objection. 180.
I don't know.
With
The barfing
is there any
sounds.
redactions needed?
I don't believe so,
No
Your Honor.
identifier?
No.
It doesn't appear to be.
Okay.
It's our lucky day.
All right, there you go. All right, 180 in evidence, then you can publish.
Okay. In this, and when it says Steve here, Mr. Depp, that's what Ms. Heard referred to you as, correct?
Yes.
And you referred to her as Slim, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
And so you text her rears, tears, beers, shears, sapphires, leers, jeers, queers, hears, fakirs, mouseketeers, ears. I can go all night, DJ Maxi Pad. The old vintage motherfucker you went for, dumbass. Did I read that right?
I was signing off as dumbass.
And then below that, you write, don't call me again and do not expect anything from me. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Did I read that right?
You really did.
Let's go to the next page, please. Eat salad with your equine, AD, bovine yerps. And thanks for the support. Have a great shoot. You sicken me. Leave me fucking be, Officer Squarehead. Your display of guilt and matronliness as a lesbian camp counselor was plenty. Your future is on display. Best of luck.
Best if luck.
Thank you for the correction. Best if luck.
You're welcome.
And thanks for the tunes. Bye, JD. Don't call again. I will begin to feel embarrassed for you. Go away, coach. Hup. Done. Did I read that right?
No.
Can we get a close?
Go away, coach. Done. Hup. Done.
Thank you. Otherwise, did I read that right?
Sure.
You agree that referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor is a highly offensive reference to make, correct?
Cancel.
What's the date here? 2013. It wasn't as considered as egregious. There was a bit more. There was a bit more understanding about terms. Amber also called herself a lesbian camp counselor many times. So, I don't think I'm the first to say that.
You'd agree that there's nothing appropriate about referring to her, your girlfriend or fiance as that, in those disparaging terms in that text, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, sustained compound.
You'd agree
Cancel.
that you meant the terms in your text as an insult because you didn't like the fact that she was disapproving of your alcohol and drug habits.
Objection
Isn't that right?
compound.
Sustained compound question.
There was nothing.
No, you don't have to answer that, sir. That's
Sorry.
right. Next question.
Sorry, Your Honor.
And
That's
if you
okay.
can go up one page, please. You told her, you sicken me. Leave me fucking be, Officer Squarehead. Correct?
Yes.
And maybe working on something else. Yeah, man, I want to see what happens when Amber takes a stand.
Hello?
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 736, please. Can you scroll down, please? Is that the last page? Is there more?
You remember Squarehead, right?
Go up then, please.
Did you say that? Read it for me.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the text at the bottom. We've heard some testimony in this case, the jury's heard testimony in this case about the events of May 21st, 2016. These texts are texts that you and Amber exchanged on May 22nd, 2016.
All right.
You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 736.
All right, any objections?
Well, the identifiers need to be redacted, and
Sure.
I just want to clarify that the 3 pages we scrolled through are the only 3 pages.
Sure, let's
of the
take a look
exhibit.
at them right now. It's just those 2 pages.
Oh,
2 pages or 3 pages?
It's just 2.
oh, if it's just these 2, then that's fine.
Okay, we'll take out the identifiers, please.
This has been fun, man. I can't. Yo, he's handling this good, man. I gotta say. He's getting comfortable too, like even more comfortable.
736 in evidence as redacted.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, if you can take a look at the text message at the bottom of the first page. You write to Ms. Heard the day after the incident on May 21st, 2016. Just let me know when you have a minute, and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say to you should elicit anything but a sense of ease. All my love and profound apologies, Jay. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we go to 771, please? Mr. Depp, is this a text message from you to Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016?
Yes, that seems to be the case, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this exhibit with identifiers redacted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. If you do those redactions. All right. 771 in evidence with redactions.
And on May 22nd, 2016, you wrote the text that we just saw. You also texted Ms. Heard, sorry if was a bit. Please know that my hurt toward you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid X. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we please pull up Exhibit 587? And Your Honor, this is an audio recording that I think will take about 5 or 6 minutes, so it might be take us
some
to
audio.
the end of the day.
All right. 587. And is that an audio recording that's agreed?
Is this plaintiffs or defendants? 587.
It's defendants. Again, I'm 99% sure it's just them.
Okay.
But I'll confirm this evening.
Any objections?
That's fine. Can you please just let us know which portions you're playing?
Of course. This will be 3210 to 3805.
Okay.
And Mr. Depp, before we move on, you and Ms. Heard saw each other in July of 2016, one final time, correct? You testified to that, right? You saw each other in San Francisco, right?
Yes, we did.
All right.
I'm still not sure if that was the final time. I believe the last time I saw her was in her divorce attorney's office.
You guys need a tag team. Get him out of there. You need help. Tag team, get out of there.
I believe I misspoke, Your Honor.
Yeah, you off.
It's 586.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, man? Get him out of here.
Same video that you were discussing, just the wrong number?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Your Honor. And,
Man, no
and
mistakes
what I
happen,
propose
but-
to play is 3210 to 3805.
So we'll make it 586A,
Yes.
sections 3210 through 3805. All right, that's in
Yes,
evidence. Okay,
thank you. And with your permission, I'd ask for us to play this to the jury.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, let's listen.
Actually, but before we start, Mr. Depp, during this meeting that you had with her, at one point you tried to cut yourself with a knife, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay, let's play this.
I mean,
Thank
I
you.
might have made a move.
If that was the problem, it's my fault. What? This is really pretty.
Thanks. You want to cut me somewhere?
Do I want to cut you?
Yeah, you want an arm, you want a chest, you want... What do you want the scar? You want cut me.
Just don't cut your skin. Please do not cut your skin. Please don't.
Cut me.
Why would I do that?
It's easy.
Don't. Please do not do that. Please do not do that. Please don't. Please don't cut yourself. You don't need to cut yourself.
I need to do what I want.
I know it hurts. Folks.
Cut me. I know you are.
You have.
No, you don't. You're gone. No, thank you. No, thank you. There's sperm on the pillows. Cut me. If you don't, I will. Cut me. Well, Spitzer won't answer this because he's a fucking conservative prick.
Don't. Please don't. Don't cut yourself. Please don't cut.
Cut.
Please don't cut yourself. Please, I know it hurts.
You do it.
I would never cut you. I would never do that to you. Please don't.
Come on, pussy.
No, pussy.
Yeah, you fucking hate me. Come on.
Tell me.
Not a problem. What do you want?
No nerves.
Not on your own. Not on your own. Want to be cut? Do you? Just gonna go to court.
The knife is really dull.
I have to use the sharp part.
Don't.
Don't you tell me.
Please don't do that. Put the knife down. Just put the fucking knife down. Don't do that. Do not do that, Johnny. Please, you're
I
gonna
want to look at you.
You're gonna hurt yourself. Please
I want to
stop.
look at you.
I know you're in pain. Wait. Stop. Please
There's a
don't.
way for the pain to go away.
It's not that. It doesn't make it go away, trust me.
You don't fucking know.
I do know. It doesn't make it go away.
Really?
Did it make it go away?
Yeah.
It did? Please don't do that, okay? There's love here. There is love here. There's love here. I wouldn't be here. I have no other reason to be here. Knife is really dull, and it would be the worst thing in the world to use to cut me with. It would be too painful and dull and dirty to use.
Yeah, that's the tip of the knife.
Right? It's pretty. No, please do not. Don't. You're gonna hurt yourself. Don't. It's okay. Please don't cut yourself. Please don't. Please stop. Please stop. Please. Don't hurt yourself, please.
No, I won't hurt myself at all.
Please.
Your Honor, I think that might, if it's okay with Your Honor, I'm probably going to move on to something else.
Later, next time. Okay, I assume you still have quite a bit cross, or?
A bit. I'm not exactly sure.
All right, but more than we could do.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we've come to the end of our week. So I won't be seeing you again till Monday. Since I won't be seeing you till Monday, I just want to give you the large jury instruction I gave you, and I'll try to give you on each Thursday evening just to remind you, since I won't see you for 3 days, okay? So remember, it's the court's instruction to you, the jury, that you not read anything about this case, that you not watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social media networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, blogs, or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your family, friends, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. All right, so I hope you have a safe and quiet weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning bright and early, okay? Thank you. You're excused for the weekend.
What the hell was that? Are we all, is it not, is it off tomorrow or are we coming back? Wait, what did it say? Are we coming back tomorrow or not? Is Monday? It's Monday, huh? Oh, okay. Well, we got off tomorrow then. What are we gonna do? Maybe post
All right,
clips
so you
or
can
something.
Sit down with your attorneys, Mr. Depp. You can sit down with your
What are we
attorneys.
gonna do tomorrow?
You can stay with your attorneys. All right. So tomorrow, I won't see the litigants anymore. Obviously, no posting on social media, no talking to the press for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard. The attorneys, I'd like to see at 9 o'clock tomorrow. If we could start at 9, please. So we can start with the deposition designation objections. I would, if you could send that list to me or to Sammy. It's all yours. You don't have any more depositions we need to go through? We've done all yours?
So
Good.
I have 10 that I sent them last weekend. We've sent all of our withdrawals and objections, et cetera. I don't have any of theirs
Well,
back yet.
we can do what we did last week with the round robin. The more attorneys you bring, the more round robin we can do. That seemed to work okay, and we'll just keep doing it until we went to 6:30 last week. I don't know. Hopefully we can get done before then, but we'll stay until they get done.
And we do intend to be sending our comments.
That's
to them as
fine.
well.
We can discuss it tomorrow at 9. And any redacted exhibits that you're going to have for me, because now I'm owed quite a bit. If you could bring those as well, whatever you can. Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may approach, I just have 2 from yesterday.
Okay. Which it's number 40, hopefully. We're still waiting on 40. 40 is on my first page, so I was hoping I could get that cleared. That's okay.
Okay. Holy moly. Are they done or are they still talking? I just posted this. Oh my God. So much things I can post now. I just posted the wine incident on, just posting it now on Facebook. That last one, that audio too, is bizarre.
I don't have a 492. Do you
It's
have a
bizarre.
492?
That's just weird.
487A? 487. It is 487A. All right, 487A. Got it. Okay, we'll enter those into evidence.
I think you gave those to me, right?
You have them?
Yes, we have those. And Your Honor, if you could just remind the witness that since he's still on the stand, he's not to discuss his testimony
Right.
with anyone, including his
Right.
counsel.
And again, Mr. Depp, since you're still testifying, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's fine. Anything else?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, we'll see you in the morning then.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
And the way they did that is for like a mic drop, just to leave that taste in everybody's mouths and for people to hold on to for the weekend, for the jurors to hold on. It's not a good look. It definitely is not a good look. I don't know what was going on there. I mean, it sounded like he was on something high. And obviously, she's recording. and being sneaky, but in context with the whole, they're claiming he cut his finger off. And then now there's some clip here where he's like saying to cut himself with some weird shit. And at first it sounded almost sexual. I'm like, what's going on here? Because there's some people into cutting. I found out from these friends that I had, these two chicks, that they were in a relationship and they told me they were into cutting or whatever, like some sort of, I don't know what it's called, knifing or something. All right, you do you, whatever these kids are doing these days. And so at first when I'm hearing them, I'm like, yo, is this like sexual or are they like, what is this? It's weird. It's weird. And then he said it was like sperm on the pillows. So it was like, what kind of poll do you guys want? The which side are you on kind of thing? Do you want to do any calls? We could do a couple calls. I'll do a couple calls if you want, maybe like 30 minutes, and then I'll head out of here. I mean, it's nice. Tomorrow will be open. You do whatever tomorrow. I mean, there's a lot of clips I could put together. I had clips emailed to me. At one point, he went and grabbed tissue. He went and got. Maybe they. I mean, would he have had to know it was coming? Was it he was joking? You think he was joking? Let's take some calls. You guys think that was joking? Fuzzy said it's not a good look for her. That's kind of crazy. Okay, let me open up the lines. We'll do some calls for a little bit. A little bit. Yo, I had a lot of fun today, though. I was not expecting this craziness. This is so messy. This is like, I mean, I know for them it's serious as hell. But Johnny, he's been strong that entire time. Oh, like the first day I was a little bit kind of concerned. I was like, I don't know. But definitely today I was like, all right, he's kind of coming through. He's got these witty responses. I honestly think the responses kind of threw off the defense a bit. I think the guy was getting annoyed. I also think that those objections help him out. It buys him time. It throws off these people, and they're like, they got to go look for the other exhibit. This guy doesn't even know the dates. He was a little bit messy, kind of. I mean, I can't imagine. I couldn't do that kind of work. It's got to take a lot of focus and memory to like pull up all these exhibits and notes and all that stuff. So I mean, I'm at that aspect. I'm not, But the guy, to me, he seemed thrown off. He was off, especially compared to the other days. They should have tagged his ass out. Well, maybe they don't work like that because maybe they have their whole thing planned out. So, I don't know. But he seemed kind of off. And I think at a certain point, maybe he knew the whole time or whatever. I think Johnny knew that. But then he kind of came back in the end with that audio and really kind of, left on a note where Johnny couldn't even respond to it. You know what I'm saying? It seemed kind of well planned maybe. Your Honor, we have 5 minutes. The video is about 5 minutes. That's all the time that we have. And the judge was even willing to go longer. He was like, oh, you want to squeeze in something else? Like we can go in for a little bit longer. No, we're done. That's it. 3 days off. And you can't respond. You can't say nothing about it. All right, I'm calling in. I'm dialing in right now. I have two people on the line, and I got to get the super chats.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studios host.
Okay.
Studio web interface.
Let me fix the audio too, because we don't need to have it so loud. It need to be bumped up. Yeah, call in if you want. Let me hear your thoughts. Johnny D likes it kinky. Callie said, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Lisa, for the super chat. Thank you, Callie. Callie says, hey, Mel, I just wanted to let you know you made my day yesterday when you thought it was the end of the cross and the judge continued because of time. You clapping and smiling. Thanks. Cole, what's up? Thank you for being a member for 6 months. For the record, being bisexual is definitely a thing. Even Johnny is using lesbian as a slur. She's a terrible person, but probably uses everyone. All right. 808 Fief says that's the sound I make when I see my narcissist father. She's referring to the vomiting sounds. Katie requesting a trial mug. I want to do something. I need to link up with some people. Team Johnny with his cute face on it. A smug mug. ... Terry says, thank you for the super chat. If he says, did I read that right one more time, all he has to say is, if I misread anything in these exhibits, please correct me. I mean, Johnny is literally correcting this guy, the attorney, like literally. There was one time, like multiple times, correcting him. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody's gonna have a talking with this guy. Brenda says, thanks for showing this, Mel. You're the best. Thank you, Jen, for the Brenda, for the super chat. Jennifer, hit the like button. Thanks, Mel. Hang in there with us. Thanks for hanging with us. Thank you. Dave says, JDS lawyer is not sustaining to get Amber on cross. Callie, thank you for the super chat. Max Bang, thank you for the super chat. All right, let me get calls. I'll check what else there is. Oh, wow. Okay. 832, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
This is Casey from Houston.
Hi, Casey.
So I've been watching from the very beginning, and did I miss it? Is there going to, and this is more of a question for Terry, is there going to be a forensic expert that testifies towards all the date stamps and timestamps of these audio and video recordings? Because that's context.
Right. You said is there going to be a forensic expert that verifies like the timestamps and the dates and all that kind of stuff you're saying?
Right, because it really seems like this, the defendant's lawyer is jumping all over the place and out of context. Like, context matters.
Right.
The date and time that these things took place matters.
Right. And the guy seemed to have his dates mixed up. I mean, I don't know that the it's going to be the same as like a criminal trial, like the standards. But
that's more of a question for Terry.
Right. I'm going to ask her. I made a little note, and I'm going to ask her to see if she has any thoughts on that.
And I think that with these audio recordings, I think she's right. I was listening to her during the lunch break. It's going to turn into a lose-lose situation. But, Johnny's mission is going to be accomplished as far as him taking and clearing his name. Clearly with these audio recordings and some of these videos, he's not as innocent as he seems as far as, when he's been on substance abuse. But at the same time, in my heart of hearts, I don't believe he ever hurt Amber in any way, shape, or form.
I missed. Did you hear the part, the headbutt part? What was that about? Because I've heard.
Well, I believe, Johnny, in every single situation that you have, and I got another question, so press pause, about the headbutt. Another question for Terry is, you're supposed to be judged by a jury of your peers. A jury that are not celebrities that live this lifestyle. Like, so the rest of us, this is like, holy shit. But the celebrity lifestyle is a completely different world, unbeknownst to the rest of us. So that's another great question for Terry, as far as, is this really a jury of his peers?
Okay.
So with the headbutt, I do agree that with Johnny that, in any situation, if he's giving her a better hug and everything else, I think that whole thing was staged. Yet we have this audio clip that appears today that is kind of weird, that could attest to the other side. So it could swing both ways. I've worked with lawyers for over 30 years. And, they didn't do him much good, but at the same time, this lawyer is really frustrating the shit out of me because of the fact that he's jumping all over the place and confusing the jurors with respect to dates, times, places, date stamps. How is a person on the witness stand supposed to answer a question when they don't know the context?
Right.
And it's validated. I at least would want to hear that the lawyer's saying that, they say forever that we want to redact the emails, addresses, and the telephone numbers. That's fine. They only need to say it once. But I want somebody to state for the record, and maybe I missed it, please, that these audio recordings have been like geotagged. All these iPhones have geotags in them as far as when they occurred, the date stamps, because clearly this lawyer, Amber's lawyer, doesn't have it correct. This whole cis email, you know, he should know from his forensics expert that this was the sister of Amber's, and it was not his sister. It wasn't Johnny's sister. Now, he's basically, you know, said, okay, I agree with you now, but forensically it matters. And I've been dealing with forensics for over 30 years. So.
Oh, okay. All right. I did hear at the beginning of the trial, or I think it was like an opening statement, supposedly like they were going to bring somebody like some sort of, I thought they were going to bring, or eventually they're going to bring like an expert or something to talk about the whole finger situation. I don't know if it's going to be a doctor or somebody that, you know, whoever would do that, or surgeon or something. I thought they were supposed to be bringing that type of person in too. So we may see that. I don't know.
And with all these other doctor's records, why aren't the hospital records from when his finger was cut off actually being put into evidence?
Right. Should. Yeah.
Yeah, I find that interesting that we're not seeing those records being put forward. You know, when it comes to the insurance forms, everybody lies on those things.
Right.
So I don't hold him against that at all, right? Like we've all lied as far as the amount we drink, the amount we smoke, the amount we do everything. And in the celebrity world, it's different with the drugs.
Right. I'm
but
kidding.
at the same
all right, well,
time,
thank
you know,
you.
All right.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. I'm
Those
gonna.
are my 2 cents.
All right, thank you. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye. I'm gonna stick to like a 3-minute calls. I forgot I used to do that. We're gonna have like 3-minute calls so people don't have to wait so long. Around 3 minutes, well, you know, depending on the context and conversation. 928, how you doing? Where you calling from?
I'm calling from New Mexico.
New Mexico. Welcome, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I have so much to say about this case, but the only thing
Go
I'm
ahead.
just bothered.
Yeah.
I'll just make it quick. It's just that it's just the way how Amber approaches Johnny whenever he's like when he's vulnerable, like when he's out of it, drunk,
Right.
he's high, and I just hate the fact that she has to record him. And
Yeah, it's super shady,
sure
man.
She took a lot of pictures as well. You know, when he's passed
Right.
out, or she would create a scene. I figured without his consent or anything, and she just would just make her own scene of how he behaves and how he treated her. So I'm just bothered by that. And also at the end of that last part, at the end of the court, where Johnny was supposedly having, he was having a knife, he's waving it around. What bothers me is that it seems like she approached him, and basically she was just hanging around him, and it felt like I'm just hearing her giving Johnny the knife while he's drunk. He's not making any sense. It's unpredictable when you're drunk, because because I've been through that phase. People give me a lot of shit, like handed me things, and I behave in that state, whatever is given to me. So I figure, this is what she's doing to Johnny. Well, if she's recording this and like she's making him like, oh, he became hostile that night and he's drunk and he had a knife. Why didn't she have it on video? So at this point, and why wasn't she scared? Why wasn't she fearful of her life? I mean, these are
She was definitely plotting the entire time. I know me, if somebody, I've been messed up, whatever. If somebody hands me a knife, I'm not going to start like, I'm going to cut myself, but I don't know if this dude maybe was on pills and something like that. The audio, it doesn't sound good. There's really like no context, though. We don't know what's going on really. It's kind of weird. I'm going to see if I can find a note here to see if there's any references, but that was bizarre to me. But yeah, she's recording the entire time. I feel like she's trying to egg him on. Like even the wine video, which is like a video that went viral, the cabinet, the wine. Yeah. She's hoping. I feel like a lot of the times, a lot of the clips that I've seen or heard is like she's trying to antagonize him, hoping that this guy will like snap and hit her or something, that she could capture something.
Yeah, she wants that. Yeah. So, but it's just that last part. She's not afraid for her. It doesn't sound like she's afraid. Basically,
right.
She's just setting him up, and it just sounds like she's just Like, here's the knife, here's the knife. I'm like, well, she just keeps handing him the knife, but there's, it's just audio, what do you call it, voice recording. There's no video of it. So that's just my opinion, and
Thanks, man.
What I just want to talk about.
Appreciate it, dude.
All right, man.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Yep.
Yo, the lines are kind of hot. That was a good call, though. Thank you, man. 973, how you doing? Where you calling from? Está caliente aquí.
Hi, I'm from New Jersey. I'll be quick because I've been
You're
sick.
Good. Okay.
So far, I'm on Johnny's side. I believe that what they've done today shows no relevance to what she did to defame him. How does destroying his character or showing these tapes that show that he's been controlling himself, he deflects the anger towards things and not people? What do they tell a kid? Kick something, punch a pillow if you're mad instead of hurt somebody, So it's showing that he's putting his anger towards an object when he's getting egged on. So it shows that he has restraint and he's not going to hurt her physically. And so that's where I stand with that. And I don't understand why. I hope that they bring up the whole issue of him getting MRSA from the wound. I'm a nurse, and that is so deadly.
Yeah, it's very serious.
Complications that she could have caused septicemia, heart problems, death. So he hasn't. They showed that he didn't. He was just upset. He's verbalizing his anger. He's taking it out in an object. How does that prove relevance that he actually punched her? There's no proof. And I really believe that this defense is just grasping for straws right now.
What do you think about that last audio that we heard?
I don't think it's relevant. I just think he's angry. Yeah. I think that you have a guy that's they did a good job with the prosecution was showing his childhood trauma and what he had gone through. That his father's life is like a parallel to his life, and how his father walked out before things got heated. That his father wasn't beating up his mother. He did not grow up in an environment where women were hit. His father wouldn't hit his mother. So it shows, to me, the defense did not do a good job today. That's it. But I just think the whole thing with the MRSA is. I don't care about this. The sticker on the face. Everybody's talking about that. But that whole wound thing. He could have lost his whole limb, his whole hand, with that kind of bone infections. I just think it's terrible that happened to him. And I think women like that, she shouldn't be in a relationship. This is a person that was just gaslighting him. I just don't think they had a case today. That's all.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate the call. Hope you feel better too. Take care. All right. Let me get the next one. 434. Just gonna keep rolling so we can kind of catch up. 434. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, it's Anne-Marie from Tampa.
Anne-Marie, what's up? How you doing?
Hi, Melly Mel.
Welcome.
Oh, man, so much to say, but it is a privilege to be on this team that is still, no matter what they showed today, for Johnny. That New Mexico guy pinned the tail on the donkey. 3 things really quick because we have 3 minutes and I could talk to you all day. But when you come from a traumatic family and you turn to drugs and alcohol, anyone who's experienced it or has experienced it, we have anger issues. You have anger issues. And we have to thank our Lord that he let him throw glasses, let him punch a punching bag, let him get his steam, his frustration out, how he chooses. But she really plucks his nerves when he's going through his thing. And we have ample time to press start and stop. And we never see what leads up to that. Nothing they said, no videotape or audio tape shows what led up to it. For instance, that cutting issue at the end.
Right.
We don't know if he was detailing, everyone cuts me. I feel so hurt. I'm in pain all the time. It's like a knife slicing my skin every day. And then she may have handed it to him. What are you talking about? Show me. We just don't see what leads up to it. And Team Johnny all the way. And like I said, when you are angry and you turn to drugs and alcohol, it is clear that he has anger issues, but nothing shows him directing it to her face, her body, her humility, her mind, nothing.
Right.
So far, I got nothing to say, oh my God, he's going to punch her. Oh my God, you know. And believe you me, I mean, I'm sure we've all had a traumatic upbringing. We know when that's coming. So if everyone can still see this and agree that she must be doing something to consistently run it. I mean, poor guy.
Right. Thanks, Emery.
So,
yeah,
what do you
I don't know. I think, listen, I think it seems like they finally maybe did a little something right on their end. Amber's team is where they left off that clip for the people that don't know what's going on, or for maybe people that are undecided or whatever, to leave it off like that where Johnny couldn't even respond. I thought that was an interesting tactic. And now it's going to sit with them for 3 days. You know what I'm saying? Until Monday. Yeah.
Absolutely. And if you just tuned in for the first day, he looks like a terrible guy.
Right. Like if you don't know, or your first time, or you haven't experienced, you know, some people just hear drugs and that's it. They're like, oh my God, you know. So
yeah, he's a beast. He's a beast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Team Johnny. Thank you, Mel.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
I'll talk to
Take
you
care.
soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, that was 3 minutes. That was good. Okay, 805. How you doing? Where you calling from? Hey, welcome.
Hi, I'm Cindy from California. Oh my goodness,
Hey,
I can't
Cindy.
believe I got through.
You got through. Welcome. Thank you for calling.
So I just wanted to clarify, not that we were judging, but when, you know, the whole text messages and how he calls her like a whore and a cunt.
Yes, let's talk about that.
What if that's just bedroom talk, you know? Because, I mean, yeah, like, I mean, my partner, like, says all kinds of far out things, but that's between us. And for
Right.
them to, like, air out, like, maybe the people looking out or looking in are just like, oh, my goodness, this is so wild. But it's totally normal. We're not judging, but but what a seat, though. I feel so bad.
Yeah, well,
That's
the thing and you know, there was one message that just showed where he was like, "Thank you, cunt," after the whole blood house something, disco blood house or something like that, and he called her a cunt.
Yeah.
And it almost seemed like, because I used to have some friends that we could do that, like we'd curse each other out, but it was like kind of funny,
Mhm.
like "F you,"
Yeah.
whatever. And so and that text, I was just kind of curious. I wanted to see what was next, but they never showed what was next. They just blurted out. All you could see was like the middle where they had that conversation, but you don't know what. I wanted to know what her response was to him calling her a cunt in that moment, you know? So, yeah. Well, yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, some people
you
talk
guys
like
are
that. Yeah, and he
Yeah,
did say,
I'm-
you're right. So Brady said that he did say that he would call himself that. He would call his friends that. He would mean it as endearing and joking around. I used to have friends. We used to call each other all kinds of names, just laughing and funny. And then I've had other people that you can't joke around like that. They get super offended and they're like angry. I had an ex like
Yeah.
that, you know, so some people can't, you know, depends. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
But-
Well, great points. Thank you for
Aw.
calling. Yeah.
Thanks. Have a good one. Bye,
All right, you
guys.
too. Bye. Take care. Callie. Let me see. Okay, there we go. 214. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is Natalia from Texas, Dallas,
Hi,
Texas.
Natalia.
How
Welcome.
are you?
Good, good.
Thank you. I've been listening for a while. I've been listening for a few months. I feel so bad for Johnny. I hate her. I hate her so much. He was so vulnerable and such in pain. I don't think he has anger. I think she brought it out. She brought the worst out in him. I think he is in pain. And as a recovering opiate addict, what made me so mad is for her to deny him medication when he was in so much pain. She was acting like his doctor. Like, when you're detoxing, you cannot have somebody in a relationship or your family helping you. You need medical doctors and nurses. So, oh my God.
I wonder how she was able to deny him. meds. I don't know. I still kind of confused about that. Like, if I want my meds, I'm gonna take my meds. Or he just in so much pain he couldn't move, or was she holding it against?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know how she became in charge of helping him with the meds, but I'm glad that he told her to leave because that is horrible. I mean, like as a partner, you're supposed to help at their worst, and
Right.
she looked like this. I don't know. This seems like it's all planned. Like she just videotaped him at his worst. He was an addict. We know that. Duh.
Right,
Like,
right.
okay. Like, I don't know. I feel so bad for him that he has to relive like all the mess with her. She is just an evil person. Oh, she makes me so mad. She makes me so mad. I feel so bad. But yeah, I appreciate
Thank you.
you
Yeah.
replaying this, and I've just listened to you every day that you guys had this on. So I can't wait until Monday. That's too long.
I know. They know what they were doing when they dropped the audio like that, and he couldn't respond.
Exactly. And what did he grabbed a Kleenex, but then he didn't wipe nothing from his face. It was like his leg or somewhere like below. So what was that?
I don't know. I thought he was wiping his face. Maybe he didn't though. I saw him grab it, and then I don't know what he did next.
No,
No?
he never wiped his face.
Hmm.
It's something like below the desk, or it was below. She looked like she maybe wiped her little tears away. I'm like, oh, she's so evil. I hope nobody dates her because she is like, you know how she's gonna, like, she's probably secretly recording everybody. She's so evil. So anyways,
Well, thank you
that's
for
all I
calling.
wanted to say.
Yeah,
No
appreciate your thoughts.
problem.
Thank you. Guess I'll see you Monday. We'll see.
I'll be there. I'll
All
be
right.
there. Okay. Have a
All
good
right,
weekend.
bye. You too. Thanks.
Bye.
And thank you to, let me make sure I want to say it. Lutfi. Thank you, Lutfi, for the screenshot here. I was gonna ask somebody else to send me a screenshot. I wanted a screenshot of her face. Lutfi said, "Hey Mel, took a screenshot for posterity's, I'm saying that right, sake, and I happened to notice that Turd's face and the caption just below fitting, huh? The end." Oh yeah, that was a nice capture. I didn't realize that the timing. Yeah. Awesome. All right, next call. 310. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is Maria from Los Angeles.
Hey.
I'd just like to say, as a woman that was abused, actually, I'm talking about a broken arm, same type of finger injury, whatnot, like that. Amber is a typical narcissistic person. She gaslights him. She tries to bait him. She tries to catch him. She tries to make him do things to her so she seems like the innocent one. You can tell by the recordings that she recorded. And another question I'd like to ask is, what state did these recordings take place in? Because some states you have to, tell the other person that they're being recorded. So how are these even admissible in court?
Yeah,
Does anybody know that?
I don't know. And that, maybe I'm going to write that down for Terry.
Yeah.
I think I kind of asked her earlier, but how are these, like what, like the audio calls, the video? I would think that they'd have to.
No, just the
submit-
ones like in the house, just in general. Yeah, did they take place? Because I know California, you have to have the other person's permission to do that. So
I think
did
that
he
was in
even know
Cali.
that he was being recorded?
Where was the one video at,
and-
guys? Was that in, yes, two-party consent law? Is that why he was saying like this is illegal? This recording was illegal?
It is, yeah.
Mm.
And then another thing I'd like to say is, it's people like her. I think it's hard for people to kind of see that he was abused because he's a man. People need to realize that there are men that are abused by women. It doesn't mean because they're smaller that, they can't do any damage. Yeah, they can do damage. And people that are narcissists like her can zero in on certain types of people, and they know their weaknesses and they use it. And that's
Right.
exactly what she did to him. And another thing, one more thing, because I know you want your calls,
It's okay.
that Amber has a reputation for every film that she's been in. She always sleeps with the lead actor. And I know this because my daughter works in the industry, and that's her persona known here. Yeah, allegedly. But yeah, so there you go.
Amber
And maybe
said
that's
so.
why. And Jason Momoa all of a sudden is getting divorced from Lisa Bonet. How funny. And she was just in a movie with him.
But
So think
supposedly
about
he's
that.
following JD's account today. That's what they were talking about.
Well, yeah, so we'll see. I don't know. But yeah, love your show.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Yeah, appreciate the call. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
I paused calls right now. There's a couple people holding, so I want to get to these callers. So don't put the phone number out anymore. For now, I want to catch up on calls. 773. How you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hi.
Hi.
First time. I'm new subscriber. First time caller. I'm Karen. I'm calling
Amazing.
from Illinois.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Karen. Welcome.
You're doing a great job, by the way.
Thank you.
Thanks. I've been watching you on and off. I was like, make a commitment. Just subscribe. Just do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, when
really
I get some
appreciate
money,
that.
I'll do some membership. But yeah.
No, you're
But
good.
You're doing a
The
great
subscription
job.
helps out a lot. The comments, even the calls, that really helps me out too. So thank you.
And then I double view. I view on my phone and view on my TV. So I can give you double view. I can hook you up anyway.
I appreciate
can.
that. Yeah.
But no problem. But I did just want to reiterate to people that last effect was done. It was a cliffhanger. It was done dramatically. He did it on purpose. But what I thought when Johnny was talking about all this cutting is I related it more to him being in pain. So I actually had more sympathy about it. I do think Amber really planned secretly the recording. Now, she could say that she wanted to record things to show him when he was sober to try to inspire him, to help kick the habit. So she may use that as a defense for her secret recordings. But I did want to say that. And then just really quickly, I just wanted you to confirm when you have Terry on, are we absolutely guaranteed to hear from Amber? Because I don't know, if she gets to plead the fifth, if she doesn't have to take the stand, do we know with, certainty that she's going to do that? But that's all I have to say. Thanks,
All right,
Nell.
thank
You're doing
you.
a great
Appreciate
job.
it.
I'll let you get
And
to the next caller. Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, thank you for subscribing and playing the videos and commenting. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. 317, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Tiffany, and I'm calling from Indianapolis.
Hi, Tiffany. Welcome.
Hi, long-time subscriber, love the show.
Amazing.
I wanted to say about the cliffhanger at the end of today. She said something about how the knife was too small, dull, and dirty to cut her with. And then
Is that what you said?
They said,
Mm-hmm.
I had it like right next to my ear so I could actually hear it. I rewound it a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
And then she starts saying, don't cut yourself. So it sounds like she was trying to make it sound like, since it's audio only and no video, I think she was trying to make it sound like he was threatening her with a knife. But then he's being silent. He's not saying anything. And she's saying, don't cut yourself. I really think he was on the brink of committing suicide because you can only get so miserable.
Mm.
I mean, mental and emotional and physical abuse. I mean, like him, the headbutt thing. Like he got, men are always told don't hit women. So women will beat the crap out of a guy and he won't hit her back. Well, he finally was trying to restrain her so she can't hit him anymore. And in the process, they bump heads together and it's, oh, you headbutted her.
Yeah, I remember him talking about that too, the headbutting thing. I just missed that part though when they came back from break to see what they were saying.
Yeah, and he had said that he was like, well, I had my arms around her trying to restrain her, but she could still bite me, kick me. So he was trying to stop her from hurting him.
Mm.
My parents were like this, and this is exactly what happened. My mom would, throw stuff at my dad, hit him, all that. It got really crazy. I've got a white trash black belt, but then the second he would push her, it's, oh, you hit me, I'm calling the cops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just a dainty little woman. Like, no, don't start none, won't be none. If you start throwing punches and you get hit back, that you started it. You should not have started something.
Right.
But I understand
I agree.
the restraint because it gets twisted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't think that people are going to believe you, so you're trying to hold back. You're afraid to do anything because the moment you. I mean, I had a situation like that once where I pushed somebody off of me because I was being attacked, and in that moment, that person all of a sudden is a victim. But I thought I was gonna get something worse was gonna happen to me. I was already being attacked, so.
Right. I mean, she'd already hurt him so much that then he retaliates and then he apologizes because that's what victims of abuse do. You hurt me, but then I finally hurt you back. Now I'm afraid, what are you going to do worse to me? So I'm going to apologize for my part and hope that you don't do something back to me.
Right.
It's like, it's classic abuse. If their gender roles were switched, there would be no question. This wouldn't be happening.
Right.
And that's what's really sad. Is like, a lot of people say how woke they are, but how woke are you? A woman can hurt a man, and psychological, emotional, physical abuse, it happens, and it sounds like that's exactly what this is. She worked him down, and then she wanted to come out as the victim because she's just a tiny little woman and she's half his age and all that stuff.
Right, I agree.
And it's crazy to watch this trial. It's like a slow motion train wreck.
It is. It really is. It's kind of picking up. It's almost like some sort of real time movie, even though it's these people's lives. So.
Right, and that's why I was saying that it's either going to go one of two ways with the cliffhanger for today. People could see that as Johnny came at her with a knife, or the part that it ended on where she's begging him not to cut himself. They could see that for what it is, which was, I would rather die than be with you anymore.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate the call and your insight.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
You too.
Thanks. Bye. All right. I'm going to take the next caller. I'm also going to pull up the notes from the trial from this article. Trial timeline. And especially, okay, 443. How are you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Mel.
Hey. Yes. How you doing?
Hey. I'm doing good. I'm so excited. This is my first time calling.
Well, welcome. What's your name?
Thank you. My name's Jade from Maryland.
Hey, Jade.
Originally, though, from Georgia. I just had, I think, maybe 3 really short points that I wanted to make.
Okay.
The first being that Johnny, that last recording, I mentioned it before.
Hey, let me ask you something. Are you on a headphone or Bluetooth?
No. Can you hear me
Okay.
okay?
That's a little better.
I live in
Okay, it's kind of cutting
sorry
out a little
about
bit.
that.
That's all right. Go ahead. Try
because
again.
I live in Logan.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
So that last recording, where Johnny was obviously he had a knife and she was telling him not to cut himself. I said before in the comments earlier on in the trial that Johnny seemed to me to be a self-blamer, so someone who just kind of anytime something bad happens, he blames himself. He takes it out on himself. And I was like that too. My mom, she was very abusive verbally. And whenever she would make me so upset, I would, go and cut myself or do something just to be able to handle the pain. And that's what Johnny reminds me of. So in that clip, she sounds comfortable. She's sitting there. Johnny, don't cut yourself. Johnny, don't cut yourself. Well, if the situation was that bad, she could have gotten up and said, hey, Johnny, let's just go outside, take a walk, put the knife down, let's move, let's change the scenes, But no, she's just hanging out on the couch or wherever. Don't cut yourself. No, don't cut yourself. That's very staged to me. She seems to record things at times that suits her best, where she's the good player. She's never recorded a heated argument between the both of them, where she's the aggressor as well as him. So you can definitely tell that it's staged. One more thing that I wanted to talk about, because I've been really trying not to take sides in this trial. I'm trying to play fair game and be level-headed and, just kind of like think my way through it rather than being blown away with the wind, like this is sad, oh my God, oh my God. The other thing is, when he had gotten over his, addiction that went at that point where she was helping him, it reminded me as well of I was going through something because I met my mom at 14, and the reason why I got with her was because I grew up without her. I had no idea who she was, and I wanted to get to know her, so I moved in with her. The very first year, her abuse started. The very first year. And it was hectic. It was crazy. It was hard. And I internalized everything. But then I had a specific goal that I was working on, and she was helping me to meet that goal. And when I achieved that goal, I wrote a letter to her, and I was just praising her about how amazing she was, because you feel so exhilarated from your accomplishments that it's like you just forget all the negatives and you just focus on the positive. It's this overjoyed feeling. So when Johnny sent that message to Amber's mom, about how amazing she was, it's like, okay, yeah, because he's excited. Like, this is a huge moment in his life. Of course he's going to celebrate. Of course he's going to focus on the good. Like, he's not going to celebrate and talk about the bad. So this case, you kind of have to think things through. Like, you can't just be led away by, every little thing that's said. Like, you have to think about the context. Like, what's the context? What's the context? So that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but thank you so much for having me. And I totally enjoy your show on the Gabby case. And I've stuck with you
amazing.
Yeah, you
Thank
do
you.
amazing. Thank you so much for the deep investigative work that you've done throughout these years. You're awesome.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Take care.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. That was a nice call. There's only 2 calls left, so don't hang up. We're going to get this next person, and there's one more. Wanted to clear the lines. 407, how you doing? Where are you calling from? Thank you for holding.
Hey, Mel, it's Cheeks.
Cheeks!
I have to tell you, I'm so upset with you that you've got me invested in this because
Oh my God. Yo, I never thought I was going to be. I was talking to somebody else last night. I was like, damn, I can't believe I'm actually doing it. Every other day, I'm always kind of like thinking, like, damn, should I really? Well, now I know I'm more sure because now like this is actually kind of fun and it's interesting. And I think sometimes it's nice to have a little break. But I was, for a while, I was like, damn, like, should I have really done this? Like, is this the right?
Listen, I love watching you, but when I seen that you were covering, I was like, okay, there goes my break. I stayed silent like the first 2-3 days until Pussy Lady got up there. That's when I called, and I was like, yo, has it been this exciting? Has I been missing out?
Pussy Lady,
But,
yo.
yeah, that's what hooked me. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Hook, like hook, line, and sinker. Once she started,
Oh my
I was
God.
like, yeah, I'm gonna watch tomorrow. I'm gonna definitely be there tomorrow. But a couple of things, I had to agree with a lot of the callers that did call. Hopefully, this case really does open people's eyes to know that just because physically a man and a woman may not match in physicality, it does not mean that a man cannot be abused. This is, I really feel like this is going to open up a lot of people's eyes to that because I'm following everything. Another current case that's going on, and because I'm kind of like everywhere, is the whole Black China and Rob Kardashian situation.
Oh,
I heard an update about that.
Oh,
And apparently,
yeah.
yeah.
Go
so
ahead, go ahead.
apparently,
Can you give people a
she's
little like
trying-
synopsis, like without having to go
Yeah.
too deep in?
Yeah. So I don't know if everybody knows what the situation is, but Black China, she used to be a video vixen, ex-stripper. She has a baby with Tyga, who used to date her little sister. She has a baby girl with Rob Kardashian. They ended up getting a show together. They were engaged. I never watched the show because I'm not into the Kardashians in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But apparently, the Kardashian clan did not like this relationship. And apparently, there was a lot of abuse involved. She is now taking them to court, trying to sue them pretty much for a financial loss because of bad mouthing from Chris, aka Rob's mom, stating that, she was too ghetto and, they didn't like this relationship. That's why he canceled their show. Well, come to find out, based on this update, apparently Black China was holding a gun to Rob's head, she had pulled a iPhone charger and wrapped it around his neck. And when she was approached about it in court, because apparently they're currently in court in LA, when she was approached about it by, I guess, his attorney, she said that it was all in fun. She was just trying to gain his attention. And apparently 2 years ago, when Rob addressed these allegations, he was like, there was nothing funny about that. I found nothing funny about that. She's drunk. She's high. I don't know. She could have slipped up and killed me. And that's the foundation as to why the Kardashians are saying that they did not want this show to proceed. They did not want that out there in the open. So, you know, full circle, going back to the whole Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp thing, this is something that happens. There are women out there who are abusing Rob. And, you know, for those who are into the Kardashians, I guess Rob really did go through this deep depressional state. He was very, you know, depressed. And Blac Chyna, Rob Kardashian, it's a weird mix, but it happened. And maybe she kind of took advantage of it. I do like Blac Chyna, don't get it twisted, but I did kind of look at this sideways, and I was like, yes, well, that was a good lick. Like, you're invested in that family for a good little minute. You
Yeah, she got knocked up. I'm sure maybe seduced. Maybe I guess he did it with her. She got knocked up, and now she's in there. And isn't she? Is he on child? She has him on child support or something? Or?
Well, apparently. There's a whole messy situation about that because supposedly she put her 2 baby daddies on blast like a week before this trial happened, and both of them responded to her Instagram post. Tiger was like, why would I be paying you money when I'm with my child all the time? And Rob was like, ditto, bruh, because she got my baby too, and she's only with the baby for like 3 days out of the week, so why would I be paying child support? Because she went on a tangent about being a single mom and having to sell her cars and all this. It's a mess. It's a mess.
Oh, okay.
But the initial purpose is just the simple fact that women are out here abusing men. These things are happening. The second thing I had to do, I had to make a request, just like you did the Megan Boswell clip video with that goddamn huffing. I need you to make a video of Johnny addressing this damn lawyer. I just want a whole bunch of successful clips.
I have links lined up, not only from some of the research team. I also have, I don't want to show her full name. Let me just take a screenshot of this. I have a whole bunch of links. Lindsay sent me some stuff too. Like at least I got like at least 15, 20 clips just from what people were sending me today.
Like, as long as they're still trying to, you know, cross-examine Johnny and he still gets the chance to call this rotten bottom, rotten apple, whatever the hell his name is. As long as he gets to address him, I'm telling you, you should have a good little YouTube short. It can be like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
And it should just be successful because it is hilarious how he's doing that. I love how he's doing that. It's some slick ass shit. Like, yeah, I hear you. You know, I recognize you, but honestly, I'm not fazed by you. You're not gonna shake me. But I hear you. Go ahead and continue, Mr. Rotten Bottom, Rotten Bomb, whatever the hell your name is.
Right.
Continue. Keep going. Oh no, that's not what I said. But okay, continue. Like, I love it. I'm completely here for Johnny. Johnny may have his problems. Celebrities do drugs. This is not something that we're not used to. We literally see them have mental breakdowns, you know, right there in front of our eyes. I feel like Amber was a snake. Amber preyed on that man. She saw his vulnerability. She thought she was going to catch her a lick. And I don't believe Johnny was physical in any aspect, any way, shape, or form. If there was any physicality on Johnny's part, it probably more or less likely was solely for him to protect himself. And just like the caller said before, as soon as you try and protect yourself against an abuser and you even react, all of a sudden I'm the victim and I'm calling the cops on your ass. So it's crazy as hell. I really don't believe Johnny was physical with her. If he was physical, it was to protect himself. And it wasn't even in the sense of like beating her ass over, you know, beating her ass with a brick or anything to that effect. I really don't believe that at all. But I just, you know, I'm really hoping. I've been watching the case, you know, I've been giggling and whatnot, but I've really been looking at this case like, bro, like she really is an abuser. She looks like she's holding in like 5 years worth of shit. I can't get over this face.
Her face, I don't know. The face is rough. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
That pinched face, and somebody else said it. She looks like Joan Crawford from Mommy Dearest. If they put her hair in that goddamn bouffant and them ringlets and give her them throwback 60s eyebrows. I'm telling you, she'd be a dead ringer for Joan Crawford. And I don't know if you weren't catching the references in the chat when everybody was yelling no more wire hangers, but that is what that is
No, I didn't
from.
know that. No, okay.
Yes,
From
if
where?
you
What
Google
movie?
it, it's called Mommy Dearest, and
Oh.
apparently it's based on the story of Joan Crawford. And I kid you not, pull up a picture of what Joan Crawford looks like, do it side by side of Amber Heard, you're probably going to be like, well, damn, if reincarnation ain't real. Because she's just that pensive look, and she's just holding in a shit, like, because she's full of shit.
Who's Amber?
Can't
Who's the one that
release
looks like
it.
Amber? This kid over here? This boy or something? Who's the one that looks like Amber?
Amber, Joan
Mommy
Crawford.
Dearest? Joan
yeah,
Crawford?
Mommy Dearest. Yeah, Joan Crawford is the actress. And she just, everybody, that's why everybody was like, no more wire hangers, because it's a movie, it's a reference to that movie.
Oh.
Amber Heard is just horrible. She's completely done. Somebody in the group chat said, yeah, at this point in time, she's probably going to have to, go to adult films at this point. If she's getting around Hollywood the way that she is, she'll eventually find some D-lister. She'll find somebody to link up with who's stupid enough to get with her. But I just...
Damn, that bitch
it's
look
just not a
crazy.
good look for her.
That's Joan Crawford?
Yeah.
Maybe
Look
is
at
that a
her
role that she's
face.
doing? Is that a role that she's doing?
Look
Maybe that's
at-
just a role.
Look, it might be. It might be. It's that pensive face, and you kill me every time.
Jesus
You're like,
Christ.
look at her face. Somebody needs to tell her to fix her face.
What
And
is
every
that?
time you say that, I think of like back in the day when my daughter would just like turn up her face just because I said no, and I would look at her and I'd be like, girl, you better fix your face. That's what I keep telling Amber as I'm watching. I'm like, girl, you better fix your face. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh
Fix your face, because this is not a good look. So yeah, I don't want to ramble. I know you got somebody else on the line, but I did
All
want to
right,
tell you
thank
that I
you.
love and hate you at the same time, because now I'm invested. Now I got to
I
wait until
know.
Monday.
Look at us. Look at who knew we'd be over here watching this stuff.
I damn sure didn't.
Yeah.
Damn sure didn't. But it was only because of you and all your commentary, and of course the lovely, iCkEdMeLites, as we're now called, making it entertainable. So I appreciate it 110%. But Lord knows, I never thought I'd see the day that I'd be interested in some stuff like this. So thank you, Mel. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Cheeky. Thank you for the lovely call. Appreciate that and the
You're
support.
very welcome, honey. I will go ahead and see y'all in the chat.
All right, thanks. Take care.
All right, bye.
Bye. That's Cheeky. She's called in a couple of times. She's always has some good thoughts and commentary. Let me take this last call. Sorry for the hold. 512. You have the 4. Your last one.
Yo, Mel, it's laughing again.
Laughing. What's up? Thank you so much for holding.
Yeah, no, no problem. I wasn't going to call in, but I feel like I kind of have to weigh in here because of how they left that.
Yeah,
and I don't
yeah.
know how I'm going to follow up Cheek. She was cracking me up, and I'm going to have to remember what I initially wanted to say. She's cracking me up. But that last clip really irked me. Like her legal team has been irking me this whole time. But that was a really triggering thing, an obvious thing that they ended on, and they're trying to shake him as much as he's shaking them. And
Right.
it's just at one of the reasons, well, not one of the reasons, but like I've been a big Johnny Depp fan for a long time, and one of the reasons is that I used to be, or I still struggle with self-harm, and so when you struggle with things like that, you often look for other people who kind of could understand. And I looked up celebrities one time, or came across an article one time, and he was on there, so I've kind of, been a kindred soul with him in that respect. But, toxic relationships exacerbate problems like that. In my last relationship, I like 2 of the worst instances of my self-harming past have happened, and now it hasn't happened. I'm married in a really good relationship, and, it's all about your environment. And he really needed to get out of there, but he's just he just wanted to make it work so bad.
So do you think like he was trying to she was encouraging, or what do you think was happening there? Was he trying to self-harm, or just because he was in such a toxic, or maybe he was under substances or something?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I thought of the context thing too, and I think a lot of other people have brought up the context thing. They need to include more context. I think that his attorneys need to bring that up or something, because I need to hear more. It does sound like to me that he was just having a moment. Like when you get into that state where you want to harm yourself, and I'm sorry if this is triggering for anyone in chat, but it's just you get into this really deep, dark mindset and you disassociate a lot. And I know that that's been brought up in relation to him before. Like, I disassociate. I've often like woken up after the fact, if you will. And it's just, you get into this mindset and you retreat into your mind. And he has said that he does that before. Escapism is a very important thing to him. That is a way to protect yourself, protect your mind, protect your body. Who knows if he was on drugs or really just in a disassociated state because he was in such a poor mindset. I mean, it's hard to tell. I really don't know. But it just sounds like he was in a bad place and she was exacerbating it. Like, don't record him. He's obviously losing his mind. Like, he needs real support right now. And I also hope that, I don't know how somehow it comes up that she gifted him that knife. I would really like to know in what respect to that audio that she gave that to him. Like, was that the knife that he was using, or was that after? Because if it was after, or even, it doesn't really matter because he's been pretty vocal about his self-harm in the past. Why give? What's the motive behind giving a known self-harmer a knife? That's not a very good gift.
It's definitely super weird, especially with recording that. I mean,
yeah, it's very, very weird, and it's just the motives are very, very not good. And I think all the audio, honestly, all of the audio, even the video they showed, I've seen the kitchen video before, doesn't really do anything for her, in my opinion. Like, he's okay, he's slamming some cabinets, he's obviously having a really bad time. And she's laughing. Like, if she was intimidated, it doesn't show up for me on any of that. She's instigating a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then just one more point. I know you're a trooper, man. Go take care of yourself after this. I mean, go take care of yourself, take a break, and, take a break tomorrow if you need to. But I just want to say, from my experience, I can only speak from personal experience and, other people I've spoken to, and I've done a lot of research on the topic because of my personal stuff. But, self-harmers only harm themselves. We're only interested in, when the pain or the emotions get too much, you feel like you're going to explode, and you don't really know how else to get it out but to hurt yourself, because the science behind it is that when you hurt yourself, serotonin releases. So it's like a chemical thing. So you're so just messed up in the head, you're just looking for any way, you're looking for any reprieve, and that's one way to do it. And it's just when you feel that pent up, sometimes when you go that route, it's just, that's the only thing to do. So I feel for him. I think that was a really effed up way to end,
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think they're trying to trigger him, which is, I think it's really effed up. And it triggered me. Like, it made me upset, to see him like that. And I don't know if he knew that existed or what.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah. I wonder if he knew that was even out there. Did he know that was coming? It seemed like kind of off guard to me. It seemed like his response, or maybe it was just hearing it again. Maybe he knew about it, but just hearing it again.
It's rough. Yeah. Even if he knew, that's rough. It's a rough recording. And who wants to hear recordings of some of the deepest, darkest moments of their life,
Right.
It's not a fun moment. I would not want to hear anything from my past like that. So he's doing it in a very public eye. Again, I feel for the guy. It's hard to watch, but I'm glad he's getting it all out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is kind of maybe therapeutic for him or something, or cathartic. I don't know if that's the word for it.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's, as far as the science behind it goes, it releases serotonin when you hurt yourself.
And they're both taking hits through this whole thing. I don't think anybody's coming out of here unscathed. It's messy, so.
Yeah, no, it's very messy, and clearly it's a mutually toxic relationship, and they had no business being with one another. But we've all been in those situations, and it's for a moment, for a while, for me anyway. You don't really realize it until the bell just clicks, or the bell goes off one day. You're like, wow, this is not life. I think he even said that at one point. This one day, it just clicked for me that this isn't supposed to be how life is, and it's just I've had that realization myself. And it just clicks one day. But when you're in it, it's not always clear.
I agree. That's true.
Yeah. But that's all. I appreciate you, Mel. You're a trooper. Thanks
I appreciate you too.
This.
Thank you for the support, and thank you for the lovely call and sharing a little bit of your experience.
Yeah, of course. But I'll be around if you go live tomorrow, but I'll definitely be here for the rest of the trial.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. See you later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
That was a nice call. All the calls are really good today. All the calls, even the lunchtime calls, the end stream calls. It was really nice. I was thinking of some stuff I've done myself too, man. I was like, this thing kind of does make me reflect. I don't talk much about my stuff because it's complicated. I gotta respect, I guess. I don't want to go down that road, and it wouldn't be fair. And I just don't want to. But I've done some dumb things too, or even like the cursing thing when we're talking about like name calling and stuff like that. I've done some things in the moment in time where I was in a really toxic situation, and I found myself saying things that I would never, even angry at somebody I would never normally say, but it's just, I don't know. You start to get kind of crazy yourself and saying things and doing things and all this kind of, I couldn't see myself now at this age. Hopefully I never, I'm too old for that, but I don't know. Maybe you're never too old. It depends maybe where you're at mentally and what you're looking for, what you attract. Because I used to think I attracted some of that stuff too. I don't know. The crazy. And that last clip that we listened to, that audio, and I'm probably going to post a clip of it later after we chill, me and Maddie, and do whatever I got to do. But that, let me see, the presenting to the court a text message from Johnny Depp. Yeah, so this supposedly was from like May 22nd, 2016, I believe. It says Amber Heard's lawyer Ben Rottenborn is presenting to the court a text message from Johnny Depp to Amber Heard on May 22nd, 2016, the day after the final incident of alleged abuse and shortly after before Heard files for divorce. Sorry if it was a bit. Please know that my hurt toward you is over. My apologies are external and belong to you. Solid X. Mr. Rottenborn asks Depp if he saw Heard in July 2016, and he confirms he did in San Francisco. So that's the place. Mr. Rottenborn asks Depp if during this meeting he tried to cut himself with a knife. The actor says he doesn't recall this, but might have made a move. The court is now being played an audio clip of the muffled sounds. Depp can be heard saying, "Cut me," several times. Heard tells him, "Please don't cut your skin." The camera in court pans to Heard, who looks upset. The recording continues. Heard again, urging Depp not to cut himself, please, saying, "Please stop." Maybe we can play that a little right at the end. Somebody wanted me to the NY. We never watched the press conference too. It was 10 minutes long. I don't know if I should play that little clip and then we go out, and we're done with phone calls too. Oh, I was supposed to call Terry. Oh my God. I could call Terry. All right, forget about the audio clip. We can do that again maybe Monday. We'll replay it, or I'll clip it too. And sometime tonight or tomorrow morning, I'm going to work on the clip, some of the highlight clips. We can put it together. You may just have a knife play kink. Yo, I don't know. Let me tell you, I didn't know that was a thing until I had those two friends that told me they were into that. I was like, what? I didn't know that was a thing where I guess like they do shallow cuts or something, or even bleed or whatever. Apparently that's a thing. Thank you so much for all the people on Facebook that have followed. Thank you for One Juror Matters. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that. I don't know if I missed people. Kim T says, please tell me why do they have so many recordings of their relationship unless you're planning to use them against him. Agree. Casco says, and thank you for being a member. Hey, thanks man for the coverage. Check Twitter for mug design I made for you. Oh yeah, okay. I don't know what these people into, bro. I can't imagine any amount of drugs or whatever want me. Yeah, cut me. Oh yeah. Oh, that looks cool. Oh, I love that. That looks dope. You guys want to see what Casco sent Kelly? Made this with 5 minutes still watching you live. That's amazing. We're gonna have to do something. I already got the emoji guy working on some stuff. The emoji plug. The guy does an amazing job. Let me show you guys this real quick. Oh man. Amazing. I love that. That's pretty cool. All right, here it comes. She might even have the dimensions right. I don't know. It looks right to me. That's kind of for the Team Johnny people. Should we make a? It wouldn't make sense to make an Amber team thing because it's like 1% in the chat, so that wouldn't work out too well. Beaver, we all have figured out the lawyer. Oh Lord. Johnny has a different sense of humor, but when he was sexting about a mouthing, most recordings are from stock. What? But JD did at the end. Okay. Could do. Yo, that's a good idea, Beaver. Do Johnny's FU finger as an emoji. I'm gonna have to line the guy up to make some more emojis. I'm gonna leave that on my messy notepad. I love the spot of purple phrase because we've been trying to figure out what exactly that is. I think it's wine. I like it as wine. A friend of mine messaged me the other day. She's like, "Oh, are you having a spot of purple later?" I don't know if it's lean or pills or whatever else, but I took it as wine. J Cal, I'll make you an Amber Heard merch. You want like a sticker or something? You want something, J Cal? I actually have an Amber Heard emoji coming too. I think I gotta see what this guy wants to do. I sent him a couple of suggestions on Fiverr. This guy makes top quality stuff. Might have a little Amber Heard emoji too coming. Should I call Terry? We can call Terry real quick. Let's call Terry. I don't know what I'm gonna do about the NYPD thing. I was supposed to watch it, didn't watch it. A pint of red. A pint.
Please leave your message for.
No, don't say that. Maybe I'll call from the other number.
Please leave.
Let me try calling from this dude. For some reason, her phone doesn't like the Google Voice. Yeah, we could do that. Maybe we could do that tomorrow. You know what? I've been telling the mods that if there's no trial tomorrow, that we can do a different stream. It doesn't have to be 8 hours, 9 hours, but we could do something like for an hour to cover a new story. Oh, she's calling. All right. Thank you. Hey.
This is Terry.
Hi, Terry. How you doing?
I'm okay. I don't
Thank
know
you for
why
calling me
my
back.
phones do that. Both of them, I thought maybe this one wouldn't, but both of them seem to go to voicemail if anything else is going on. Like if I've got anything else going on the phone, boom, right to voicemail.
That's weird.
So I don't know how to change that.
So what do you think, before I even get into the questions, some of the questions that people had for you, what do you think about what you saw like towards the end or maybe anything else with Johnny and some of the some of his responses and how Amber's attorneys are handling things?
Well, first I wanted to say the lady, I think it was a lady, one of the ladies that called. You got such great calls. The lady that called and said Johnny took a tissue and instead of wiping his face, like it looked like he was wiping his body. I went back and watched it after she said that, and I didn't notice it the first time, and it was like, whoa, dude, what was that? But anyway, I think the the final tape is just heart-wrenching. The final audio, and yeah, they thought they were going to go out on this audio on the tie, but I don't think it is that. I don't think the best it is a wash. The worst it is they just made Johnny look more desperate and hurt in this particular relationship, like the hurt person.
Right.
So, yeah. And I sent you a list of the states that require both parties to consent to phone calls. I have another list that has all the states and what each one. Some just require one party to consent to phone call recording, and then they require or one party in person but two party phone call, and they call those the mixed states. But I have all that. I can send it to you. But in the states at issue here, as far as I can tell, he said he was in Boston for a while, and they were out in L.A. In those states, both people have to consent to recordings.
Right.
So
So how would they have brought all this stuff in? Because at one point, Johnny. Go ahead.
Okay. So here's the thing. In a civil trial, everybody goes over all the evidence and the documents and stuff, although clearly these people have not done as good a job as I would have expected. But everybody agrees what's going to be introduced, ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just going to agree to, like someone asked about an expert for the metadata on the timestamps on the calls and everything. They don't need that. They've already said that these documents are good documents. Authenticated is what they call it in the court. They're authenticated. Doesn't mean they're going to be admitted, but the parties have agreed that they're authentic documents of authentic things. So, in this case, unlike a criminal case, although we do that in criminal cases too, we try to give as much evidence to each party that we're going to do, but it's a little bit trial by fire in criminal law. But in civil law, it's not. They know about all these exhibits and all these recordings and everything, and they've all gotten together in discovery and pretrial and said, okay, all of these are authenticated. And then when they try to introduce it, that's when there's a decision made on admissibility, which is different. A document, some documents are auto authenticating, like business records or the family Bible, if you can believe it. It's considered auto authenticated. But all of these documents that they're introducing, they've gone through them all ahead of time. Everybody knows what everybody has in the civil case. You show all cards. So
right.
They didn't have to authenticate them. They won't have to bring in an expert to say, yes, it's this day, it's that day. If the people remember or don't remember the dates, then they said, I think Johnny said it a couple of times. I'm not sure that was then or I was there or whatever.
Right.
So that's the answer to that. But the recording stuff, it was illegal. And I don't know, I guess to make his case, his lawyer has authenticated the recordings because, or they think, as I kind of do, that this just shows that he was in a vulnerable place and she was freaking recording a guy.
Right.
Who's hard. I mean, that just looks awful. She's a terrible human. I mean, I don't know her, but she seems like a really terrible human.
I feel like some of this stuff is kind of almost backfiring in a way. I mean, it depends from what perspective you're looking at, but
that lawyer lost the jury
a couple of hours in this morning.
I feel like they knew that too. I feel like because they almost look like they lost their kind of like their momentum or their energy. It just seems to kind of, and they were frustrated.
They did. He dropped the big mo there. I thought so too. And started kind of shuffling, and he was I don't like the way he treats his paralegals or second chairs. I'm not sure who those people are, but you know, Elizabeth and Heather or whatever their names were. Would you not even, would you please put up whatever, you know, that he's just being rude to them. That's uncool, man. I've been second chair. I've been the intern and the paralegal. I mean, that you don't treat people like that.
There was somebody that had a question for you. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, people on the jury look at that too. I'm telling you, the people on the jury invest a lot in the attorneys. So
right. It's somebody wanted to know too. They were saying because it's supposed to be a jury of your peers, but like these people are not celebrities, so how would they be his
I heard
peers?
her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, there's been lots of articles written about that, but there's no real law about that. And in this case, the injured party, instead of choosing the venue where he lived, which he has a right to do, or the venue where she lived, sometimes it's defendant's venue, or sometimes it's plaintiff's. It changes. Venue means where you try the case. But they didn't choose California. They chose Virginia because that's where the Post has its printing facilities. And I think with respect to what the lady said to you on the phone, I think it is kind of weird that they're not even LA people. I mean, they're
yeah,
you know, but this was a problem in the OJ trial because they took OJ out to the suburbs, to, you know, the total white suburbs, and he didn't, you know, and not even in LA, you know, LA proper. So it's forum shopping, and I don't like it, but it's perfectly legal right now. I mean, the attorneys have they can take, you know, prospective jurors off. They have strikes. Some of them are peremptory strikes, and that just means they can just say, I don't like their shoes, I don't want them. And then some of them are strikes for cause. So all the jurors that are seated went through that process, and so they ask questions, and in federal court, the judge asks questions. But in Texas, we call it voir dire. Everybody else says it right, voir dire. But so they'll ask questions of them to hopefully get people on the jury who would understand drug issues, or would understand work issues or divorce issues, you know. So they're trying to pick a jury, and that's kind of how we get the peer thing. But we have some laws about sitting jurors now. There was a case called Batson because in that case, the prosecutor was striking all the colored people.
Oh.
The people of color were stricken. And so the Supreme Court finally said, you can't do that. You can do cause, but you can't use all your peremptory strikes to get to do a racial makeup of a jury.
All right, let me ask you another question, because there's a couple of people. This was Jacqueline Klein, and thank you, that's for showing me. She says, Jacqueline says, ask Terry if Amber's DV charge from 2009 is off limits, please. So I don't know if you heard about the situation in 2009. The charges were, I guess they were dropped, which in my opinion, I feel like this woman was probably paid off or something, the girlfriend. I don't know if you would know if that's something they would be able to bring up or unless they had some sort of prior agreement. Some people are saying maybe they're waiting for her to come and take the stand.
Here's the thing. If she gets up there and acts like here's when that comes in, okay? If she gets up there and opens the door, which I feel like she will, she doesn't seem like, she seems cunning and manipulative, but not in a clever or intelligent way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, if she gets up there and says, I'm this sweet girl and I just love everybody and I'm never mean to anybody and I don't get involved in this kind of violent stuff. If she says anything close to that, she has kicked the door open and all of her shit, even stuff that's just rumors, can come in as impeachment evidence.
Right.
Pardon
So
me, pardon my French.
So it could come up. Okay. And I think they should. That would be kind of like, they should bring that up. Well, I guess we'll have to see. Maybe they're waiting for
They'll
her.
bring
Yeah.
up everything. You can only introduce as evidence, as authenticated evidence, convictions generally, unless they say they didn't do any stuff like that, and then you got them. Everything comes in.
Okay.
So when they put her on the stand, it's not going to be good. I don't think she's going to be a good witness. I think Johnny's doing great. I don't think the audio hurt him. I think it at best was a wash, and at worst it really showed what a horrible human being she is.
Wow.
I mean,
thanks
to me, I just
Sorry.
I
Do you have
can't
any other
imagine.
thoughts?
I
You can go
can't
ahead.
imagine. I was just going to say I can't imagine a person. I don't know what the right word is. That's that cold to just record somebody in pain like that.
Yeah. Shelly also asked too, can you ask if JD and Amber Heard if it was because JD and Amber Heard was told by the couple's counsel to record convos that it might be allowed in?
No, that has nothing to do with it.
No? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not licensed in California or Virginia, but I've read the civil trial rules just because I'm a nerd, and they're pretty. In Virginia, they're pretty close to Texas. Not Louisiana. Louisiana is a whole different world of law, but they're pretty close rules, and I think what they did was everybody just agreed, this is the evidence we have. We're going to agree it's all authenticated, but we're not going to agree it's all admissible or relevant.
Okay.
That those decisions will be made in trial as it goes by the court.
All right, Terry. Well, thank you so much. We'll see if we can talk tonight. And I need to get a little setup. So maybe when you were saying you wanted to join, did you want to join just by audio, or were you talking about like video too?
Oh, I'll do whatever.
Whatever. Okay, so I'll see if I can get a little video set up, but whatever you're comfortable with is fine too.
I mean, you know, it is what it is when you.
Yeah. All right. We'll see. We'll talk more. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. All right. Well, thank you so much for your insight. Appreciate it. Yeah. Have a good night.
I'll do a little more research.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
see if I can find their motion. I bet you I can pull up their motions in limine to see what they're not supposed to talk about. Oh,
Okay.
they said it today in court. One more thing. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
They said it today. The defense the Amber's defense counsel said, I'm not going to talk about anything from the UK or something. But so that's what I remember. Something is limit. They're limited about something. I guess I can say there was a thing, but that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll find out.
Okay, and let me see here. Sting also asked, can you ask her about the co-signed statement?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
Those virtually have zero legal teeth. But
Okay.
you know, remember when Gwyneth Paltrow and Chris Martin broke up and they did a whole "we're conscious uncoupling" or whatever, you know, but we love and we'll go forward and do yoga. I mean, it was just that's kind of what that was. It wasn't an NDA, as far as I can tell. That statement wasn't an NDA, but there may have been an NDA. That's a non-disclosure agreement where you can't talk about all the stuff. There may have been an agreement in the divorce agreement different from the released public statement. There may have been an NDA within the settlement that said, hey man, you know,
right,
y'all can't talk about it. And she did. So she's violated a few of the rules. But I don't know if there was an NDA in the divorce settlement, but I do know that the public statement they gave upon their divorce has the legal weight of a feather. Doesn't have anything. Doesn't mean anything.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Terry. Appreciate it. Thank you for the insight and everybody that asked questions.
Oh, I just love
All
it.
right.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to keep this phone clear so it'll ring. I don't know why they don't ring. Just a second.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm not sure. I feel like that's only happened with one other person I know. For some reason, I would call from Google Voice. That people are sending me such funny things. I gotta show this too. I'm gonna put something up on the screen, Terry, too, that you can check out, which is kind of funny. I think you'll find this. But there's only been. Yeah, hold on. Oh my God.
I don't have you on.
Okay. Oh shit. Let me not show some of this stuff. Where did this come from? All right, I have to send this to myself. I don't know who draw this. This is so funny to see this stuff that people are sending. Hold on. Email myself real quick. Okay. Who said? Oh, Shelly sent this. Shelly. Okay.
Okay, is this the picture of Amber Heard arrested in 2009? Where are we?
Hold on. I haven't put it on my screen yet.
Oh, okay. I don't have your volume up. Let me see.
That's a good.
Okay.
Oh, I do have an Amber Heard one coming. Hold on. Let's see. Okay.
She's not right. I mean, and today.
She doesn't mind. Shelly doesn't mind. And she signed it off too, which is dope. Check this out. I don't recall. Just put it on the screen. I think that's supposed to be I forgot which one was the one. Who was the witness that I don't recall? I think that was the lady. I don't know if it was the therapist or the nurse. Somebody. iCkEdMeL emojis.
Oh wait, let me see. Now I can say this. I can't make it bigger.
I wasn't going to send you. I thought you could have a laugh still drawing. It was like a draft, but it was meant to be funny though, which I think is pretty hilarious.
It's funny.
So, but all right, Terry, man, I appreciate it. We will talk. Enjoy your. We'll link up again and we'll see. So you can come in during some of the streams. We have time to figure it out too, because we're not starting again until Monday this trial, so we have some time.
That's cool.
Yeah, and maybe this weekend too, I'll be able to link up with you again, try to figure it all out.
Okay. And my manicurist is now in love with you, and she subscribed.
Oh, amazing! Thank you. That's nice.
Okay. Anyway, just as an aside. All right. Well, y'all have a good evening.
All right. Thanks. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, that's it for the calls. I think we're done. Yo, the video is gonna have the NYPD thing. They're gonna have to wait for it. We'll do that. Maybe, I don't want to say. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But thank you guys so much for joining me for the stream. It was pretty long. Stretched it out to like 9 hours almost. iCkEdMeL, the green screen guy in Vegas, was But yes. Oh, okay. Debbie the nurse. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's been fun today. Oh, let me make sure. Reggie 254, thank you for the super chat. Did I get? I got. Did I get this? Yes, I got that already. R, thank you for the super chat as well. Knife plate kink, and that was it. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna chill and try to do a couple of errands. I'm gonna take the baby to my mother's. My mother was nice. She made dinner, so I'm gonna take Maddie over there, so I don't even have to worry about that. And while she's over there, I'm gonna go do some groceries. I need to get some groceries in here. And tomorrow's Friday, so I mean, we already made it. Made it another week. Wow. And apparently, for anybody that's been following Carly Cassie, right? Is that the name? Carly Cassie. I need to go. But Cassie Carly, all the way around. Apparently Marcus's family is trying to say this guy's innocent. This is the woman that has a child with this guy Marcus. They had a custody exchange going on. She disappears for days. Nobody knows where she's at. Her body is found, and this guy's arrested. Something like that. Let me see if I can play the clip real quick. It's just a really short clip.
Anything else?
Let me close this out. I don't know if this was. Let me see. I don't know what this is.
What's your response to that? Great job. Anything else? Yes.
If you could comment on something separate. Marcus Spinabello's aunt reached out to our station today telling us that he's innocent. What's your response to that?
No, he's not.
Yeah, he literally laughed. This is the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office. This guy literally laughed like Scott.
Great job. Anything else? Yes.
If you could comment on something separate. Marcus Spinabello's aunt reached out to our station today telling us that he's innocent. What's your response to that?
No, he's not. That's my response. He's going to get his day in court, but I can tell you this, the evidence that we have is overwhelming. So, yes. Yes, sir.
You had said that, you hope he spends the rest of his life in prison
Yes.
or gets the needle. Do you still stand by those statements today?
Absolutely. 100%. When you take advantage of, especially the mother of your children, yeah, I stand by that wholeheartedly. So, anything else?
Bridget sent me that was posted by what are they called? True Crime Sisters. Whitney. She's a nice lady. But yeah, that's it, man. Thank you guys so much. Hit like on the way out and appreciate you joining me. Be safe. Have a good night. Yeah. Peace. Take care. Thanks again. Bye.